I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Well, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to BBN, the Black Business Network. I'm your host for this morning and your moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. We have speakers coming in from North Carolina, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, London, England, Singapore, Las Vegas, Virginia, South Carolina, Kansas City, Texas, Los Angeles, and so many more. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today, our first guest up is going to be Miss Tammy Hall. Miss Hall is a DEI champion, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the North Carolina Hub Office Director, that's the historically businesses, and CEO of Hall Consulting. She is the statewide division director and assistant secretary for Hub, a change agent in state government, their procurement process. What she does is she champions supplier diversity efforts. This leadership role has seen an increase as under her leadership in spending with minority and women-owned small business. Guess what? She's been doing this for over 10 years. In this 10 years, she has increased the minority spend in construction, in goods and services, and she's utilized benchmarking practices to lead that change. She's been a project manager auditing the state purchasing practices for 10 cabinet agencies, the council state agencies, 19 public institutions, 54 community colleges, and other local government agencies. Her first grant program, the first grant program ever launched for small businesses, were under her purview in the state government. Retool, North Carolina, is a $13.5 million project, and it's to provide businesses impacted with COVID-19. I present to some of you, introduce to others, Miss Tammy Hall.
Good morning. Good morning, Barbara. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so glad you're here. You are a force to be reckoned with in state government. Oh my God, procurement. I'm going to let you go ahead and tell us more about yourself and get started on this road to including us in your work. And I'm going to see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. Thank you for inviting me. It is always a pleasure to be here as a part of the Black Business Expo. You know, this virtual setting that we're in has really made it a lot easier for many of us to participate. And I am one of them who's always quite busy, but I am so happy to make the time and the opportunity available to really talk to your listening audience this morning. You know, hopefully many of you are already familiar with the great work that is going on in the Office for Historically Underutilized Businesses. You know, this office came into existence, you know, in the early 1998 timeframe under an Executive Order 150 by Governor Jim Hunt. And so it has been around for quite some time, but I'm always excited to continue to showcase the awesome work that the team in the Hub office does each and every day. So to my office staff that's out there listening, thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for everything that you do to keep the businesses here in North Carolina involved, keep them informed, and keep them engaged. So I really thank you, and I know that they do as well. So this office is a part of Department of Administration. It's a division in Department of Administration, and under the leadership of Secretary Mark Edwards at this time, who's our interim secretary. It is my hope that you also know that for the last governorship, the governor has been reelected, but under the very first leadership efforts of his, we had Secretary Michelle Sanders as our fierce leader. And because of her awesome work and her abilities to network and develop relationships that turn into long-lasting relationships, the governor has asked her to move over and now be the Secretary of Commerce. first ever African-American female Secretary of Commerce. And so I am delighted to have served under her leadership. We have prospered even more because of her leadership and her support of minority and women-owned businesses. So it is a pleasure. It is a wonderful opportunity to be here and share more of what we have done, from a statewide perspective. This office is in existence to level the playing field for business owners out there who do not often get a chance to participate in the supply chain. To me, it's a no-brainer that we open up the doors and we invite everyone into the table. Governor Roy Cooper has been adamant about that. And, he's always said state government should look like the people it serves. And absolutely, he's made that change in that we've had the most diverse cabinet ever under his leadership. So truly, the supply chain should be no different. We are, extremely excited and continue to work collaboratively across, I say the aisle, but among our cabinet agencies. As you heard earlier, we have 10 cabinet agencies. We have, 10 support agencies. We have Council of State. I also have oversight and purview for 55 plus community colleges, universities, over 19 public universities. So overall, I think we have around 220 state agencies that run the HUB program, which is our short lingo for Office of Historically Underutilized Businesses. But the HUB program is run across 220 agencies here in this state. We are very serious about making sure that we drive business inclusion for all of our business owners. We have seen, under Governor Cooper's leadership, we've seen an increase in our utilization of our businesses. Construction was fairly easy because we passed many years ago, maybe over a decade ago, we passed Senate Bill 914. And Senate Bill 914 really changed the game for minority and women-owned businesses. It provided a mandate of a 10% utilization based on good faith efforts. And so we took off with that particular legislation, as we also passed here in North Carolina the largest bond referendum in the country for higher education, which was over $3 billion, over a decade ago. And so we clearly have changed the game for business owners with that legislation, specifically for construction. We have seen high utilization in construction. As you heard me mention earlier, the goal is 10%. We have typically every year under the governor's leadership exceeded that goal. Last year we ended with an overall of about 20%, previous year about 26%. So it has been a continuing uphill climb for us. And so we're extremely excited for all of our majority contractors that work very closely with our HUB community, our HUB business owners, to make sure you're doing what? You are breaking down construction packages to sizes that are conducive for our minority and women-owned businesses, and you are paying them. And that's the most important part. It's okay to get an opportunity. It's okay to get a project, but also they need to be paid. And so I am very pleased that we have done a great job in collaborating and making this program shine a bright light into what we can do here in North Carolina when we're all committed to equity and inclusion for each other. So the construction industry has been, extremely successful here. We understand, we've got different construction methodologies, whether that's hard bid, whether that's construction manager at risk or design build, whatever our construction methodology is, we have figured out how to drive inclusive business practices into that equation. And for that, we are very grateful for our business community. And then on the other side of what we do in state government, we spend almost $8 billion in buying things, pens, pencils, paper, equipment, office furniture, cars, just an abundance of things that we buy on a regular basis. One thing I often say to our business community, and I'll say to our community today, you should always keep eggs in more than one basket. So you should, diversify. Consider where you are doing business, whether that's the federal government, whether, it's corporate industry or it's state government. But what I would really like to share with all of you is that state government, federal government, guess what? We are moving forward in the midst of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a pandemic and we are still spending. We're still buying. So if nothing else, state government is constant. We have figured out and we know how to procure. And because of that, we are still buying many, many items. So, business owners, I invite you to come on over and do business with state government, because 8 billion with a B, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of spending power going on in state government. So I invite you, if you are not HUB certified and you meet the criteria, please come and join us. Come see us. Our certification process, I think, is fairly simple to complete. But guess what? I must maintain the integrity of the program. I want to make sure that the people in this program, the business owners in this program, really represent the categories that we certify. So in our system that we have, we certify minority and women-owned businesses. Well, minority means that you're Black, you're Native American, you're Latinx, you're Hispanic, just depending on which verbiage you want to use, Asian American, you're disabled possibly, or you could be socioeconomically challenged. And then, of course, we have our women business owners. So we have a number of broad categories. And if you fit into one of those categories, I ask you to go to our website, Google North Carolina HUB, HUB, and we get confused all the time with HUD, HUD, but it's HUB, HUB, which is our short acronym. Go over and visit our website. Take a look at some of the things we have going on. We have our certification process there. During COVID, we have managed to streamline that process so that each of you can get through it with, we want to make it easier for our business owners. So please go through the process. The Census Bureau over a decade ago said we had 180,000 minority businesses in North Carolina. Well, what I can tell you is that I'm very proud of what we currently have in our database. When Governor Cooper came into this leadership role, we had maybe 2,000 in the database. Here we sit today with right about 5,000 vendors. So we've had roughly a 3,000 increase in our numbers. But guess what? There are many, many more of you out there that could be taking advantage of this opportunity. State government is holding departments, holding state agencies accountable for spending with you. And so with that being said, what easier way to get your foot in the door than with a welcoming agency that is looking for you? When I'm at the table many times, I hear, I can't find anyone. I don't want to hear those words again. And I have to fix my face because I'm like, where are you looking? Let me connect the dot for you. Let me make a phone call. Let me text somebody real quick, because our office knows that you are out there. We know that you are ready, willing, and available. And it is our job to connect you. So I am more than happy to always come on and participate at the Business Expo, because guess what? I'm connecting the dot from my house to your house in this virtual space. And so to be a part of this network and to galvanize all of our our connections to make sure that we provide an opportunity for you. When we look at disparities, whether that's healthcare, education, or social environmental justice, when we look at all of the disparities that exist, for me, the underlying determinant is economic opportunities. When we provide people an opportunity to provide for their families, we're really changing the game. When we offer employment opportunities across the board, we're changing the game. And I think one of the reasons that I'm so excited about, our minority business owners, our Black business owners, our Main Street businesses, because guess what? We hire in our communities. We put our neighbors to work. We put our brothers, our sisters, we put our family to work. And when we do that, we drive down our tax base. We make our schools better in our communities. We improve our infrastructure. We do all the things that, when Governor Cooper talks about a better North Carolina, more money in all of our pockets, we do that when we invest in our small minority and women-owned businesses. And the Hub office is a component that's driving that facet across state government to ensure that, we are doing our very best to level the playing field. I know you heard me talk earlier about some of the legislation that we have on the books, and it's been quite helpful. But, I'm a firm believer that, you can't legislate hearts, souls, and minds. And so when I'm out talking, my whole conversation is about changing behaviors. When we can touch hearts, souls, and minds, that's when we know we are doing the right thing. You can't legislate behaviors, because what we know from our history, our systemic racism practices, is more than likely people will figure out a way to get around the legislative initiative. And so what we try and do is we try and touch hearts. We try and create scenarios where those that are contract executives, they're signing contracts, they're initiating contracts, we want behaviors to change. We want our departments to benchmark. We want them to do performance measures so that you can see where you are making changes and where the need exists for changes to be made. I often say you can't unsee what you see. And so when we see that the numbers in our utilization is not where we'd really like for it to be, that means we sit back, we take another look at how do we change the scenario. I often tell my team, it's never too late to fix an issue. My only question is the house burning? If the house is burning, we need some quick fix. If the house is not burning, we can fix it. And for almost every situation that we encounter in state government, guess what? We can fix it. We can do that by working together, working collaboratively to ensure that we provide opportunities for all of our business owners. So if you're out there in the listening audience and you are not certified with our office, you're missing an opportunity. And so today I invite you to come on into the Hub office, join our family, join the work that we're doing. We provide training and webinars. We have been doing that throughout the pandemic. The pandemic caused all of us to pivot and change real quickly. And so now we're broadcasting from our homes. We're broadcasting in isolated spots to ensure that we're following the governor's 3 W's. We're wearing our face coverings when we're out. We're washing our hands, and, we're waiting patiently. And what do we see this week? We see the governor open up the state a little bit more because guess what? We have followed his direction. And because of that, we're able to move around a little bit better than what we had been. Now, on the other side of that, we're also in the midst of providing vaccines. And so when your time is available, when it's your time, I invite all of you to take advantage of the opportunity to get your vaccine. It's a matter of life or death. And for me, it's a no-brainer too, because guess what? I enjoy being in the personal spaces of each of you. For almost over a year now, we've been remote. And I'm so excited about the times when we can come back together and we can laugh and talk and socialize and network, and do all of those things that develop the really core, long-lasting relationships that businesses need. But in the downtime, our office is training, we're developing, we're making sure that you understand the SBA guidance relative to all of the loans, the resources, everything that is available for each of you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't toot our own horn in state government. We've done many things, and there are many things that we're very proud of, but there are two real quickly that I'd like to share. And one of them is what you heard, Barbara mentioned earlier, which was Retool NC, the first ever state grant program. The governor's office was very supportive when Secretary Sanders, we brought this initiative forward for consideration. We had never done this before. And we needed Attorney General's opinion to determine whether or not we could do it. We got that opinion from the Attorney General that said, move forward. The governor said, yes, we will do this. He allocated $12 million to the hub office to begin to develop the parameters around this particular grant program. Our office partnered with the North Carolina Institute, Minority Economic Development, Kevin Price. We partnered with Carolina Small Business Development Fund, Kevin Dick, and we rolled out a grant program. And I often heard as we were developing the grant program, well, the counties are not doing it like this, or the cities are not operating their grant program like this. But guess what? We want it to be different. There was a reason behind the criteria that we determined was necessary. What I often say, even in state government, let's look at our solicitations. Some of the things we ask for is not necessary. It's not, important for us to have an abundance of insurance. It's not important, if it's protecting the state's assets, let's do whatever the minimum is or whatever the core level is that we need. And we should really look at those requirements because those are barriers to minority and women-owned businesses. So what's the very basic of what we need? And so for this grant program, we use that same philosophy. What are the very basics we needed for business owners to qualify? Because what we knew was that our business owners were not provided access to resources early on in the pandemic. So by the time we were able to get Retool NC up and ready to go, we were very fortunate that we had businesses that were surviving. But we wanted to at least do what we could in the hub office to ensure that we lighten that load. And we did. We created Retool, $12 million in about a week and a half. The funding, or 2 weeks maybe, I'll give us 2 weeks. The funding was gone. We had accepted enough applications to exhaust all of our funding. We went back to the table and we asked the governor and the leadership team for more money. They gave us another 1.5 million. And probably within a week, we were out of that funding. And the grants were anywhere from 10,000 to 25,000 max. Now I understand it's a drop in the bucket, I do. But for this to be a first initiative, to be a first time, I'm very grateful that we were able to assist 688 businesses all across this state, with the majority of them being Black-owned businesses. So we have exhausted all of our funds. We have done the very best that we could to get monies out. But what we know is, by the time Black businesses, minority businesses received our funding, it was probably in October, November, December timeframe. So guess what? We're in need of more money because we're going into a whole different year and the impact is still there. COVID-19 shined a bright light into the inequities, and people that listen to me or folks that hear us talk all the time, they know that it's important for us to share. COVID-19 shined a bright light into the inequities of communities of color. And then what we know is when America catches a cold, Black businesses, we catch pneumonia. It's a sentence for us. And so in my office and across state government, it is important that we do everything we can for the survival of the engines of our community, the backbones of our community, for those businesses that we know support us locally. So we've gone back, and if you've seen the governor's budget request, we've added in another $20 million for Retool NC. It's in the General Assembly now, and it's under consideration. But we are very hopeful that we will come out of the General Assembly session this time, and we will have additional funding to provide to our business owners who we know continue to need our help. I mean, government should be there in the time of need. And so I would ask that if you are not certified, you can consider getting certified, because one of the requisites is that you are certified hub business, you are certified disadvantaged business enterprise through NCDOT. So those are some of the main components of the criteria. So if you're out in the audience and you have not certified, please do so, because we spent $13.5 million and the applications were first come, first served. And so we want you to be ready, regardless of how much funding we get through the General Assembly this next go round. I would invite you to look at, the Institute's website to see what some of the parameters were prior to, so that you would understand exactly what is needed. Get your packages ready. I do believe we'll have additional funding, but be ready to go. As something I always say is I stay ready. I don't have to get ready. I stay ready. So business owners, let's you guys do the same thing. Be ready. So when we open up those portals and we're ready to accept applications, you're ready to go. Now, the final thing that I'm just ecstatic about is the fact that over a decade, we had not had a disparity study in North Carolina. And those of you that know anything about disparity studies, local governments, cities, all across the country, we run these studies because the courts have been very clear. We cannot run race-based programs, diversity programs. HUB is a race-based program. You cannot run these programs arbitrarily. You must have them narrowly tailored, which means that, we can't set arbitrary goals on projects. Just because I woke up this morning and felt like we should have a 35% participation on a project, the court said, no, you can't do that. You've got to have your program narrowly tailored so that you understand what the available pool is. So minority businesses, what does the pool look like? And then based on your availability of pool, your available pool, you can determine what your goals should be for projects. And so you heard me earlier talk about the fact that we had a 10% goal here in North Carolina. Well, we've had that for over a decade. And so it was time for us to have a disparity study. There are not a lot of states that do these types of studies because, number one, you must have a willing leadership. They are not cheap. They cost. And so you must have a willing leadership that says, I will put the money forward for this examination to happen. And so, prior to Ms. Andrea Harris's passing, she was a very, very visible advocate for minority and women-owned businesses. We know her. We could touch her. We could reach out and touch her. We could call her. And one of her very first priorities when Governor Cooper came in was to have a conversation around a disparity study. And the governor did that. He agreed that we would take on this study, charged Secretary Sanders, and Secretary Sanders charged Tammy Hall to put together the parameters for this disparity study. We put it out based on an RFP that we put together, and we selected the best firm that we thought could analyze our procurement practices, Griffin and Strong out of Atlanta, Georgia, who partner with many of our local businesses. And they've also done many local disparity studies within this state. They knew the landscape here. But a disparity study is an audit, is an examination of our procurement practices to determine if we have barriers that exist that prevent all of our businesses from being able to participate in the supply chain. That study is very in-depth. It's taken us 1 year, which is the typical time frame for a study, but it's taken us a little over a year to get the study completed. And what I will share is that one of the biggest challenges for us was the data, collecting the data. Who are we spending our money with in state government? You know, not just minority and women-owned businesses, but in general, who are we contracting with? And so although state government cabinet agencies, we were able to go directly to the comptroller's office to gather that data. And I thank all of those in the comptroller's office because it was a huge task to get all of what we needed in terms of our award data from the comptroller's office. You know, what we do in state government is when you see our numbers are based on POs. So when you see us benchmarking and determining performance measures, it has been based on POs. But what I know about a PO is I have a PO today, I may not have that PO tomorrow. And so for what we were trying to get accomplished here, which was to really understand how much money in the pockets of business owners have been received throughout state government, which was really important in determining the outcomes. And so we partnered with the comptroller's office and we got that process completed. Our universities, they all had different reporting structures. And so I am very grateful to say every university comptroller's office provided us their award data. Every community college provided us their award data. And so when we look at the data that we collected from the disparity study, from all of what we can tell, it is the largest in the country. The only state closest to us would have been Texas back in early 2000s, maybe mid 2000s. But we reviewed over 10 million purchasing records to come up with our final analysis. And we have now completed the study. Our office has been on a rollout of the findings and the recommendations. Once again, you visit our website, disparity study results are there. We have shared with leadership. We are continuing to share the study results around this state. But what the study says in general is that disparities exist. They exist in a very mighty way. So what does that require us to do in state government? It requires us to now sit down and re-examine our practices. We also did another smart thing in that not only did we contract with Griffin and Strong to do the disparity study, to perform it, we also contracted with them to help us with implementation. Because if any of you know very much about disparity studies, they get conducted, but many times they end up sitting on a shelf somewhere that's a 400-page document because nobody really understands what do we do next. And so we had the fortitude here in this state to say we also need to secure services for implementation. And so we're in the midst of reviewing the outcomes, the recommendations to now prioritize, determine if we need legislative changes, determine if there are components of it that Governor Cooper can issue in an executive order, or determine if policy needs are available, that policy guidelines are there that need to be modified. So we're looking at all of those things as we determine whether or not we can move forward. I think it is, also I would be remiss if I didn't share that mid last year, the governor issued Executive Order 143. Executive Order 143 carried with it a task force that is named after our fierce leader, Miss Andrea Harris. It is a task force that is together to address our health disparities, our educational disparities, our economic disparities, our social, environmental justice disparities. But we're doing all of this work in the name of Andrea Harris. So what you should rest assured of is that every member on that task force is there in memory of Mrs. Andrea Harris. We are doing the work that we believe she would be extremely proud of us for conducting. And in everything we do, we think about whether or not this would be something that she would champion, that she would support. And so it's been my pleasure to be here this morning and to share some of the updates on the Hub office. And I have thoroughly and always do enjoy coming to the Black Business Expo. So thank you. And I'm going to turn us back over to our host. I think you're muted, Barbara.
Oh, thank you for that. Wow. I was saying, wow, Miss Tammy Hall, you gave so much valuable information. And I want to address the comments out here. You definitely have an audience and you definitely have a following. Nicole Denise said, we're proud of Director Hall and the work she's doing for North Carolina MWBE. Oh my gosh. When you have staff members or people who can say that about you, then just your passion about the work you're doing is very apparent. It's very evident. Iris Ramirez Reese says, thank you for your leadership, Director Hall. Again, applauding the work that you're doing in the North Carolina State Legislature. North Carolina, today's the first day with my new mouth. The North Carolina State Government. Maxine Pearl Phillips McCoy said the state government is practicing what they're teaching, spending millions of dollars with small business owners. That is phenomenal. So right there, I need to ask a question. I'm going to get back to some more of those comments, but the question I have is, I'm not from North Carolina. Can I, as a business owner, contract with the North Carolina government?
Absolutely. North Carolina is as open as we could ever be to business owners. And certainly our Hub certification, we require you to be not necessarily Hub certified in your previous state, because it may be called MWBE or you may be called the minority business, in your home state. But we ask that you be certified there. And then certainly our certifications are open here in North Carolina for business owners as well. So across the globe, we have businesses all over, the United States that do business here in North Carolina. And recently I saw in one of our publications that, Raleigh was the #1 place in the country to do business. So,
wow. Yes. And so in Virginia, we have to be EVA certified, E-commerce Virginia, EVA certified, which I am EVA certified. And so that was great information for those viewers out there who were thinking that all of this great stuff is happening in North Carolina and you don't have access to it. So let's see what else was out here. If you have not joined Hub and you meet the criteria, you should. Thank you so much, Maxine Pearl Phillips McCoy, for adding that. She's also adding more information about Hub here. Nicole Denise also says today at 10 a.m., the Hub office will host a webinar with SBA, Small Business Administration. There's a 4-part series established under the leadership of our guest speaker today, Director Tammy Hall, and the Hub team. So awesome. That's great information. The retooling was interesting for me, because I think what we have here in Virginia is called Rebuild Virginia. So right. North Carolina retooling requires only needed information and made it where business owners can meet the criteria. I made a special note about that, because one of the things that I've experienced in the past, and I want you to kind of talk to it, is the insurance requirement. I was at one time a construction manager in my own company, and we had, I think it was $1 or $2 million requirement for insurance, which was out of my league. So I don't know, depending on the size of the project, what the insurance requirements are. But can you talk some more about how you looked at contracts and decided what was it you said the minimum we need to have, what's important to have all that we need, but make sure that the basics are covered?
That's right. That's right. Because I think at the end of the day, we want to protect the state's assets. So we want to protect, at the minimum level, what is needed for construction projects. But here in North Carolina, we have some good statutes that address insurance and bonding. For instance, 500 projects, construction projects, 500,000 and below do not require bonding. And so that's been such a huge,
Huge. It's huge.
that's a difference. That's a change maker here. When we can take, and at one point the bonding limit was 300,000, and we were able to go back and we increased that limit, and it's made a world of difference because bonds are hard to get, and
Yes.
what happens with our minority and women-owned businesses, we don't always get consistent opportunities. So I can't open my portfolio up and show you 12 months of consistent, opportunities. And bonding requires that you have not only a portfolio of opportunities, but you can forecast out and you can see into, the next year and the next year where your opportunities are. And how often does that happen for our small minority and women-owned businesses? So, what we did here in this state is we understood that. And because of that, we raised the bonding limits. And now, depending on what the trade is, if you're over in mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, now you may have some higher needs for, for insurance and bonding. But certainly if we're painting and we're drywall and, we're doing curb and gutter and some other things like that, I mean, it's a no-brainer that we take a look at those practices and those requirements to ensure they're the minimum that would sustain and allow business owners to participate.
That's phenomenal. Another question I had while you were talking, when the disparity study was done, total kudos to Governor Roy Cooper for implementing what was discovered, uncovered, and released, because just like you said, that 400 to 700 page document is most times sitting on somebody's desk just to put a check in the box that says, we did a disparity study, but nothing usually comes out of it. But when you uncovered that the community colleges and some of the colleges had all different types of reporting and how they gathered information, was that one of the things that the state is looking at to streamline, to make consistent across the board?
Absolutely. So one of their 12 recommendations, and that final 12th recommendation, is data reform, because we must be able to capture the data. We all know that the opportunities have been as prevalent for minority and women-owned businesses, but
Right.
What's more important is the data doesn't lie. And so we need to be able to capture the data across the board. Many times folks will say, or we've seen, our agencies say, well, we have our hub data, but we need to compare our hub data with our majority data, with our white firms that are getting opportunities versus our Black firms versus our Asian firms or Latinx firms. We need to be able to make a holistic comparison of what the outcomes should be. And so absolutely, we're looking at different types of software that we can use to capture our spend dollars, our award dollars. We've already changed how we capture dollars in state government. My team is working with all of our contracted partners that oversee our system requirements. We will be capturing dollars based on awards, actual awards. So money in business owners' hands. So before it was strictly on a PO. So I gave you a PO. And now we're looking at the actual end award that was given to that business owner. So the payment data.
That's excellent. And, doing what you do so freely and excellently, there are some things that you do so naturally that some of our audience members might not know. For example, when you state the word PO, some people may not know that's a purchase order. When you state RFP, some people may not know that's a request for a proposal or an RFI, request for information. And the only reason I know that is because I was in that space with you. I am so grateful that you're here today. And I want to go back a couple of minutes for these extra comments, and then I'm going to turn it back over to you to give us your information on where we can reach you. There are 688 businesses, with the majority being minority business, that received grant assistance through Hub Office. That was stated in this presentation, and Iris Ramirez Reese just reminded me of that information once again. Love, love, love the Executive Order 143 established under Governor Roy Cooper. I did write down here that it is the legacy of Andrea Harris, and the task force that is addressing health, justice, and so many other discrepancies and disparities in our community. I love that he has done that executive order, sent out a task force, and is serious. It's obvious that he's putting his money where his mouth is, the state government's money, by the way, where their mouth is, and trying to address some of the things that we know in our community are happening, but really have not been addressed. So, Ms. Tammy Hall, it has been my extreme pleasure to have you on platform this morning. Tell us where we can reach you or the information for the Hub.
Okay, so I'm going to do my best because I know we've changed our phone numbers. So for my staff team members that are out there, I say it's a team, because in our office, there are really no titles. We all are, just equal individuals sitting around the table trying to make things happen. So team, if you're out there, put in the chat what our contact information is. I always say Google North Carolina Hub, HUB. You can reach me specifically by email at Tammy, TAMMIE .Hall, HALL @DOA.NC.gov. So, I'm always, I tell folks all the time, I am a public servant for real, because I respond to my messages. And if I missed one, it's because there were so many and somehow I possibly missed it. But I believe in responding, so reach out to me. And if you have a question, I am more than happy to answer. This is a good time here in North Carolina, despite the fact that we're in the midst of a pandemic. We have great leadership, we have great support. So I am excited about what the minority, women-owned businesses, our Black-owned businesses, what our potentials are here in North Carolina.
Well, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to get on that Hub list, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a wonderful presentation by Ms. Tammy Hall, and I want to know if you have any idea why we're here. Our Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for our children, students in high school who are going to college. This is a fundraiser that we are participating in. You want to participate? I bet you do. Go to www.blackbusinessexpousa to donate for the scholarship. The goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 per student, so that they can go to school with what they need. Again, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. When? Right now. Right now. I need you to go right now. I will see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating. The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
And we are back. We've had such a phenomenal speaker first out the gate this morning. And next we have another yet more powerful speaker. Dr. Dennis Rogers has a security clearance that served as consultant in the United States Department of Agriculture, United States Agency for International Development, the United States State Department, and NASA. Dr. Rogers earned his master's degree and PhD in political science from Howard University in Washington, D.C. He also taught there political theory, international relations, and business case study in the executive MBA program. With over 20 years as a community development organizer and social entrepreneur, he served 3 branches of the United States federal government. He also served as a consultant to the Black Leadership Forum and the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. He's also served as a congressional liaison for the K Street law firm, Humphreys and Partners, LLP, in Washington, D.C. His clients, while serving, included external counsel for General Motors. Serving as an advisor to the national and international leadership and consultant to professional associations in all kinds of fields like health, law, economics, and civil engagement. Dr. Rogers served as a trustee at Howard University Board of Trustees. And Dr. Rogers also participates in international trade missions and led educational tours to Amsterdam, Benin, Egypt, France, Ghana, Italy, Mexico, Morocco, Spain, and Togo, the Vatican, and even many other various Caribbean places. I present to you Dr. Dennis Rogers.
Ooh, who is that guy you introduced? I want to meet him.
Dr.
That's a bad
Rogers!
introduction. I don't know where you got that from, but that's a fire introduction this morning.
That's what we do here on BBN. That's what we do.
I love it. I love it. How are you today, Mrs. Smith?
I am fabulous. If I got any better, it'd have to be 2 of me. And I'm so honored.
It comes across.
I'm so honored, Dr. Rogers,
yes.
that you and Dr. Kelly have invited me to be host this morning. And I'm not going to take any of your time because I want to hear what you have to say. And I'm going to see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. In the words of Ray Charles, we got the right one, baby. She's doing a fantastic job. Hey, listen, I'm having a Marion Barry moment this morning. I'm sitting here. I don't know why I'm perspiring so much. It may be because I'm really excited about talking to you on the Black Business Network. This network is here for you to increase your bottom line, your wealth, as well as your top line. We want you to employ more people in the years to come. But I want to talk to you today about your health. I want to talk to you about self-care. I want to talk to you, about your health, which affects your wealth, and of course your happiness, which feeds your health. Okay, so as mentioned, I attended Howard University, and one of the joys of attending Howard was that we had people across various disciplines. So we had an interdisciplinary network of friends, people in the medical field, people in psychology, people in mathematics and physics and sciences, the arts, etc. Business, divinity, a really exciting place to attend school. I encourage everyone to think about it. So while there, I reflected back on some of the teachings of psychologists like Dr. Naim Akbar, who talks about chains and images of psychological slavery, of Wade Nobles, who talks about African American psychology, of Kobe Kambon, who talks about Black psychology. And I want to start with kind of your mental health. Okay. So when we talk about your mental health, do you know that happiness is in fact a choice? That you get to choose your level of happiness in life. It is affected for so many people by their childhood. Some people are extroverts. They played outside. They were in a sandbox. And, when you're out in the sandbox, you got to deal with some bullies in the sandbox and you play outside. And then some people were introverts. They stayed in the house and they actually read a lot of books, and a lot of their friends were imaginary, et cetera, et cetera. Regardless of your childhood, now as an adult, you get to go back as an adult and actually care for the child within you. You get to go back and to walk through your childhood situations so that you can now protect the child that you were when you were younger. And this is extremely important because in childhood, we had others to talk to us with tones of voices that informed us of certain emotional situations, right? So if you grew up in a household where there was a great deal of sadness, then you may have embodied or you may have digested that sadness and may have a particular sadness triggers, a set of sadness triggers that other people wouldn't be triggered by in sadness. And the same with for the other range of emotions. You may be a person that laughs at the drop of a dime because you grew up in a household with a lot of pranksters, with a lot of practical jokes, with a lot of joviality. And as a result, you look for happiness, it finds you, and at the drop of a dime, you find something to laugh about. Now, as an adult, it's very important that we engage in psychological therapy, right? Old school psychology was you talk to God, you take it to the altar, you leave it at the altar, and then became, of course, you talk to your close family about situations, what goes on in your house stays in your house. And then of course you talk to your friends, your girlfriends. You see quite a few movies about girlfriends and this idea that women of color particularly talk one another through situations and off the ledge. And we know as men, a lot of that happens in the barbershop. What Cedric the Entertainer called the black man's country club is the barbershop. Because you have all types of professions represented, all age groups represented. You have different levels of wisdom and understanding, and the barber really the barber's chair is the stage. Whoever's in the barber's chair is front and center on stage. Who are you? What are you about? Let's talk about it. And there's a lot of barbershop wisdom that comes out. In fact, there have been books written, BET, barbershops and Bibles, in terms of where black men get their expertise or advice from in a lot of instances. So I'm just saying that to say that we have over the years embraced others within our mental landscape in order to help us navigate some potholes, some triggers that may have been placed there when we were younger, when someone screamed on us and we didn't understand why they were screaming. We just knew that they had fear in their heart and it invoked fear in our heart. And you hear a lot of people of the generation of segregation speak to that, this notion that their parents treated them harshly in the face of police so that the police wouldn't get their hands on the child. Okay. So I'm dealing with stuff unique to the African American experience. And on the Black Business Network, this is what we have an opportunity to do, to talk about these very things. So, one, you need to understand what are your triggers, right? What triggers you toward health and happiness? Think of it like a music soundtrack. What song plays when you're in a happy mode? What song plays when you're in a sad mode? What song plays when you're in an angry mode? Move, get out the way, get out the way. What are the auditory triggers for your emotions, and what are the visual triggers for your emotions? You know how you see some people and just seeing them makes you happy, or you see some people and seeing them makes you sad because of a lot of the experiences that you've had. What are the physical triggers? Some people don't like to be touched. Know yourself. When you're on a crowded airplane and someone walks by you and bumps your leg and that triggers certain things in you, then know that that's coming out of you more so than out of the other person, right? So what I'm suggesting is psychologically, we need to examine ourselves, and there are professionals that can assist us in the process of really understanding who we are, why we are the way we are. And sometimes it takes a matter of minutes, months, years, decades to work through some of the childhood trauma, the childhood drama, the scenarios that cause us to be triggered very easily into negative emotions or spaces we don't want to be triggered into. Wherever you are, I suggest you look up the Association of Black Psychologists and identify a psychologist who can assist just in a tune up, a mental tune up. It doesn't have to be there's something majorly wrong or going on with you. It just may mean that, you need to tune up or take a look under the hood and figure out kind of what's going on mentally. In the professional arena, they call them industrial engineers, human resource personnel or specialists that can help you maximize who you are. Now they're coming up with this um, genre of professionals called success coaches who can help you maximize who you are. But it all really starts with self talk. Your self talk informs your self esteem, which informs your actions. What do you say to you in the quiet of the evening? What do you say to you in the heat of the day when other people are around? When someone says something to you that is not of your character, do you say internally or externally, I reject that? That is not of God. That is not for me. You are not speaking about me. You have a perception. That's one way to view it. There are other ways to see things. You have to protect your self talk because, for the most part, we live between our ears. We live right here in our own gray matter, and others may inform or give us environment and context for what we experience here, but life is lived here. Sadhguru, who's on Instagram as Indian Guru, he talks about the notion that what people want is they want peace. They want peace in their person. They want peace in their relationships. They want peace in their household, in their community, and in the nation and in the world. Well, in order to bring peace into existence, we need to be about peace within ourselves. So, what is your self talk regimen like? Do you do self talk exercises? Do you do self talk push ups and pull ups and calisthenics so that you can get yourself into self talk shape where you say, oops, I made a mistake, but it's not the last one and it's not the first one. I'll keep going. Or do spend 20 minutes lamenting over something that went wrong and you literally get frozen from progressing forward? These are matters of self-talk, and there quite a few people out there to speak about affirmations. What do you say yourself in the morning? What do you say yourself in the midday? What do you say to yourself in the evening before you go to bed? Because believe it or not, the person that speaks to you in the morning when you wake up and in the evening when you go to bed is the person that most influences the quality of your life. And that person is really yourself. Now, you may have a significant other, a husband, you may be caring for an elder parent. At the end of the day, you are the one who talks to yourself the most. You are the one who's in your head the most. So be watchful, mindful of your self talk. Now, your self esteem really determines how you approach life. If you have a very high self esteem, then you approach everything with a sense of excellence. No matter what it is you're doing, washing a window, cleaning your car, taking out the garbage, shopping at Target, you look at things through the lens of excellence. Excellence is a habit. A high self esteem can be developed. Go to the mirror, look yourself in the eye. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most peaceful of them all? Me, I am. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most beautiful of them all? Me, I am. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the smartest of them all? Me, I am. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who loves me the most? Me, I do. So your self-talk and your self-esteem are connected. And we know that as youngsters, there are things that we may have engaged in that lifted our self-esteem. One was going to church Sunday, Easter Sunday, and they said, say something, sing something, say a prayer. And whether we were nervous or not, the audience said, you go, girl, you have a future in that. You go, boy, you have a future with that. And we were encouraged by our community, and that built basically weights of good self-esteem, of high self-esteem in us very early on. For those of you who competed athletically, we may have developed our self-esteem out of our athletic experiences and out of our conversations with our coaches. Because I distinctly remember Coach Munn, Coach Cocky, and Coach Huggy, interesting names, right? And they were all of those things. And ultimately they built within our, my young football team, a very high sense of self-esteem, a very high sense of achievement. Your mother and your father also impact your self-esteem, right? What were the beautiful things they said to you when you were young? And how did that impact you? And what were the experiences you were exposed to? So go back to that in your mind and pull from that very deep well. And another well to pull from is it's Black History Month, is to know that our people did not begin in chains. We did not begin as enslaved human beings. We began on the continent of Africa with social relations intact, with our families intact. There's a book by Chinua Achebe called Things Fall Apart. There's a book by Arma entitled Healers, and it speaks to our communities before we interacted with Europeans and we into the US for economic reasons. Alex Haley, in fact, who wrote the book Roots and they turned into a movie, he said, if I had to do it over again, I'd spend much more time life on the continent of Africa before we interacted with Europeans. And in fact, there was a second edition. It was called Roots 2. It was made maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And in that particular series, a lot of time dealing with the continent of Africa and how men and women, young girls and boys, were separated, and they went to those rites of passages, and a young lady, um, what it is to be caregivers and what it is to be members of society in concert with men who again were separated, the young boys, and they were trotted off into the bush, if you will, by grown men, and they were informed of what it means to be men, of what it means to be responsible, of what it means to care for themselves, but to care for others more than caring for themselves, right? So those types of traditions we need to return to, because the traditions, many of them that we find in this society, are traditions that break down our self-esteem as a people. And believe me, high self-esteem is necessary as a professional to be successful, to be effective, to be a business person that handles your business and that communicates with other business people in a non-competitive, collaborative manner in order to achieve your collective business interest. So self-talk informs self-esteem, informs our performance in whatever it is we do. I want to be a great husband. My self-esteem tells me that I come from a tradition of husbandry. As a result, I enter into relations and I have the experiences that affirm my self-talk. I want to be a good husband. I want to be a good business person. The commercial of the Black network is I am Black business. And whatever you put behind I am, you actually affirm in the name of the Most High, of the Creator. So affirm within yourself those strong attributes that you seek to continue to grow and to continue to develop for yourself, for those around you, particularly for the young people around you, for your peers, for your significant others, for those who may be older than you. That which we speak into existence actually manifests. Okay. So there is a little metaphysical nature to my conversation with you today. But when it comes to your high self-esteem, guard it, protect it, Each day, go back and reflect upon whether your self-esteem maintained itself like a good car, whether you need to do some maintenance to it to bring it back up to speed, or whether it advanced itself. I humbly suggest that to you. Okay, so now let's talk about your health. We talked about your mental health. Now let's talk about your body. We have all of these different systems. We have a digestive system, an endocrine system, a respiratory system. We have all of these skeletal or muscular system, all of these physical attributes that we need to be made well aware of how they operate. You remember back in the day we studied anatomy and we talked about the number of in the body and the number of bones in the feet and how you need to take care of your body, right? So this is still necessary now because there are many successful business people that are unhealthy. There are many successful business people that check out early because they didn't take care of something simple like a toenail. They grew into having to lose some legs, some toes, some a foot. We know we're hearing anyway that with this COVID pandemic going on, for those who choose and know that not just going to choose to have the vaccine, that there are cases coming up where the second shot causes an inflammation of the lymphatic system, specifically the lymph nodes underneath the armpit, right? So we have to tune into our physical health so that we can be here to enjoy the prosperity that our businesses are generating, so that we can be here to enjoy our siblings, our children, our significant others, our wives, our husbands, our elders in our family, our communities. Our physical health is extremely important. And when I say our, I mean yours individually, those with whom you live, those around the corner from you, in the neighborhood in which you live, and our community. In fact, health is so important that the nation spends a great deal of its budget on health and human services. The pharmaceutical companies we know have gotten us in this mindset that we need a pill to fix things, but a lot of things can be fixed simply with good water, good rest, peaceful human relations, healthy food. May your food be your cabinet, your blueberries, your strawberries, your superfoods, your arugula, your kale, your fresh juicing in the morning, your cleansing. There's a necessity to cleanse the body. When you perspire, as you see me doing here, I'm cleansing my glands, and the moisture that comes out is a form of cleansing. And this through when you run and your respiration, your heart rate increases. You're cleansing and strengthening your body. And we should be about cleansing and strengthening our bodies at all times. In fact, a book here is called of Ourselves. Here we go. Right? Taking care of ourselves. I also have a book, and this one is entitled Lifelong Health, Achieving Optimal Well-Being at Any Age. There's a book I recommend. It's called Blue Zones, and the book is written by an author who examines communities where people live to be 100 years old plus in large numbers. And what he finds is that there are various characteristics, but there's some common characteristics in why in these different communities people live to be 100 plus. They're eating fresh fruits and vegetables. They're exercising. That may consist of working in their garden. That may consist of painting in their home. They are doing things that feed their soul. They may have a pet. They may have, again, artwork, music that they listen to. They have strong relationships, a best friend or family members that they can talk to. They feel valued in their family. And so it's important that we live a high quality life. It's also important that we live a long, high quality life. So I encourage you to educate yourself on what it takes to live a long life. In Detroit, a great number of people are oppressed particularly in the wintertime because of the gray skies. So Detroit is the #1 depression city in America. And they recognize that they must get to the warm weather to see the sunshine in order to fight depression, which is why a lot of people go on cruises in the wintertime, or they Miami where it's a lot sunnier, Arizona, California, or Hawaii. Whatever you need to do to take care of your health to reverse the triggers that you know will bring you down mentally and physically, I encourage you to do so. So, in this particular volume, it talks about the cellular biology of aging, the physiology of aging, myths on aging, optimizing one's health, and the end of the journey, dying and death. And we know that we need to have our matters in order, our affairs financially, lifelong insurance, complete life insurance. We need to have that in order. We need to put our assets into accounts that are controlled by others so that the tax man doesn't take all of our assets away that we invested a lifetime in accumulating. We also know that it's important that we pass on a legacy of good health care to our loved ones. So I'm encouraging you as a business owner to take care of your health, to go to the doctor, to get your eyes, ears, nose, and throat checked out because you're going to need those, to actually, get your colonoscopy, to have the various tests that at your age, men particularly, that we need to have in order to be here for those who love you and to be here for those you love and care for. Our health is crucial. Our happiness is crucial. And our wealth is crucial. So now we're going to transition and talk a bit about wealth. We're going to talk about accumulation, we'll talk about wealth management, we're going to talk about wealth transfer. In reverse order, we're going through the largest wealth transference in the world's history, in America's national history, but in the world's history. We can even argue that, right? We can even argue that the enslavement of our ancestors, wealth transfer. Come on now. The wealth transfer has grown for 400 years. That's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother panel, but it's something to think about. But in modern times, economists, people in the world of finance, people in the world of trust, wills, and estates, they're talking about this huge transference of wealth that's taking place. And what that looks like in our community, for the most part, is the homes we own are our #1 economic assets. Our life is an asset, our relationships are assets. But when it comes to economic assets, the way the economists and the people in the world of finance measure that is by the physical, value, tangible items, wealth accumulated over our lifetimes. So for many of us, that's our homes. And we know that several homes in our neighborhood may be underwater in terms of taxes. We know that those homes may be in need of repair. We know that the person who bought the home may be passing on. Children may have moved out of the city to a whole nother other city or a whole nother other situation, and they don't want to move back into the city. So we're seeing our stable community become undermined by new entrants into our community. They're calling it gentrification. And there have actually been legislation to make it possible for these opportunities to exist for folks to come in and invest in buying up the properties around us. And when we see our physical environment changing and we're not the ones changing it, what does that do for our self-esteem, our self, and our optimal health performance? So when it comes to this wealth transference concept, what we need to do is to talk to financial professionals who can advise us on how to navigate our transference of our wealth. What does that include? That includes your family heirlooms, like your photographs, like the paintings in your home, like the letters from your family members that are in your basement or your attic. That also your book. That includes your wardrobe. That includes all of the items you accumulated over your lifetime. There's a market for it. A sad incident I saw was in Winston-Salem. I went to the estate sale of Maya Angelou's personal property. We waited outside. There was a long line. We went inside. It was her personal home. There was art for sale where people had, created art about her, and it was all for sale. People were walking out with bath towels. It was like real sad situation. They were walking out with, some of her books and her personal effects. And if we don't have a plan for our personal effects, they'll be tossed to the wind. So I encourage you, when you're talking to your healthcare and wealth care professionals, that you talk about what becomes of your assets once you depart. George Fraser was on with us on another call. In his office, he has 1,000 books, and he has another 15,000 books in his home. And I immediately thought, what becomes of the library of a George Fraser? Is it willed to the local university? Does he make it available to the local museum, African American museum culture? Does he pass out his books to others, or is it that the books just get tossed to the wind? You get to determine that while you're alive with a will. I encourage you to talk to a professional about your will, about how you will transfer your life's items. In addition, you need insurance. You need key man insurance, key woman insurance for your business. You need fire insurance. You need auto insurance. You need all sorts of insurance, but you need a high quality life insurance policy that you duplicate, that you double the return on over the course of the years. You need one for yourself and for your family members. In fact, it's interesting that at one point we had 40 Black-owned insurance companies in America. No one would insure us. Mutual aid societies that allow for burial insurance and life insurance, not even the high-end insurance. But out of the capital that was accumulated, where a million people pay $20 policies a month or $10 policies a month, and you have $10 million being accumulated, they were able to invest that and to build our community. And we need that today because life insurance companies, as I know them, there are African Americans working for other insurance companies. African Americans own agencies, but we don't own the insurance company as such. We need to revisit that. You need to sit with a professional and talk about what becomes of your assets once you're gone and how do we transfer those. And we have in the Black Business Network professionals who can work with you on that. So that talks about the end of life, your asset transfer. Okay. But I want to about your business while you're alive. Who are your colleagues that you call in the morning? Who are your 5 closest business associates? And what are their skill sets? Nipsey Hussle, the hip hop artist, he says, look at your 5 closest friends. And if you aren't in, then you are in a cage. Are you associating with other business professionals who can take your thinking to the next level, can expose you to ideas that can help build your business? What media are you consuming? Warren Buffett reads 500 pages a day of information. Now, he may be scanning, literally taking information so that he can strengthen his resolve, so that he can know more about the various businesses he's involved in. The word goes, in the beginning was the word. The word also goes, my people perish for a lack of knowledge. We understand that we need to acquire information and to utilize or deploy that information in order to be effective business people. And there are folks who've spent years investing their life to become an accountant who knows how to do that quite easily because they discipline that muscle that we need to engage to make sure the accounting in our business. There are business lawyers. In fact, if you look at the American Bar Association, there's something like 57 divisions of law or 100 divisions of law. Well, within those various divisions of law, there are business lawyers. You want to the proper lawyer exploring the proper concepts. If you're selling your home or buying your home, you need a lawyer that deals in real estate. The same is true for your business. Whatever it is that your business is about, you need to protect your intellectual property. You need an intellectual property lawyer. They have special training. They come out of the sciences and undergrad, get a law degree, and therefore they understand the technical side of intellectual property, which are patents, and they can also assist with trademarks and copyrights and things of that nature, which are a bit less technical, but they're still very important for you protecting your business assets. You need a team of professionals. Who's your finance guy or woman? Who assists you in your banking? You remember back in the day when they used to have the personal banker, you walk in, they know you by name. They call you by name. Say, oh, yes, let's look at your accounts. Well, what are you trying to accomplish? Well, let's talk you through that process. You need a team of professionals that you call on at least quarterly, and you all review what are you accomplishing in your business? What do you want to accomplish in the next quarter, next year time? And you need to structure your activities to reflect your goals so that your business can grow in a manner you desire for it to grow, that you can be very intentional about what becomes of your business. Have you thought about a succession plan? Are you in partnership with others? Have you thought about being in partnership with others? We talked yesterday about how so many businesses in the African American community are sole proprietorships. With whom are you in business? What do your partnership agreements look like? It may be time to review this in COVID, just to do a reset button to figure out if your business partner departs the earth before you or vice versa, what becomes of their portion of the business? Does it go to the family member that wants to dissolve the business, get the capital and run, take the cash and run, or do a portion of the proceeds or the stock actually go to the family members of the deceased business partner? These are serious things to explore as you desire to make sure that the business outlives the founder of the business. And we can talk about that. I think of Ebony Magazine. Do you remember Ebony Magazine? This was the magazine that really covered the African American experience. That in the face of indignities in other media, it created a space where we could open it up monthly and see ourselves dignified, hear our stories told, actually see, they said the staple of Ebony magazines where they went into people's homes and they took pictures of the stars' homes, and we could see a level of prosperity and a level of security, economic security, emotional security that was obtainable in our lifetime. And we know that Mr. John H. Johnson originally couldn't get a loan to start that business. And I believe he sold his mom's furniture or something like that to raise the initial. And he grew Ebony Magazine, which included Fashion Fair Cosmetics, which included the Fashion Fair show, the show, the beauty, the show where the women would wear their clothing, high-end fashion show. Thank you. And so, in the midst of those experiences, we know that they grew that business into a multi-million-dollar business from scratch over time. And as Mr. Johnson was preparing to exit stage left, I'm really not sure what occurred. I know competition occurred because a lot of magazines went under. I know at one point BET was competing for the same advertisers that were in the Ebony magazine, and that his name was Bob Johnson, whereas John H. Johnson was the founder of the magazine. Sometimes the advertisers would get them mixed up, and ultimately that took a dent out of his advertising dollars. And in fact, when BET was founded, Sheila Johnson stated that she wanted BET to be like an Ebony magazine on television. Again, restoring dignity, showing the beauty, the significance, the security, and the provision that was obtainable and had been obtained by members of our society, and to encourage others to spur on success in those areas of life as well, both materially and in relationship and in being whole human beings. Well, when the owner of Ebony Magazine passed away, unfortunately, due to the training of the next generation or the lack of a succession plan or properly selecting leadership, because it became, he chose his daughter, and there's nothing wrong with children running businesses the parents started. We see that a lot in the Black church, in the Baptist church. One finds a church, and then they groom their children to be the leadership of that church after they've departed, whether their children are ready for it or not. We see that a lot in Baptist church tradition. In the AME church tradition, we know that the churches are owned by the bishops, or they're owned by the entity, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and that bishops are interchangeable. They move around as assigned, because it isn't that they founded the church and built the church and the church belongs to them and it's in their family, et cetera, et cetera. So these are all things to consider. But ultimately, John H. Johnson's Ebony Magazine leveraged their photographs for an investment. And in leveraging the photographs for the investment wasn't paid back properly. And ultimately, a court order, those properties, those photographs were acquired by those investors. And we do know them by name, but we're not going there. We're just saying that we have a succession plan for their business and for their business model. And ideally, those who run the business after the original founders can keep it going, can keep it effective, can keep it going and growing. Speaking of successions in business, when we think about retirement in states across the nation, we know that 100% of the people who retire receive some form of government support, and for the most part, that's Social Security. We also know that military veterans can serve, and they have a beautiful caveat of health care long term, right? After they've stopped being employed, they still can go to the Veterans Affairs and have health care. We also know that there's a need for additional revenue for the most part when people retire, because they haven't made the proper plans. And one of the biggest ways to generate revenue upon retirement is actually rental property. So when we go to a church like Floyd Flake's church up in Flushing, New York, and the name of it's an AME church will come to me in a moment. Church built property around the church for its members to live in, particularly its senior citizen members to live in. What they also built into the property was what they call an in-law suite. And so they've had 100% retention of original owners, because they built into the units a space that they could rent out and generate additional revenue. And in some instances, generate revenue that would cover the original mortgage, right? Or be the bridge between the mortgage and their own personal revenue streams as they were entering retirement. So our cooperative economic activity that point centered around the church, we revisit that. There was a recent scene where a particular pastor had backed a play by Donald Trump, and folks in that city, I want to say it was Detroit, they ran up on the pastor and was like, "You're out of order." And it was one of these days where they were asking for everyone to give $1,000 donation, et cetera, et cetera. And they were asking the gentleman, why did his group do this? And he said, well, when you drive Rolls Royces through the neighborhood, and the average of the neighborhood is at a certain level, and the income of the pastor is at a certain level, there's an imbalance here. What can we do? Now, pastors aren't business people. They're not. They're spiritual healers. They should be, but they should be able, within the deacon board, etc., to attract business leaders that can be a part of cultivating a climate conducive to business success in that particular community, so that those businesses that affiliate with that particular church entity can thrive in lieu of providing services and goods to those within the community, employing those within the community, circulating dollars within the community, and as a speaker spoke of yesterday, Vince Bayon, also collaborating on how they can bring in revenue from other communities. Others can purchase products, goods, or services, so that ultimately the wealth of that particular community, again, we're talking about in and around the church, the African American community actually increases as a result, not only of African American spending with Black businesses, but others spending with Black businesses as well. Now, we do have a Black brain drain. We do have many who go off to college and they become highly educated and they take on a wonderful corporate job and they rise to levels of, the C-suites in corporate America. And we see quite a few of them. There's an organization called the Executive Leadership Council, and they're celebrating on Twitter, for example, on Instagram, those who are now senior vice presidents of these companies, CEOs of these companies. And in the area of diversity and inclusion, we need that. We also need for those corporate to do business with own business. So it's imperative that wherever we are in the business community, that we can.
Dr. Rogers,
Welcome back.
Now. Yeah, your audio
from
for us. I have one quick question for you. I love that you talk. Yeah, I can hear you, but sporadically.
Oh.
I love that you talked about mental health, physical health, and how it all relates to business owners and their wealth. And so taking care of ourselves is so critical. I said, you must have been listening to me tell myself that I needed to lose a few pounds this year or something. I don't know. But in any event, I'd love for you to give us how we reach you, and what your contact information is for the audience. Can you hear me? Dr. Rogers?
You can reach me, email it. I can.
Okay. All right. Dr. Rogers is having some technical difficulties, but we are just excited for the information that he gave. He talked a lot about our 5-person team that we have to have, or the 5 people in your group that you contact, coordinate with, collaborate with. I can give you my 5 right off the top. Sean Tull, Ella House, Jermel Marie Mathis, Chris Letzinger, R.T. Swindell, and Bruce Williams, all part of the National Black Mastermind Group. Yep, shameless plug for the National Black Mastermind Group. We are a mastermind group of entrepreneurs, Black-owned business entrepreneurs, helping other Black entrepreneurs, educating, mentoring, coaching, and training to teach you financial success, to take you on the real road of success. Founded by CEO Dr. Donetta Watson. Next, I want to tell you why we're here. We're here to raise money for our students who are going from high school to college. And what we're doing here, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise money for them. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and make your donation. We are getting up to $5,000 for each one of these students and a laptop for 10 of these students. We want you students to also go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and register to be one of those recipients. Again, We are in it to win it. And what time is it? It's time for you to go make your donation, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say, now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View to capture more from her perspective. Mm-hmm. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. Yes. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? Mm-hmm. And so that's when A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises, really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Oh,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties, mm-hmm. such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay, and I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say strength, for one. It seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Mm-hmm. Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty that we caused the situation to happen to us. Mm-hmm. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it, and then he said to her, don't take it to heart. Mm-hmm. And that message spoke to me that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
And we are back. If you've been hanging out with me this morning, it has been a phenomenal panel of speakers, and we're not done. Next, coming to the platform, Larry Hall is going to talk to us about government business. Larry Dwight Hall is the Deputy Industrial Commissioner at North Carolina Department of Insurance. He is a government official and a veteran, Marine veteran, a longtime member of the North Carolina House of Representatives. He served as Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs under Governor Roy Cooper from 2017 through January this year. Now, I want you to also know something else about Larry. He didn't tell me this, but I heard it from a little birdie that he is also the host of the widely acclaimed talk show Talkback with his co-host Carolyn Mayo, heard worldwide on Foxy 107 and 104 FM. Help me welcome Larry Dwight Hall.
Well, good morning. Great to be with you, Barbara. Great to be on the Black Business Network, and a great opportunity to talk about what's happening with government, with small business, with African Americans, and it all comes together in one place. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. But again, thanks for having me on. It's an honor and a privilege to be part of the Black Business Expo and this great platform to use this to inform people.
Well, we appreciate your being here. I want to also thank you for your service, sir. And I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, again, my pleasure to be here. And I wanted to talk a bit about what is happening in government and opportunities for business. And, you know, our government is made up of a lot of different sectors. And so people will sometimes eliminate from their thought process how wide the government footprint stretches across our economy and across the world for that matter. One of the things, or a couple of the most challenging issues we have in our African American communities, as well as in America worldwide now, and the pandemic has brought it to the front of a lot of people's minds, is the issue of housing, economic development, and job creation, and how does the federal government, as well as state governments and local governments, interact and bring in private partners or public-private partnerships to make sure we address those problems effectively. And so, as a former secretary of the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, as a Marine Corps veteran myself, a law school graduate, and having served in the state legislature for many years, I've seen the efforts and the ebb and flow over a long period of time. One of the most underappreciated and unrecognized opportunities lies with veterans. And listen to this. I'm going to give you a little background information and then talk about why it's so important. Well, we have approximately 13,000 veterans receiving benefits in North Carolina. We have over $130 million in total revenue coming in each year to North Carolina through veterans benefits and insurance, et cetera. We have over 85 million in retirement compensation and pensions coming into North Carolina. And then to educational endeavors such as scholarships, et cetera, $8,651,000. And then medical care, 36 million, over 36 million in medical care and treatments being paid in North Carolina, and over 4,000 VA patients, inpatients in North Carolina. So as you see, and I'm going to talk about from the North Carolina perspective, these numbers and this money creates an impact on our environment, on our communities, on our workforce, and of course, on the folks who get education to make sure they feel the service jobs and delivery jobs and other professional services that wrap around all this revenue. So how are you involved and why? North Carolina, one of the top states regarding the military. Everybody's heard of the 5 major military bases. Probably most folks are most familiar with Camp Lejeune and with the Fort Bragg, the tip of the spear, as they call it, and Camp Lejeune, the force and readiness, the Marine Corps. And so those are the 2 largest bases in North Carolina. Interestingly enough, they have tremendous communities that have developed around them. What are the business opportunities? I want to talk specifically today about one particular opportunity that is available to veterans. You know, a quite much kept secret is the extensive amount of construction that's going to happen. And let me say this number because it's a big number and people need to understand who are in the construction industry, a great industry in North Carolina, and goods and services. In Eastern North Carolina, over the next 10 years, the Department of Defense, these are federal dollars that will come into the building programs, they will spend $40 billion, $40 billion in North Carolina on these major installations. And what will this go into? It will go into the construction and rebuilding, renovation of these major bases and installations and some new facilities as well and upgrading facilities. But that number is a tremendous number. And so many of the questions have to be, how do we participate in this? We know we're in the military. We know we serve the country. We know many veterans have veteran status and can be recipients of special business loans to assist them. And so, how do we participate? How do we make sure we get our fair share, that we build our businesses, that we ensure our families and our communities prosper as they have sacrificed for us to serve in the military? I want to talk about one particular program, and this is one that it should be readily accessible and easy for veterans and veterans who are in business or business owners who know veterans to partner with and assist with folks who are in real estate who can assist veterans in this endeavor and understanding how to manage it. It's called the VA Multifamily Building Loan Program. A multifamily is a single building with separate dwelling units, a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, or a condominium for different families. And multifamily new starts are soaring, 402,000 in 2019. So that was a 20-year peak in 2019, 402,000 in the U.S., 402,000 multifamily starts in the U.S. Those, again, duplex, triplex, fourplex, or condominium projects. Active duty and veterans represent 23% of the U.S. home buyers. So a lot of veterans and active duty personnel participate in this market. So we're talking about who are the consumers, again, and who are the people who have the opportunity to participate in building these 402,000 multifamily units. Now, what we want to do is talk a little bit about the way this is done. There are VA loan programs out there that allow for a veteran to participate and live in a structure as well as rent and manage the other units within that structure. For example, if a veteran participated in the VA multifamily building program, again, we have a housing shortage in this country. We know that. We have veterans who are eligible for these loan support programs. We know that. So let's look at what happens if you're an individual veteran, $653,000 in loan support for the project. If you are going to build a duplex, that would be a unit where the veteran himself lived in one of the units and the other unit was rented to someone else. Notice the program creates the opportunity for on-site management and residency by the veteran, as well as a unit to help support the cost of paying the loan or repaying the loan. If it's going to be a triplex, that means the veteran renting out 2 units, the veteran on site is on-site management in 2 units, then the amount of the loan could be up to $789,000 in support toward building the project. Now, of course, the project may be more than that, obviously, but this is the amount of money to assist in building the project for the veteran. Finally, in a fourplex, right at $981,000, $981,000, almost $1 million for a fourplex. Again, it could be up to 1.5 million if it's in a high cost county or community. So you can see that the support the leverage you need financially is there, and there's no down payment required in these programs. These programs aren't known to a lot of people, but they are being used, obviously, in cases where people know, they access it, they get the information, they get the partners necessary, they build the structures, they have both residency for themselves as well as residency for their clients, or if you want to say renters who rent the developments and pay back the loan. And so, for those of you who know veterans, one of the biggest challenges when I was previously the Secretary of Military and Veterans Affairs in North Carolina, and we were administering veterans benefits on behalf of the federal government. Little known fact, the biggest thing for our veterans was trying to get them to access the trying to get them to access the benefits that they were eligible for. And in many instances, they left benefits on the table, and we would try to counsel. And of course, ask anyone, if you know a veteran, ask them specifically, do you or are you using all your benefits? Because those are benefits that were designed to repay the community, in essence, for the veteran serving. And so if you're a real estate broker, you're in real estate, you've sold properties to veterans who use their VA loan to purchase their home, this is a separate loan that they could still qualify to do multifamily housing. And so that's a source of a client as well as someone who could partner with you. If you're in construction and you know veterans who are working with you or in your circle, once again, networking with them to ensure we maximize this program. If you're renting yourself, if you're a veteran, you started some other business and you're in some other business, this is an additional opportunity for you to participate, use the benefits you have earned that your family helped earn as well because they supported you while you were in service. This is that opportunity. And so I highly recommend that you contact your local Veterans Administration offices, your Veterans Service Officer. Each county has a Veterans Service Officer in North Carolina. Nationally, it's a common program as well, or you can call the VA hotline on your benefits and see what's available. This is a tremendous program. I would recommend folks really start the process of seeing what they can do to participate. Again, a concrete opportunity here for you to look at what benefits can do to impact the community. Now, I won't profess to be the know-all, end-all expert on veterans benefits, but I do know this. For example, in North Carolina, we have approximately 24,000 veterans coming off of active duty in North Carolina each year, and about a third of them will leave North Carolina. About a third are already committed to jobs in North Carolina. But the thing we should know as business owners and operators and folks who provide government services, these veterans are trained with top-notch skills and ready to be a great workforce. They have that ability to be part of a business, to become a major part of the business, to qualify for special veteran business loans, and to help build a business in partnership with you. So once again, if you're out there and you're a business owner who knows a veteran, even a family member, maybe even better yet, a family member, that business partnership and opportunity is of a tremendous benefit. And so I would hope that you would reach out, make sure we use these benefits to build a community, to build a family, to provide opportunities for the next generation. There's no doubt that we know how to build our community when the resources are available. And we dare not leave this major Veterans Administration benefits. We dare not leave them on the table. It's great for our veterans to get their health care, to get their retirement, but this takes it to the next level when they get their special business assistance loans and when they do things like this program I just talked about, the multifamily VA building program, multifamily VA building program. And so again, contact your local Veterans Administration for that. And once you get in that program, we know the different aspects of building, from site acquisition to preparation. So site contractors who are African American businesses, and many site contractors, to the infrastructure that has to be put in regarding water and sewer and connections, et cetera. Many site contractors who are African American, to the actual building of it itself, the general contractor that you hire. And as you see layer after layer, especially in construction, you have all these opportunities to have African American and minority contractors participate in the process, thereby creating jobs in the building process and creating housing, quality housing for your community at the end of the process, and then additional jobs possibly for rental management or management yourself of the properties as you go forward. Something that can be handed down to your family members, something that will contribute to the community and the tax base, and something that will pay for itself, because we know we have such a tremendous housing shortage. So I wanted to spotlight that particular program. I thought it was the one of the greatest interest and availability. Want to talk about a couple other items because it's very important that our veterans become part of the community. And many times we see them in a separate light, that veterans are not part of the community, but they're apart from. But that's incorrect. Our veterans represent every walk of life, every race, color, and creed, and they're in your community as you look around, whether they served a 3-year enlistment period or if they served 30 years. They're walking around in your teaching professions, in your retail establishments, in your churches, in your community centers, in your everyday life. They're veterans all over. And so it's important that we recognize both the service they have given and the sacrifice their families have made, but also these benefits that are designed to help the community. The one thing, as I said before, we cannot afford to do is to leave these benefits on the table after they've been earned. They're not a give me, they're earned. But once they're earned, we cannot fail to utilize them. That's a disservice to ourselves and to our community. So I appreciate all the effort that's been made for the Black Business Olympics and all of the statements that have been given. Certainly want to give a special shout out or recognition to folks from the historically underutilized business program in North Carolina, and then again emphasize the $40 billion that will be spent in Eastern North Carolina and those construction opportunities. Those opportunities are so big that the Department of the Navy and the United States Marine Corps in Eastern North Carolina itself has to open a special office and staffing, because there's so many dollars that are going to be spent. And it would certainly be in our best interest to ensure we're aware and participate in that process. Be informed, plug in and get the information. Contact the historically underutilized business office here in North Carolina, the Department of Commerce, and other places that you could get information on what is happening, in particular in Eastern North Carolina at Fort Bragg, and then the VA on what's happening with their program for VA multifamily building program that I discussed in detail. Again, I issue the challenge to us to maximize the opportunities we have in front of us, to maximize these opportunities to the value and benefit of our families, our communities, and ourselves. You know, a lot of time you get on the airplane and they ask the question, do you want to see the safety brief? And they give the safety brief. And one of the things they tell you is, if the cabin depressurizes, the oxygen mask will drop down. And they say, put your mask on first and then help everyone else. Put your mask on first, then help everyone else. And so these are your benefits that are available to veterans in your community and family that you can partner with, that will create jobs and housing and opportunities and wealth for generations to come, but help the veterans, but tell them to put their mask on first, get their benefits started and utilize them. And then that will help all of the rest of the community survive as well. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here, to speak with you and to participate. Again, let's do it for ourselves. Let's take what we have earned and magnify and multiply it in every way. Again, that VA multifamily housing benefit is one. The VA loan benefit is another one. And remember the number of veterans around us and the amount of revenue that's available for utilization of goods and services. We have opportunity. We have to absolutely exploit it to its maximum for the benefit of our families and in response to the sacrifice our veterans have made. So again, thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity. Dr. Eric Kelly, please keep up the great work with the Black Business Expo and the Black Business Network, all of the participants as well. And Barbara Holmes Smith, great job this morning. I appreciate the opportunity and the intro you gave me. It's been a wonderful time.
Well, thank you so much. Your information is impactful, and you did a great job delivering it for us. I want to ask you a couple of questions before you leave us, if you have a moment. You talked about the VA multi-housing project. Is there a specific name of those funds that we should be looking for to help the veterans find?
Well, it's called the VA Multifamily Building Loan Project. And you can go to the VA website, or again, go to your Veteran Service Officer, that's the VSO in each county, and ask them to assist you in accessing the information on it and go from there. So it's the VA Multifamily Building Loan Program.
That's awesome, because here in Virginia, I'm near the Norfolk Naval Base, and we are a military community.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, we're the largest in the world, right?
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
So
community,
we have all
yes.
kinds of bases here, and I didn't know about this. This will be helpful for many veterans to know about. So my next question is: do you go ahead?
No, I was just in agreement with you, and again, the Tidewater area, as well as all of the military bases there, as you said, for all services, a tremendous, and we don't know how many veterans are already using this program.
Right.
We may be seeing developments that are under the VA Multifamily Building Loan Program, but our community has not exploited it to the extent possible, and we need to.
So my question then, you can be a veteran, but in order to participate in this funding source, do you have to be a business owner as well?
No, you don't. You have to be a veteran. And again, as I said, the business model to a large extent has been for, even if you haven't been in business, for you to become the rental manager. So you can live on site and have an additional unit that brings in the revenue and income to help you pay the loan back. And of course, you can go up to a fourplex or condominium development up to a 1.5 million in assistance in doing that condominium development. So you'll need additional funding depending upon the size and location of the project. And it's helpful to have a business partner. But you as a veteran, or the veteran in the equation, would bring access to this program and these funds to the table to create a partnership or joint venture or whatever. And so, developing real estate and having that as the cornerstone of a financial plan is always the way to go.
Awesome. So if you were to give us a scenario of somebody who has a business and they want to maybe develop a fourplex, quadplex for, I don't know, a community that's maybe being suffering from gentrification, in other words, how would that, if they wanted to do like a teaming agreement, how would that work? How would you suggest that go into play?
Well, again, that would, in many instances, require someone who is experienced in business or in construction. Again, the portion that the veteran brings is access to this program, and they would need to make sure they get partners who have some experience in those areas, whether they're in real estate development, economic development, and in many instances, that assistance is also available at the county level from the County Department of Economic Development, where they're helping and trying to find solutions to affordable housing. So that additional those wraparound services are available. This is a community-wide problem. We just happen to have a special solution that's available to veterans because of their veteran status.
That is so wonderful. I want to talk some more about you. I know you didn't come here to talk about you, but I want to talk some more about you and your lucrative career that I see here. Can you tell us a little bit about when you served in the Carolina House of Representatives? What made you want to be in politics?
Well, first of all, this is the Black Business Network, and the biggest business, and Dr. Kelly and I have had this conversation before, the biggest business in America, in the world, is government. And we should never forget or think about it any other way. The largest number of contracts made, the largest number of purchases, et cetera, are by the government. And so I always had an interest in business. My father was a businessman, but also a military veteran. When I came off of active duty in the Marine Corps, as a lawyer, I practiced law I went to law school and then practiced law in my hometown. But I always understood that the regulation, the tax structure, et cetera, was determined by the government. And the way to make the biggest impact in your community was to be able to impact those areas. So I was kind of drawn to government, having seen what it does in our communities, positive and negative. As you said, gentrification, and one version of it used to be urban removal instead of renewal. Now, I don't know if you can go back that far, but you may remember.
I do remember, but I never heard it put that way.
Yeah.
Urban removal instead of urban renewal.
That's right, because they took people out of their homes and replaced it in many instances with multifamily housing instead of individual homes, and created problems of extensive poverty or concentrated poverty and so forth. And so that's why we called it urban removal, because it removed people from their individual homes and concentrated poverty in areas and the resulting issues and challenges.
Yes, they did. And in this area alone, you already know I'm in the Tidewater area.
Mm-hmm.
For the Hampton Roads area, they have removed all public housing. So
Good.
Where are people going?
Well, one of the places people need to be going is to the VA multifamily building projects that can be built, because you got a tremendous number of veterans there, and you're telling me that there's a tremendous demand there. So I hope they're saturating this program and getting all the benefit out of it they can, building quality homes and living opportunities for folks in their community.
If someone who doesn't know the military community or how to gain access to them or contact them, where would you suggest they go?
Well, you're saying someone who is not a veteran but is trying to access veterans. Well, first of all, as I said, be conscious of the fact that veterans are all around you, and especially in your area, they're everywhere, literally. Everywhere you look, you could throw a rock probably in any direction. If you could hit something, you're going to hit a veteran or his car. But one of the things you can do, again, is contact your county veteran service officers throughout the United States. Virtually every state has county veteran service officers. Again, the amount of benefits and federal dollars that are circulating in our states, in North Carolina, is like the second largest industry sector behind agriculture in North Carolina. And so in your state, it may even be higher because the higher concentration of military personnel, especially that Tidewater area, but you have several other bases, and then the proximity to DC and Fort Belvoir and all those others that you have, AP Hill and Blacksburg and some others, that they're just a tremendous amount. The other thing is, obviously, the internet provides you that opportunity to reach out and contact through the VA and find out what organizations. A lot of veterans organizations, the American Legion, the Marine Corps League, the Association of the United States Army. All of those are veteran organizations locally that you can reach out to. Veterans of Foreign Wars, the VFW, and they can direct you as well.
So that's great information. You heard it first right here on the Black Business Network. We have with us today Mr. Hall, who is giving us major information about the veteran community and how we can help them access dollars and it ultimately help our community thrive and grow. Did you want to have any other things, anything off the top of your head that you could give us other nuggets? Because you've given us a lot of information.
Well, I would say the Black Business Network is something folks need to plug into. Again, get information. It's such a great opportunity to communicate and network. And, the word network is in its name and title. But again, this is a platform for networking and learning new things. And the toughest thing we have, and I was talking to a private school, a prep school here in North Carolina with a large following and a great tradition called Laurinburg Institute. That was one of the preeminent prep schools back in the day for sending players to college and help integrate a lot of the universities here in North Carolina with college ball players. But one of the things you have to do is make sure you follow up. And that's the key word.
Yes.
You're giving them the information on Talkback, my show, we call it informative action. We give folks the information, but they have to follow up. They have to go take the action. We provide the information, but you have to provide the action. And I hope folks in the Black Business Network will do that because there's so many opportunities we need to exploit to help our communities.
And that's one of the things that I want to bring forth right now as well. There has been a wealth of information on the Black Business Network over these past few days. And if our Black entrepreneurs are not taking advantage, shame on you. But right now, I want to go back to you, Mr. Hall, and ask you, I understand that you were with the Black Business Network from the beginning. Oh my God. Can you share how your involvement from the beginning and how it's evolved from the beginning?
Well, as I said, when I came out of law school and practiced law in Durham, North Carolina, one of the emerging challenges was the city's inability or challenge to have more African American businesses and contractors involved in the city's operations.
Sure.
And at that point in time is when I met Mr. Eric Kelly III. And he was often referred to as EK3, and that was quite a while back.
I didn't know that, so I'm going to use that.
Yes, EK3. And so he had the vision to say he would bring together national and state organizations to share and network and give seminars, et cetera, about their goods and services and products to assist the city of Durham and other municipalities in locating and finding them, because, in many instances, 20 years ago, people would say, we can't find Black businesses. This was before the proliferation of the internet.
Years ago. They're still saying that, by the way.
Well, that's due to lack of effort. But now we know that they know that we know that they know better. So he decided to start that. It became an attraction every year that people were really excited about coming to the seminars and seeing the different new products and business and networking opportunities. And so it became a rallying point for many years, an in-person event until the last couple of years where COVID has affected it. And hence y'all are now exclusively online. And I understand there are plans for the in-person opportunities to come back maybe next year. So that will be great to have that combination as they have progressed.
Now, how you said some years, this is my first opportunity to share in the Black Business Network. So tell me, how many years is that?
Oh, probably 20, probably
What?
20. Yeah. Yes. And again, Dr. Kelly was a visionary, so to speak, then. People were trying to have different publications, et cetera, to try to utilize to stimulate Black business and create a network. But, there's nothing like socializing, getting together, feeling inspired. It's not necessarily a business church, but church is a business too.
That's
And
right.
so coming in and being reinforced with positive stories and sharing experiences, finding investors, all of those things would happen when people would congregate together. And of course, so congregations aren't just in church, they're wherever we are.
That's
And
correct.
you could say the Black Business Expo, even back then, was doing the Lord's business.
All right now, and I believe that because of what's been happening with my small part in it. I would like, we started in 1989. Okay, I see you. I see you, EK3. I see you. Uh-huh. I got your number now, for real. Okay. So, as a visionary, can you tell us yourself, where might the Black Business Network and Expo go from here?
Well, the growth of Black business is tremendous, and we're getting generations. As you see, maybe this is the third generation of Black business coming into the Black Business Network. Many businesses were established at the time they came in, many new ones coming in, developing to different levels. And I just see the internet as being the platform and the tool that will allow so many more people to participate and expand the reach of the Black Business Network and increase the value, because the more people participate, the more they communicate and engage, they create additional opportunities for themselves. And I'll give you an example. Got a friend who came out of service, is a expert, was a general in the military, and he been sought out for his expertise on many issues, but he's not a specialist on every issue. He has a consulting firm, and because of networking, he's been able to reach out to get other people who are experts in other areas to work on his projects in his consulting firm, creating opportunity, not just for himself and more opportunity, but for them as well. And I think that model transmits across all different professions and opportunities to do that. And so there's so many opportunities when you engage and talk to people, you hear where you can participate or someone else, and that creates business for us all.
And the synergy of us coming together, we can do marvelous things when we come together and not tear each other down, and build each other up and build our community. And it's about helping not just each other, but helping our communities and thereby helping our families. I want to talk some now about your knowledge of the founder.
Well, let's say this. The overall idea specifically for the Black Business Expo and Black Business Network, the specific vessel or vehicle was Eric Kelly's idea. But the inspiration and the philosophy of this community of mutual support was from Lovella Kelly, his grandmother. And so she is the one in spirit and in the early days directing, here's the overarching philosophy you want to pursue. She believed in the Black community mutually supporting each other and Black businesses being involved, and continued to put that philosophy into the development of the Black Business Expo, now the Black Business Network. And Eric was able to find the vessel or the vehicle to specifically give it legs, make it concrete, and get people to fully connect and move forward. So I got to give her maybe the ultimate credit. A lot of times the founder of the philosophy doesn't get the credit they should, and she certainly should, and she was certainly a motivational spirit.
Well, thank you for sharing that, because I heard tidbits, but coming from, the grandson and hearing it from someone else makes it all that more solidified. We're trying to be a global presence, not trying to be, we are a global presence. And what that means is that our brothers and sisters across the pond will be able to see us around the world. And we want to communicate that we are in it to win it as Black business owners and as a Black business family. We want you to know that we are here. We have resources. If you have not seen some of the speakers today, there are speakers from all week, and it will be replayed around the world, and it will be continuously played so you can pause it and take down information. Mr. Hall has been a phenomenal resource for all of the things veterans have in front of them, things that they may leave on the table. And so we appreciate your being here. There are some other things I want to ask you about your personal life as it has to do with business, and that is under the North Carolina State, under the House of Representatives. What are some things, some initiatives that you may have been involved in that helped Black businesses?
Well, the North Carolina House of Representatives, of course, along with the North Carolina Senate, proposed legislation to the governor, and the governor takes it from there. A lot of the major emphasis was on small business loans, the historically underutilized business office in the Department of Administration, where we help fund and set up and support the work of the historically underutilized business center to ensure minority businesses had the opportunity, had the information to participate in the biggest business in this state, which is the state government.
Right.
The other thing was to support HBCUs as well, to ensure they're properly funded, because we know up to 70% of our graduates who are African American in the United States come from HBCUs.
Right.
And so the benefit from them to society overall is disproportionate to the amount of funding that we put into it. We get tremendous benefit, but the overall funding they were receiving from the university system and from the legislature was less than it needed to be. And certainly that was done. The other area was minority health. How do we make sure, as we see the disparities now, they've been there for many years, we've known about them, and we've made efforts from vaccination programs back then and access and rural health access to what is happening today. That fight has been a long-term fight. As many people said, the pandemic only shone a bright light on it.
Yes.
But those of us who've been in the trenches have known we've been fighting for it and trying to ensure we do those type things and provide those opportunities for business creation, for mentorship, for education, and for access to healthcare, access as well as cost availability. And so those are some of the things we worked on. Also, the Racial Justice Act to address the prison pipeline that we have had in the minority community, to talk about how do we ensure there's justice in the system and to overcome some of the endemic racism that we have, and how do we address it through training and sensitivity by everyone to recognize the problem and have some solutions.
Yeah, that's great work you're doing in the North Carolina State Legislature, and I appreciate it, even from Virginia. One last question for you is, what would you say to a Black entrepreneur who is trying to be successful in business today?
Make sure that you take the time, because, you know, many times we're operating so fast with such effort that we don't have our plan and don't stay disciplined. Maybe we get distracted. Make sure you have a networking plan, and the Black Business Network is a great platform for you to use. Use that tool, get in contact with people who have that ability, that expertise, and can show you the way or partner with you to get there. Together, everyone achieves more. We talked about team. We heard about team. That's what it's about. It's better to have 50% of something than 100% of nothing. And so let's understand building community, being about mutual support and success, networking with the Black Business Network, as well as other networking tools to help move you along faster, more successfully toward that identified goal in line with your specified plan.
That is so wonderful. I said it was the last question. I told a story.
That's all right. That's all right. I made time, and I'm glad to have the opportunity.
Okay. I want to ask you some about scholarship opportunities. What do you think about scholarships, or where should we offer them? How should we put them together? Who should be offering scholarships? Those kinds of things.
Well, that's a great question. When I was in the legislature, I had the opportunity to be the chairman for 4 years of the North Carolina Legislative Black Caucus Foundation. And that was a foundation that we used to do something similar to what you all do at the network. And that is to raise funds and give scholarship funds specifically to the 10 HBCUs we have in North Carolina. And so on an annual basis, we would have a major fundraiser, usually have congressional representatives or others to participate in raising the funds so that we could present checks for scholarships for in-state students, of course, in all 10 of our HBCUs. And so the scholarship is important, and the dollars even go further now that people are doing distance learning and it's been accepted and perfected. So I would say that's one of the key things the Black Business Network does by having scholarships and by sensitizing everyone who participates to the value of investing in our next generations through scholarships, because you're setting an example and you are actually doing it. And so they can ask, they can contribute to your scholarship fund. You all can collaborate with other scholarship efforts to create stronger and better connections and joint efforts and joint fundraising. And so it just opens up a whole new world to create future business leaders and owners and wealth in our Black community.
I agree. And here's an opportunity that we all have, especially those of us who have spoken on platform. I'm going to challenge you, if you spoke on this platform, to contribute to our students who are going to college, coming out of high school, going to college, and need those funds for scholarship money. We're looking to do 10 scholarships. Maybe we do more. Let's have a different level of achievement. Let's say we're not going to do 10. We're going to do 100 scholarships at $5,000. Listen, we can do it. As a community, we have $1 trillion with the T, $1 trillion economic spending force we are. And so we have to be about helping each other, helping our legacy, people that are coming up behind us. Mr. Hall, I so appreciate your being here today on the call with me and sharing your knowledge, your expertise, your wisdom with the Black Business Network. I thank you so much. Do you have a place where we can reach out to you or reach out to your organization to find out more about the VA multi-housing project, multi-family project?
What I would say is, if you will contact, and I'll have the information posted at your network website and the direct information so people can get information on that specific program, and we'll go forward from there.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for being here, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations. Great work.
Thank you. All right. I want you to know that it's that time. It's that time. What time is it? It's time for you to donate. The mission of the Black Business Network Expo is for scholarships. Scholarships for our students who are going to college. Scholarships for our students who need laptops. Scholarships for our students who needs money. You know, we can't do anything without the dollars. So please, I implore you to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and donate today. Not only that, students, if you're out there and you're looking for scholarship money, you can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
And we are back. I want to take time out to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners, the Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, and Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group. The Black Business Expo Board, we want to thank you for all of your hard work and all that you do behind the scenes to make this event a success. We've had an amazing time. I have enjoyed all the speakers from the beginning of the week till now, and especially on today. But next, I want to bring up the president and CEO of Jobs for Life. He has an entrepreneurial mindset, and he is a financial literacy champion. Ryan Ray is an accomplished, results-oriented entrepreneur with a passion for developing leaders and building collaborative partnerships across both the public and private sectors. He began his career in sales and marketing when he graduated from the North Carolina State University, Raleigh, North Carolina. And then he took his skills and leveraged his work ethic and tenacity to enjoy a blossoming career across many industries, building on his extensive background in organizational leadership, consulting and training, public speaking, team building and development, process improvement, cost reduction, and fundraising. He is now the president and CEO for Jobs for Life. Ryan is looking forward to continuing his mission and changing lives. He's transforming communities with all the work he's doing. And he believes that in order to build any successful institution, we must first build its people. Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan Ray, for being with us here on the Black Business Expo. And we're looking forward to what you have to bring.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barbara. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with such a dynamic group of speakers and presenters who have already come before me. It is extremely an honor. Thank you so much.
We are glad to have you, and I won't prolong your speech and your gift and your talent any longer, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, we are certainly excited to be here, trying to share this here across another platform. Absolutely excited to be here as a guest speaker with the Black Business Expo. As Ms. Barbara has already stated, this has been a phenomenal week already. And man, there's still a few days left to go. And so I have to begin by first and foremost giving honor to God, who just gives us the opportunity, allows us. If you are here on this side of the dirt in 2021, we are blessed. And I don't take that lightly. And if you haven't taken time to do so today, maybe just close your eyes for a second and just express some gratitude. It is one of the greatest skills that we could ever begin to acquire. And so thank you again to the Black Business Expo for this phenomenal opportunity. I don't take it lightly nor for granted anytime I have the opportunity to share my little bit of knowledge and experience with an audience and someone who may be willing to take the time to listen. And so for that, again, I am grateful. To Dr. Kelly, my friend, you've been such an encouragement. You've been such a leader. You've been such an example of leadership. No chance that we're going to be talking about that today. And you have certainly exemplified leadership in our community by the work that you've done. And so we want to thank you for that and acknowledge that. I think that's one of the things that we certainly can do better. We're going to talk about leadership, but I've been putting out the posts and sharing, and I'm saying let's just talk about leadership. And those are leadership qualities, is when you are able to put your own ego agenda to the side and advance the agenda of other people. That's leadership. And so, Dr. Kelly, we thank you for that. To Miss Maxine, who I know is working behind the scenes and has been my direct contact, and we've operated in a few other circles. She is just absolutely amazing. So, Miss Maxine, thank you so much for all that you do, again, in all the circles that you run, and just to the entire Black Business Expo team. I know that it requires a team. This is bigger than one person alone can do. And again, if you're a leader out there, success leaves clues. Build a team, and we'll talk more about that as well. And to all the other speakers, presenters, experts who again have come before me, and then there are certainly many that will come behind me. Man, I want to acknowledge you for taking time out of your schedule to share your message, your information, your product, your service, your gift to the world through this platform called the Black Business Expo USA. So Ms. Barbara read my resume and shared, who I am and, some things about me. But I like to just say for myself, first and foremost, I'm a husband. Because we're talking leadership. And so I want you to know who I am. Not usually one that would talk about myself, but if you're listening and you see the topic of dynamic leadership, the first thing I would want to know is, well, what gives him the right? What qualifies him or her to be able to talk on this subject? And so I just want to get you just a brief overview of who I am, just to kind of set the table, and we'll get into it, and I'll share a couple things as we go. But I'm a husband, a father of two young boys, Austin and Isaiah, who I love dearly. They're actually with my parents this weekend after celebrating my wife's birthday. We got some free time. So honored, and blessed to have those opportunities to lead a family. I'm also the founder of Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership, an organization, a regional leadership network. How about that? That we started back in 2015 for the sole purpose of educating, empowering, and equipping entrepreneurs with the thinking and the skill sets necessary to succeed financially, personally, and professionally. And we're going to talk about those three things as well. And so we are absolutely excited about the opportunity to lead a nonprofit in the area called Jobs for Life. And through that work, we kind of do the same thing of educating, empowering individuals, but it's to help them develop the skill sets to obtain and to acquire and obtain employment. But then not to just maintain, but then to grow in their leadership, to have a vision for their life so that they can be a provider in their family, a leader in their community, and help another organizational business to grow, and then maybe develop the skills and knowledge to then begin to do their own thing. And so we're honored to do that work as well. Our latest project, I'm honored to be the visionary of the Year of the Black Entrepreneur. So Dr. Kelly wanted me to make sure that I really stood this up tall for you. We're going to get into the content here in a second, just get all the preliminary out of the way. But the Year of the Black Entrepreneur, our vision is to redefine Black entrepreneurship. Redefine Black entrepreneurship. After the events of 2020 and all that we saw, some experienced personally, we said, man, we've got to do more. We've got to do more now. We've got to create a sense of urgency. We've got to take ownership, and we've got to step out and lead individuals in the pathway of really using their gifts and talents to be successful. So many times we just lack the information. We lack the relationships. We lack the access. And so the Year of the Black Entrepreneur is all about educating, elevating, and highlighting Black entrepreneurs. And we believe that by doing that, we will create that access, those pathways to opportunities, so that the Black entrepreneur, the minority entrepreneur, can be able to reach their hands into those buckets of opportunities, into those, cast our line into the waters of abundance and prosperity. So that we have the same opportunities to be able to grow our lives and our businesses as well. Well, throughout the month of February, in order to elevate and highlight Black entrepreneurs, we've been hosting an event called the 28 Days. 28 days highlighting Black entrepreneurs. And so for every day, starting March the 1st, well, March 1st and 2nd, we stood it up, introduced it. But the 3rd through last night, it will happen today and tomorrow and Sunday, we will be highlighting a different Black entrepreneur. One of our members will be doing the interview, and another one of our members will be interviewed, sharing their business, their service, their product with our network, with our family. And so we want to invite you to be a part of this community, this movement, we believe, called the Year of the Black Entrepreneur. And if you're not familiar and you're interested, you want to know more, just simply go out to YBE Hub. That's YBEHub.com. And you can find all the information you need to know about the Year of the Black Entrepreneur if you decide to become a member, our events that we have coming up. And so anyway, we're excited about that. And finally, as a way of announcement, we will be honoring the month of March, which is Women's History Month. And man, what an incredible opportunity, again, to elevate and highlight female Black entrepreneurs and their contributions to society. And so we're going to do that by doing some different things along the way. But on March the 20th, on Saturday, March the 20th, we will be having our very first Year of the Black Entrepreneur Expo, again, where we will be elevating and highlighting our Black female entrepreneurs. And so if that's something that you're interested in, excited about, want to be a part of, again, go out to YBEHub.com and you can get all the information and the details there. We are also on Facebook. Feel free to like our Facebook page. This is a program under the organization of Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership. And so thank you again, Mr. Kelly, for the opportunity to be able to share that, to make that announcement. So gracious of you to be able to do that. And then finally, I'm also the thought leader behind the brand Ryan Ray Official, which you'll begin to see more and more of here in the coming months, and actually have the pleasure of being the president of at least 3 other organizations that I lead. Good morning, Miss Maxine. So great to have you here with us this morning. So, all right, enough of that. How long was that? Too long, in my opinion. But let's get into it. You guys didn't come to hear about me. I hope that you came just to hear some information. And so, I want to start by talking about, my task of being, to talk about dynamic leadership. And this is a conversation that it is absolutely impossible for me to be able to share without mentioning the greatest leader, the best example of leadership of all time. Good morning, Angela, Kimberly. Thank you all so much for being here. The YBE community and family are showing up, guys. So we thank you, always so supportive. And so I can't talk about dynamic leadership without talking about the best leader, the best example of leadership ever, and that is Jesus. And, whether you're a believer or not, we won't get into that, but he was a man who walked the earth, had a purpose, had an agenda, knew exactly what he came to do, lived out that purpose, and has left the greatest legacy ever. There's a book called the Bible that tells his story in great detail. And if you are looking for an example of leadership, yes, we've talked about Dr. Kelly, you've talked about myself, but don't follow us. Follow Jesus as the greatest leader of all. But why do I say that? What are some examples? What are some characteristics that separate Jesus and his leadership from our leadership? Or what are some examples that he left that we can follow? I said earlier that success leaves clues. And if you want to be successful in a particular area, we don't always have to figure it out. Sometimes we can look to an example. We can look to someone who's done it before us and follow that example and the principles that they laid, that foundation that they laid, and follow those. So let's get into it. First and foremost, I want to challenge you to think about leadership in a way that first and foremost honors God. Okay, I believe it because leadership is an incredible responsibility. And we'll talk about the different tiers and spaces that we lead. But leadership carries a tremendous responsibility along with it. If you call yourself a leader, then that means there are not just people following you, there are people watching you. There are people who will do what you do, how you do it. There are people whose lives you have and will impact. And I believe we're held accountable to that. And so we've heard, athletes and probably others that have said, no, I don't want to be a role model. No, I don't want to be a leader. Don't even put me in that category. Well, why is that? Well, I believe that it's because I don't want to carry the responsibility. I don't want to carry the influence and the impact. I don't want to be responsible for the decisions that someone else makes because they were watching and following me. And so leadership is an incredible responsibility. And that's why I wanted to start this talk off by talking about and challenging you to lead in a way that honors God. So what does that mean? When you're making leadership decisions, again, we're going to talk about that because leadership isn't just leading other people. And I know you guys know that. But when we're talking about making decisions and what we do and where we go and how we behave and how we respond and managing our emotions and all these different things that we may not think about when it comes to leadership, all those things matter. All those things are important. And so if we can just put into maybe not the back, maybe the forefront of our mind that, what is my leadership honoring God? Am I leading in a way that honors God first and foremost? Because I believe when we lead in a way that honors God, then it will elevate the things that I'm going to talk about today, like our character, like our service to other people, like our behavior and our habits and all of those great things. So first and foremost, let's lead in a way that honors God. And so how do you lead in a way that honors God? Well, he said that, the least of me, the least of these will be the greatest among you. And so I believe that leadership is really about serving others rather than being served. And there's just no simpler way to say that. I know you've heard that, you've heard it many times, but I'm hoping to talk about it in a way that will really speak to your heart and help you to think about that, because we live in a society that says the opposite of that. We live in a society that says serve yourself, take care of yourself, go get what you want. It's a dog eat dog world. In order for me to win, they got to lose, right? We have all of these competitive and either or, and not many both ands, situations. And so we always seem to kind of be in opposition or in conflict when we lead from a serve me mentality. And I tell you, I've gotten into some of my biggest trouble in life when I was focused on serving myself. But when I begin to change the focus to how do I serve other people, man, that makes a life worth living. And so I want to ask yourself that question. Am I seeking to serve, or am I seeking to be served? And if you're out there in Facebook world, would just throw that in the comments, if you will, just to stay engaged with us. I can't see all of those, but I just want to know that you're here with us. Ask yourself, am I leading to serve others, or am I leading to be served? Right? How do I get up and go about my day? When I wake up in the morning, am I thinking about what can I get? What can I accomplish that will serve me? What will be, how am I going to go about my day, making sure that I get what I want? Or do we wake up in the morning thinking about others? Because I tell you guys, we always have been, but now more than ever is a great opportunity. I don't know that there's been a greater opportunity than to serve other people. The opportunities are endless to serve others today. Again, when we look at the effects and impacts of 2020 and even coming into 2021, we probably thought 2021, man, it's going to be all over, but we came right on into January, and man, things are continuing. We're at an all-time high with COVID. I don't want to get into all of that stuff. You guys know that, but there is a tremendous opportunity to serve others right now. So dynamic leadership. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the topic there. Dynamic leadership is not at all about title. It's not at all about position. Yes, somebody has to get the title. Yes, somebody has to hold the position. Yes, somebody's name has to be at the top of the hierarchy or the structure. Absolutely, that is the case. But leadership as a function is not about the title or position. Leadership is a transformational journey of leading yourself and leading others. I want to say that again. Let me say that because so many people have this desire to just want to walk into, to just want to step into, to want to just arrive at leadership. And I said earlier that leadership carries with it tremendous responsibility. And so to go into a leadership position unprepared, unqualified, undisciplined can have a negative impact, not only on yourself, but on the lives of so many that you may have the opportunity to lead. And so that's why I say that leadership is a transformational journey of leading yourself first, as well as leading others. Transformational. Transformation means that I went through a process of which I ended up being different than I was when I started that process. You know, one of the greatest stories I love to tell, and I don't have time to tell it in great detail, but it's the story of the caterpillar and the butterfly, right? That the caterpillar goes through a process of transformation. It goes through a process for all of our scientists and those who follow science out there. It goes through a process of metamorphosis. It changes along this journey from, crawling on the ground and, avoiding being stepped on, avoiding being eaten by the birds or whoever eats caterpillars, right? Avoid getting ran over by a car as it attempts to cross the street. And one day this caterpillar realizes, you know what? I'm made for more than this. I can have greater influence. If I'm able to change, if I'm able to develop and go through this process, I believe there's more for me. I believe I have the opportunity to have a greater impact, a greater influence from to the world. I believe that I can see things from a different lens. I believe I can be able to serve other people. I can help. I can be in a position of service to others instead of always just in this position of trying to protect myself and stay alive and avoid death. And so this caterpillar decides to climb up this tree. And who knows what it takes for a caterpillar to climb all the way up a tree. And then it identifies a limb that it wants to then crawl out onto. And it finds this perfect spot for it to perch out on this limb. And then out on this limb, this caterpillar goes through this process. And it goes through this process of forming a cocoon. And who knows the challenge, the struggle that this caterpillar had to go through. Had to endure the dark nights, the cold nights, the rainy nights, the uncertainty if I will come out of this. But this caterpillar went through this process of transformation and metamorphosis. And one day, as it gets its strength, as it develops character, as it changes its mentality, because I cannot become a butterfly, I cannot come out of this cocoon thinking like a caterpillar. I cannot come out of this cocoon thinking I still crawl. I got to learn how to fly. I've got to learn how to see different from a totally different perspective. I hope you guys are getting this. And so many times, there's been individuals who came by and said, you know what? This would be a great idea. Let me cut a little slit in this cocoon. Has anybody done that? Raise your hand. I want to help this butterfly. I want to give this butterfly help in getting out of this cocoon because it's going through a challenge. It's tough. It's cold. It's rainy. I want to help it. I want to give it the opportunity before it's ready. And when that butterfly comes out of that cocoon prematurely, he's not able to fly. He falls back to the ground and probably dies. Okay? But that caterpillar who stays in the process, who goes through that transformation, who goes through that metamorphosis, develops the strength in its own attempt to break free. It learns how to fly while it's in that cocoon. It develops the mentality to be able to see and hunt and do all the things that a beautiful butterfly knows how to do. And when that butterfly is set free, when his process, when his transformational journey has come to a complete has become complete, he's now able to fly. He no longer has to look up to avoid death. He's able to look down and see the beauty of all the opportunities that are around us. And so I want to ask you, as you consider leadership, as you find yourself in leadership, as you pursue leadership, what's been your transformational journey? What's been your experience that has prepared you for such a responsibility to lead not only yourself, but then to lead others? Dynamic leadership is a transformational journey of leading yourself and others. So then when we talk about leading ourselves, there's a great book out there. Great guy out there, I'll say, Mr. Peter Drucker. Love this book. It's from the Harvard Business Review. See if you guys can see it through the light there. It's called Managing Oneself. He's again the premier business effectiveness coach of all time, and he talks about that success in the knowledge economy. Everyone knows we're in the knowledge economy. This is no longer the labor economy. This is the knowledge economy. This is the automation economy. This is the technology economy. And he said success in the knowledge economy comes to those who know themselves, who know their strengths, who know their values, and how they best operate. So when we talk about leading ourselves, how well do you lead yourself? I want to ask that question because I really believe with all my heart that until you really learn how to lead yourself, and it's a transformational journey, it's a process. Like, you don't arrive, right? You're going to continue to learn. So it's not like I learned how to lead myself now I can lead others. No, you could. It's a journey because one fuels and one informs the other. And so it's not a cutoff and then a new beginning. It's a transformational journey. And so when you talk about leading yourself, I want to ask you, leadership is the process, guys, of influence. Okay. There's been many discussions. There's been many attempts to define leadership in one word, right? And people say leadership is, leading people and accomplishing things and position and title. No, I believe leadership is influence. Well, why do I say that? Because some people don't believe that the bad leaders that we've had throughout history are leaders. Well, they're absolutely leaders. Okay. They have influence. They were absolutely leaders. And so the reason that it's so important for us to learn how to lead ourselves and to lead honoring God is because that influence has an impact on so many other people. And as we know, there have been horrible leaders who have done horrible things to people, to countries, to nations, to cities, to communities, right? And so people can lead, but my question to you is, are you leading well? Are you influencing people in the right direction? Or are you influencing people in the wrong direction? Like, leadership is like a superpower. And so I ask you, how are you using your powers? Are you using them for good, or are you using them for evil? Leadership that honors God does it for good, honoring people, leading people, supporting and loving on people. So I want to ask you, when you think about your personal leadership, there's two questions I want to ask you. Who do you belong to? When you think about leading yourself, who are you accountable to? And I want to put that into framework around stewardship. Because as a person, as a leader, and we all are leaders in some capacity. That's why I said I have the privilege of being a husband, a father, yes, a CEO and a founder, visionary, all of those things. But we're all leaders because we lead ourselves. And so when I think about that, it brings to mind the word of stewardship. And stewardship, being a steward, simply means that you are the manager of something else that someone else owns. So for those of you who don't know, you're not your own, right? You've been bought with a price. You belong to someone. You are accountable to someone. He gave you life. He gave you body. He gave you gifts and talents. And those gifts and talents are to be stewarded. Your time is to be stewarded. Your resources are to be stewarded. If you've been blessed, I said it earlier, to be on this side of the dirt today with breath in your body and activity of your limbs, you have a responsibility to steward your gifts, your talents, your time, your resources. So as you think through, how am I leading myself? Are you being a good steward? Are you being a good manager of the things that you've been given? And if that answer is yes, man, double down and go hard. If that answer is no, then I just want to challenge you that maybe that's where your journey begins. Maybe that's where your transformational journey begins. How do I become a better steward of my time, of my talents, of my resources, of my relationships with other people? Because until you can really begin to almost master those, only then do you truly qualify to lead others. And I don't have time to get into the depths of that. I want to stay on topic here, but I just want to challenge you to think about how you lead yourself. The second question I want you to ask is, the first is, who do I belong to? The second is, who am I? Okay, who are you? Who are you? And the frame I want to put that in is purpose, right? We talked about the greatest leader of all times being Jesus. He came with a purpose. He knew exactly what he needed to accomplish. He said, I'm coming to be about my Father's business. Well, whose business are you about today? What is your purpose? What did you come here to accomplish? What were you put here, I should say, to accomplish? Okay. As with Jeremiah, when he talked about, I had plans for you before you were even born. Have you taken the time? And if you don't know the answer to that, it's okay. But I want to challenge you as you think about leading yourself. What were you put here to do? What were you put here to accomplish? Who were you put here to serve? And see, that's what makes leadership this unique idea, is because, when we talk about serving ourselves, then it becomes this outward thing of accomplishment. When we talk about serving others, now we can look inside and say, how? What gifts and talents? What resources do I have that I can use to serve other people? So the second question, who are you? What is your purpose? So as you begin to develop personal leadership and develop how you lead yourself, then the second one becomes one-on-one leadership. Your relationships. One of the toughest but most effective ways of leading relationships, one of the essential characteristics or qualities of leading relationships, one-on-one relationships with others, is this word called trust. This 5-letter word called trust. And without getting into too much detail or calling any names, I think we've had some examples along the way where trust absolutely determined the quality or lack of quality, I should say, of leadership, right? When we look to leaders and we determine if they are a leader that we want to follow or be influenced by, one of the first things we may not say it out loud, may not think about it directly, but the check that we have with ourselves is, can I trust this person? Can I trust this individual? Can I trust that this person, not that they won't kill you or not that they won't throw you off the back of the truck if you guys are out having a good time downtown, not that type of trust, but can you trust this person? Are they a person of their word? Are they a person of character? Are they a person that is going to be of service to others and not to themselves? Because I said we get into worse trouble when we focus on serving ourselves. Can we trust one another? And then I'll turn that around and say, as you think about one-on-one relationships, are you a person that is worthy of trust? Can you be trusted? Okay. That's simply a function of character and integrity, values, right? Do you do what you say you're going to do, right? You know, do you own your mistakes? You know, do you take responsibility for your actions, and good or bad, and the outcomes that come along with those? Can you be trusted? And so I want to challenge you that whatever the answer to that is, because leadership is a transformational journey, to invest time in building a culture of trust around you. You should exude trust. People, one of the greatest challenges to overcome is if I can trust you. Not me personally, but if someone can trust you. Once that's become a question mark in someone's mind, that is tough to overcome in any relationship, you know, particularly, you know, spousal, but even in business and one-on-one relationships. Once that trust has been diluted or challenged, it's hard to overcome that. And so we've all made mistakes. We've all done some things, but now begin to work, put in the work of developing a culture of trust. Do what you say you're going to do. And if you can't, then you know, I tell people all the time, don't wait till you're supposed to be here to call and tell me that you're going to be late. You knew you were going to be late 30 minutes ago, right? So call me 30 minutes ago and say I'm going to be late. Now I can slow down and adjust, right? That's trust. It's a very small thing, but it builds tremendous trust. And I don't have time to get into all of that. And here's the example. Jesus took 3 years building a culture of trust with those disciples and with people wherever he went. You know, there was this trust. And so people, yes, why is he the most impactful, dynamic leader of all times? Because he built a culture of trust. He didn't just wake up and born, and at 13 years old, when he started to be known and carpenter and doing miracles, I'm here, I'm the leader, I'm in charge. No, it's not what he did. That is not at all what he did. He went through the process. He went through the transformational journey, and then people said, you know what, we can trust this guy. Okay, I just try to tell a story. You know, when I started Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership in 2015, I didn't know what I was doing then. But what I've realized now in studying and preparing and just seeing what we've been able to accomplish is that we built a culture of trust. For 5 years, we built a culture of trust. And now finally in 2021, we said, you know what, let's go to market with a program, with a membership model. You know, let's apply for some grants and some funds and some different things. But for 5 years, there was a personal investment. There was the investment of the Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership community into this organization so that we could build a culture of trust that others would say, you know what, that's an organization of character and integrity. We can be a part of that. We can support that. So I want to challenge you to build a culture of trust. The key to that is love. Right? I think I saw Kim posted in there earlier. It is love. Love is patient. Love is kind. You know, love is this thing that helps us to say, you know what, let me bring it down. Let me understand that there's a human being on the other side of this thing, that as well as I am human, we all make mistakes. How do we come together, make resolution, and keep going in the right direction? But when those things, when love isn't a part of that equation, then we all just kind of go away with our own influences, our own perspective, our own perceptions, and next thing you know, the walls of trust just come tumbling down. Again, that's for a whole nother time. Let me move on. The third, so we got personal leadership. You have one-on-one relational leadership. Then there's team and family. You know, I love this one because it's all about empowerment. You know, if you're trying to build a team, I think I heard Lori say it last night on the Year of the Black Entrepreneur 28 Days, you know, that she went from being a solopreneur to an entrepreneur when she learned the skill of delegation, of empowerment, of trusting, right? That's why this is a journey, right? Lead myself. Right? My perspective, you know, stewardship, purpose, trust. Now I know how to trust myself. I can trust one-on-one. Now, until you trust, you will never empower, right? Until you trust, you will never delegate, right? Because you don't trust that it will get done. You don't trust that someone can do it as well as you. You won't trust it. And now, if you're going to delegate it and worry about it, you might as well keep it yourself, right? And so in building team and family and relationships, You know, there's empowerment. There's this honor. It's honoring the power of diversity. It's honoring the power of teamwork. You know, Lisa Green talks all the time about teamwork. You know, there's this fancy slogan that says teamwork makes the dream work. It is absolutely true, right? None of us are as smart as all of us. I want to say that again. None of us, me, you, none of us are as smart as all of us. So when we can bring our collective experience, our collective intelligence, our collective gifts and talents together, man, we are so much powerful than we ever would be on our own. But that only happens in a culture of trust. That only happens in a culture of servanthood. Right? Because I can't worry about, are they going to get more than me? Are they going to be more successful than me? Because you don't know their story. You don't know my story. Right? And so just to come at this and say, you know what? How can I just come and think about the greater good for others? Okay. And so none of us are as smart as the rest, as one of us. And failure to empower leads to ineffectiveness. You will not be effective if you can't empower others. And again, guys, the essence of that goes back to stewardship, stewarding those relationships. And then finally, if you're leading an organization or you're leading a community, seeking to be, maybe you feel called to lead an organization or called to lead in your community, you have this inkling that, man, I can do more. You know, there's so much more I can do. I know I'm a person of character. I know I'm a person of integrity. I know I have influence. I know I have gifts and talents that will support so many other people. Then I want to challenge you to now focus on becoming effective. Okay. You know, when I walked into this role of Jobs for Life, and man, you know, I know why they hired me, right? It was because the one was from a visionary leader, an entrepreneurial thinker. You know, I knew how to build community and network. I had all of these I guess community focused kind of skills. But some of the organizational skills, the task, some of the things that were required to lead an organization, I didn't have. So what did I do? I hired an effectiveness coach, right? He said, Ryan, you've got to learn how to manage your time. You got to learn how to delegate. You got to learn how to organize. And so if you're leading or looking to lead community or organizations, focus on learning to become a high performer. Right? How to deliver high human satisfaction. And that's a function of service to others. Listen, you can't start at the community or organization level. This is a transformational journey. It is a process of growth and development. It is not about position. It is about you seeking to serve others. And as I turn it over to Miss Barbara, I want to leave you with 3 words that I think will sum all of this up. It's character, task, and relationships. Are you a person of character? Do you do what you say you're going to do? And do you value relationships? And are you building a culture of trust? Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Welcome back, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation. And CTR, character, what's the T? Everybody, somebody out there typing there, what's the T? Task. Yes, thank you so much, Kimberly. Somebody's out there listening. And
I know Kimberly knows.
We appreciate you so much, Ryan, for all you have done and do for the community. And we appreciate you for your presentation today. Thank you so much for being here with us on the Black Business Network. And we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Now, I want to talk to you today, community, about some things you may or may not know. Did you know that there are 50 million Black people in America, in the United States? And we consumers spend more than, get this, $1 trillion a year. That's trillion with a T. These statistics come from Nielsen, which study in depth the power of Black dollars. And they document trends that affect our spending, that affect our community, that affect us. 47.8 million strong we are, and buying on par with other countries' gross domestic product. So, what am I saying? African Americans continue to outpace national spending. You know, this report from Nielsen had a specific category called It's in the Bag, Black Consumers' Path to Purchase. This particular article found that Black business buyers have especially influenced, get this, the technology market, and broke down our spending habits with Black consumers compared to the population at large. What they're saying is we're spending a lot of money. We're spending a lot of money influenced by advertising, influenced by what we see on our mobile phones. That's because 96% of African Americans own smartphones. And those who are 35 and older outperform the smartphone ownership, right? In fact, African Americans make up 23% of the total US market in cell phone sales, cellular phones, and cellular devices, while only accounting for 14% of the overall population. Black folks also love to spend their money on, guess what? Grooming and hair products. They shell out $573.6 million. $573.6 million on an annual basis for soap and bath products. 19% higher than other demographics. We like to be clean. Am I saying that? We also spend lavishly at high-end department stores. 63% of Black folks say that they like to shop at Saks Fifth Avenue. 45% say they like to shop at Neiman Marcus. And 24% are shopping at Bloomingdale's. Come on, Black people. Another thing that we need to do in the Black community is counter where we're spending our money. We prefer to spend our money in person rather than over the internet. That's because we don't trust nobody. I'm sorry, I didn't say that out loud. More than 52% of African Americans find in-store shopping relaxing, compared to 26% of the total population. And more than half of us, 55% of Black consumers say that they enjoy wandering in and out of other stores to find new and interesting products. When we're shopping, that's us, Black people, African Americans, we're more influenced by the store staff by 34% more. We're 34% more influenced by the store staff than anybody else. 28% more of the in-store advertising influences us. So in other words, we don't go into the store with what we want to buy in mind. We shopping. We are shopping. And when it comes to supporting our own, we are the first in line to buy from Black-owned businesses, especially in the beauty industry, where Black folks account for 90% of overall spending. We're also influenced by celebrities. In fact, 35% of African American shoppers are likely to agree that when a celebrity designs a product, they're more likely to buy it. What is that saying? What it's saying is we have to stop and think about where and how we are influenced with our spending. Food is another category where Black folks like to spend money, and they spend liberally. According to this Nielsen report, soul food is the major driver of African American consumers. When they're buying groceries, they're buying groceries like Quaker grits, Louisiana fish fry, Glory greens, and Jay's potato chips, right? But it's not all selfish consumerism for the Black dollar. A study in 2012 revealed that African Americans donate a larger share of their income to charities. That means some of y'all going to church, and some of you have other organizations community organizations, partnerships, non-for-profits that you're contributing to. We have been givers from the beginning of time, says Tracy Webb, founder of the Washington, D.C.-based Black Benefactors. And she told that to News One, because from our communities that came from Africa to the Underground Railroad to the Civil Rights Movement, Blacks have been collectively giving to something because it's inherent to us. With that said, Black enterprise caution conflating buying habits and wealth. What does that mean? Well, to the degree that we withhold our spending from companies that are harmful, disrespectful, unfair, and intentionally direct our dollars towards companies, including Black-owned businesses that are beneficial to our Black communities and our Black consumers, our spending power is important. Alfred Edmond Jr., Senior Vice President and Editor at Large at Black Enterprise, said that in 2017. It's the ability that we have to build wealth, but it depends on our degree of controlling our spending. So that after we have income and other taxes and necessities such as housing and food and transportation, we have to have something left over, not just to spend, but to seek an earmark for savings, retirement savings, an investment portfolio, buying real estate, beginning with our own homes instead of renting, and financing businesses and acquiring other assets. What am I saying to you today, Black business owners, Black people? We need to coagulate our dollars in our community. We need to put our stuff together. We need to get ourselves together and stop spending money on things that decrease, diminish, deflate in value, and invest in things that do. I am Barbara Holmes-Smith. I'm so glad you're listening to me right now. Right now, I want to give a shout out to our wonderful sponsors. And on our sponsors list this week, we have Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners, Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group, and the entire Black Business Expo board of directors and helpers and behind the scenes. We thank you so, so much for all that you do. I'm asking you, based on your dollars, if you would please contribute to our cause. The mission of the Black Business Network is to contribute $5,000 into the hands of students going from high school to college, to give them laptops so that they can go prepared. We're asking you to go to www.blackbusinessnetworkusa.com and donate. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to donate. Students, if you're out there listening and you want to register, also go to blackbusinessexpousa.com, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'm just talking. Thanks, Dr. Kelly. Now I got to start over. We have had an amazing week. An amazing week. And we have had even more fun this day. I want to remind you of our sponsors that made this event a total success are Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody's Capital Partners and Associates. Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, and Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group, as well as the Black Business Expo Board of Directors. We do appreciate everything you've done, and everything you've done has allowed this platform to be live across the globe. So thank you so much. In addition to that, I want to remind especially our speakers and those of you who are listening that we are on a mission. We at the Black Business Expo are on a mission to provide laptops to high schoolers who are going into college. 10 laptops or more to high schoolers, and at least $5,000, up to $5,000 per student to go into college. Now we know that the price of freedom is green. And so I'm asking you, especially speakers, if you've been able to advertise your business on this platform, to please consider a donation of any size. A donation of any size. Like I said, it's the first day with my new mouth. But anyway, I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And we look forward to your donations. How do you donate? So glad you asked. Go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate. That's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and click on the donate button. Also, students, if you want to register, you go to the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and we will be glad to have you in the platform. Next up, we have a wonderful speaker. Her name is Kimberly McLean. Kimberly has been in print, web, advertising for over 22 years. That means this is not her first rodeo. She's worked with leaders in engineering, advertising, education, construction, and faith-based industries. In the capacity of marketing director, ad designer, graphics director, project manager, senior graphic design, and senior web designer and developer, she took all of these marketing skills and strategies and created her own advertising agency. Advertising print collateral, it was so easy for her to develop additional marketing strategies for the multimedia and online campaigns that she supports, helping companies like Kimberly Horn and Associates, Trifolium Incorporated, the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and Tompkins Associates. She adds to her accomplishments the title of CEO of Creative Force Studios. It's a multimedia company based in Raleigh, North Carolina. I want to bring to the platform Miss Kimberly McLean.
Hello, hello. What a wonderful introduction.
I didn't realize I was talking about you.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I just wanted to personally thank you as well for that wonderful presentation you just gave, and also for your contributions to the Black Business Expo. It is so important that we continue to support this wonderful nonprofit organization. I mean, just having us here and bringing us to this platform is incredible. And we are really broadcasting all over the world right now.
Yeah, I know. And you're the one who has the numbers and the digits and want to tell everybody where, how, and when we are broadcasting. I'm so excited to hear this myself. So I'm going to get out the way and I'm going to see you on the other side.
Well, thank you. See you on the other side. Hello, everyone. And again, as Barbara mentioned, my name is Kimberly. And I want to, before I get into my presentation again, I just want to thank Dr. Kelly for having us here and allowing us to bring our businesses from our living rooms into your offices or living rooms as well during this pandemic. This virtual conference has been a tremendous asset. And as Barbara said, I am one of the, among a couple of others that market the event. And the numbers are incredible. Even if you're not seeing people actually watching at this time, I monitor when they come back and watch the replays, when it's being shared. I also monitor who's watching. We have people all over the country: Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, Michigan, Kansas City. We also have some countries like Buenos Aires, believe it or not, and we have a lot of people from different regions in Africa, and they are engaging, they're liking the page, they're sending their comments and their well wishes. And I think the next expo, we're probably going to have some ambassadors from Africa as well, bringing you how we can do business with them right here from America. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Today, I've been invited to talk about reputation marketing. And reputation marketing, for me, has been the cornerstone to really getting my clients a lot more authority. And as you can see, I think you can see my screen now, great. Now, as I mentioned, as Barbara mentioned, my background, I'm a wife and mother first. And then I am a digital marketer. I live, sleep, and breathe this stuff. As she said, I've over 20 years, had some of my accomplishments has been to be invited to White House for successful campaigns and community-based programming. So I'm not going to talk a lot about myself, since I got that wonderful introduction, but I just wanted to let you know a little bit about me. I am certified in client acquisition, content marketing, and also email marketing. So if you ever need any help in those things, I'm your girl. Now, the other day I kind of talked about social media and how it relates to reputation marketing, but I really want to reinforce what I mean by reputation. I don't just mean someone gives you a referral or they heard this great thing about you from a past client by word of mouth. I'm saying I think you need to be very deliberate in giving your information about what you do to your prospects. And one of the ways you can do that, as I mentioned, is business directories. You want to also syndicate your content. You want to make sure you have media support. And then there's also affiliation groups that you should take advantage of when you are trying to build your reputation. I happen to do it in several ways. I have a TV network on Roku, Amazon Fire Television, Chromecast, and Apple TV. Some of the shows that I highlight are things like the Financial Secrets. And what I would want you to do is to get on shows that are in your industry that you can be an expert at contributing to their content. I also have a directory called Cities First. Now, everybody by the sound of my voice can be included on Cities First. And I'm going to give you some information how you can do that for free before my presentation is over. Now let's go ahead and get right into it. We're going to talk about 9 little secrets that supercharge your reputation and build your brand that attracts a lot more clients that will convert. Now, having said that, one of the things I want you to do is really listen up. Like the truckers used to say, put your good ears on, buddy, because I want you to listen to this and take this to heart. 5-star reviews count. The more 5-star reviews that you have, the more successful you will be on the web in all of your social platforms. And we've been getting really good qualified traffic from this strategy. And that traffic traffic is great, but what's more important is converting that traffic into actual clients. And so when you're using your 5-star reviews, it is more likely that you will be able to do that because you are building trust. Now, as I said, secret number 1, the more social signals that you get with your 5-star review, the more you will be able to get more traffic to your website. Secret number 2, recent reviews show more authority and more relevance to what you're doing. What I mean by that is a lot of people, they put their reviews up, but what they don't do is continue to put fresh, relevant reviews up. Well, the way Google and the way people search online, that relevancy, it actually helps you rank, and it actually helps you get in front of your competitors. So not only do you want to put your reviews up, but you want to make sure that you are putting them up frequently, because that's going to allow people to visit you more often, and it's also going to build more authority. Now, secret number 3, reputation from different sources also increase that authority, and it helps increase those conversions, sales. And so what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're looking at all of these different platforms and making sure you get reviews to them. Things like your Google reviews, your Facebook reviews, your Yelp reviews, industry review sites. A lot of people miss that one. So if you're a marketer, make sure you're in those marketing ranking sites, industry review sites, text messaging, messenger reviews. You want to make sure that you're texting people your reviews. You know, that, hey, by the way, check this out. Sending them to that review that's on your website, as I mentioned that you should do, or video testimonials, including those in your emails. And client satisfaction photos. Those are really huge. As I mentioned before, an image is, our brain processes images more than any other type of communication. It processes it faster, that is. And so, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, about 40,000 when you're talking about the web and that instant pattern interruption that you need in order to get someone's attention. Now, one of the things, I mentioned this the other day, but I really wanted you guys to keep this. At certain points I'm going to make throughout this presentation that I want you to keep in mind. And I want you to really understand that the new trends that is facing reputation today is social media. And this is a breakdown of social media by generation. As you can see, the millennials use it 90.4%. The Gen X age group uses it 77.5%. And even the baby boomers are up to 48. It might be a little more than that, 48.2%. Now, over 80% of all your new buyers or customers right now is probably on social media. So, blurred lines, many of the social media sites, they turn into review sites, and you don't even realize it. Facebook is really part of a review site. Yelp is part of a review site. LinkedIn, part of a review site. And you may say, well, that doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Facebook is a social media platform. Yelp is a offer or discount platform. LinkedIn is a business platform. And all of that is true. But as consumers, and more everyday consumers are looking to those platforms to check you out. And they do that by studying what people are saying about you in your reviews, in your reputation. Okay. And now, and that result in people doing that and using these social medias, platforms, really the result of that is that the social media spend is expected to create 48 billion to 76 plus billion in 2021. So y'all, people are spending more money and will be spending more money than they ever had in the history of social media this year. And it's only increasing with the pandemic and just all of the other platforms that are continuing to improve themselves. This is where the money is. And if you're not thinking like this as a business owner, you will get left behind. So please take these notes, look at these numbers, these statistics that we study every day are for a reason. We study the trends and we develop strategies based on this, y'all. And I believe that you should too. Now, what can brands do on social media to get people to make a purchase? Now, 48% of people said they will respond when they see a good review. 48% said they offer promotional content. 42% said by providing educational content. 27% said by providing, the screens, scenes in the content. And 26% said being funny. So all of these people had this to say about what they thought would help them with, getting people to make a purchase online. And all of these things are correct, encouraging people to buy, offering promotional content, educating them and giving value, letting them get a peek behind the scenes or even being funny. All of these things do help, but the bottom line is you have to stay in mind. You have to do the Kim method, the keep in mind method. And that is the bottom line. And I'm going to keep on nailing this home every time I get an opportunity to speak to you, because these are the things, the simple things that people aren't doing to increase their reputation and their social presence. Now, how often should you post on social media? Well, it just depends. It depends on what platform you're using. Our studies have shown, and what works for us and our clients most of the time, and this is something you may want to take note of. If your company should use Twitter, now let me back up a little bit and just talk to this a little bit. I've heard it mentioned several times, but I really want to make sure that it hits home. Every time you get on a social media platform, think about who you are talking to and why. Because your potential prospect or your ideal client may not be on that platform. So I wanted to make it clear, you don't have to be on all the platforms. That is a myth, and it's something that I'm not necessarily behind 100%. If you don't have purpose and a strategy for being on that platform, you're wasting your time. But if you do have a strategy in specific platforms, this is the number of times we think you should post a day if your market is there. 4 times on Twitter, at least 2 times per day on Facebook, 1 time on LinkedIn, and about 3 times on Instagram. Now, on the average, you're looking at least 2 times a day. And that way your customers will you'll be in front of your customers and they'll see you more. Now, the reason for that is only 12% of followers ever see your post. And that's something that people don't really realize. These platforms are not showing all of the content that you put out there. They are in the business of advertising. And so they want you to pay for that advertising. And so they show some of your stuff and they want you to pay to show more of it. And the second reason is social networks promote consistency. They do reward you for being consistent. The reason they do that is that so that they can tell their viewers, look at all of these eyeballs, look at all of this participation. And that's why I tell you, even now with the Black Business Expo, talking about the numbers, the reason we want you to engage, because Facebook and all of the social media platforms will reward us for being consistently delivering information to you, and you consistently engaging. And so that's why we suggest these number of posts with those specific platforms. So again, use the platform strategically and post with these numbers in mind. We've tested these numbers with various industries and various clients. These numbers work. And you have to post often because you're not going to be shown. Each post that you make will not reach all of the audience that you intended to reach. So keep that in mind. But again, LinkedIn, you don't, because it's a B2B, you don't want to bombard businesses with a whole bunch of conversation, because you want to make sure that it's about the business and that you're bringing value when you communicate. Now, I hope that is a big aha moment for you, because every new client we could ever want is right here on social media. You just have to keep them in mind. Do the Kim method and keep that top of mind or keep in mind strategy. Now, secret number 5. Today, we're again hitting home reputation. And for me, and for social media, reputation, as I said, it's reviews, it's testimonials. And you want to make sure that you're putting reviews out there 2 or 3 times a week if you can. So let's say you have 50 reviews. Drip them out. And over the next 25 days or 50 days, put one new review out every day. This strategy works. The strategies that I'm giving you guys actually are things that have resulted in conversions and sales for my clients. So I hope me driving these things home help you to remember to do this. Now, secret number 6, as I said, ad reviews, but you also want to do video interviews and video reviews and testimonials. Testimonials probably result in at least 40% of my lead gen, because people want to work with somebody that they can trust. And it's just like a good old referral. And so you want to make sure that you're getting reviews from your clients, getting testimonials from your clients. You also, if you can, you want to engage in doing interviews or these kind of speaking engagements to increase your reputation and authority. And we do something called expert reviews and interviews on a show I call Roll in the City, and also have a new show called In the City. And I'll be giving you all an opportunity to participate that at the end of this presentation as well. Now, let's do a little social review. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about social media. And if you get a chance, if you did not see it, the Black Business Expo is running these particular sessions to help you learn. And Dr. Kelly is going to be in the Black Business Expo, is going to be running this, I think, over the next 2 or 3 months. So any of the lessons or speaking sessions that you missed, you'll have an opportunity to go back and review them. But just for today, I'm going to do a quick little review of the social media session that I spoke about yesterday. Now, Again, our research shows that a consistent stream of online reviews is helpful in content creation for social media to keep people at the top of, on the top of your mind, or you on the top of their mind, I guess is what I wanted to say. And we want you to do that an average of 2 times a day, or the numbers that I suggested in the previous slide. Now, the question is, what type of content do you post that results in reaching new markets and creates top of the mind, or Kim, keep in mind awareness? Well, I teased yesterday that I was going to show you this secret if you showed up today or reviewed this session, because I really think it's important for us as business owners to really take this social media and this reputation marketing by the horns and reel in and really use it. So the next slide, I'm going to give you a secret that I usually reserve for my clients, but I want you all to have this, use this. And if you need any help, just let me know. Okay, so this secret number 7 is our recipe on how to disseminate content over the web and how to reinforce your reputation. Now, most people think of reputation as just reviews or testimonials. Here's the tricky bit, and here's another aha moment that I hope you take away. The type of content that you put out on social media. Remember, most social media is just that, a social platform. And so you want to make sure that you are engaging. And so this, we call it a recipe because there's several different things that we do. One is we put out information that is recreational. Things like funny jokes, throwbacks, holiday celebrations. The next thing we do is we post content that's educational, like facts and trivia, tips and tricks, trends and research, or even case studies. The next piece of our recipe, which is the C of our recipe, is we do things that are conversational. We may provide a survey or a poll for you to engage in, or we may have some things for you to fill in the blank. What do you think about X? What do you think about Z? Or this or that. Would you like this or would you like that? We give you things that would start a conversation about a topic that your particular prospect may be interested in. These kind of conversations give you a wealth of information on how to prepare your marketing collateral and conversations with your prospects. The next one is being inspirational, because everybody needs a little pick me up, in business or just in life. And as a business owner and wanting to connect with your clients, you need to be positive. You need to show inspirational stories and inspiring messages and quotes, and even before and after. This is what her marketing looked like before she met Kim, and this is after. This is where her sales were before, and this is after. So those kind of things are very effective. And then we're getting down to the P of the recipe. That's when you put in the promotion, the promotional things. See, this is where a lot of people make mistakes with their social media, because they're always promoting, buy this, 20% off, this sort of thing. Now, there's a place for that, but you want to put it in your recipe, put a little seasoning on it, stir it up, make it sweet to the taste. Make it taste good. Make it easy to digest. And the way you do that is, again, by preparing and posting different kinds of content. And in those promotional things, things like, discounts, customer reviews, the review, remember the reputation, live events such as this, demos, webinars and training. This falls in that category. I think the Black Business Expo kind of has a really good recipe, I think, in all of that. You get education, you get sister talk, you're getting promotion, you're getting reputation and review marketing, you're getting fundraising. This is a great platform that demonstrates the recipe and how to do it well. And the last part, that obviously why we all are here, is the entrepreneurial things. The behind the scenes, the personal life. People want to do business with people that are personable, that they feel like they know. Featuring an employee to improve your morale externally as well as internally. And then letting people know what you're all about, your mission, your vision, your values. And that is the Creative Force content recipe for social media, reputation, and authority building. So I hope that helped. That's one of my biggest secret sauce. And I hope you all are able to, bake up something that works for you, that's going to lead you to more sales and prospects. Now, we're almost there. We're at secret number 8. Now, one of the things that you really want to make sure when you're getting all of these reviews is that, again, as I mentioned, be consistent. Make sure your content stays on top of the mind, and create as many what we call social signals as possible. Those social signals will allow your listings to rank and your website to rank even higher. That's how all this stuff works, y'all. It's the web. It is controlled by Google. Use bots. They use machines. And so the more that it's scouring the internet and seeing social signals from you and your posts and your engagement and people talking well about you with reviews and testimonials, the better you're going to rank. It's going to increase your search engine optimization. Now, secret number 9. Secret number 9 is once you have that reputation building and you've been posting your reviews, I wanted to come back and talk about the offer. And because what happens is a lot of people, like I mentioned, they posting offers without that recipe. You want to make sure you do that. You want to make sure you increase your reputation, but you also want to make sure that your offer is something that is trackable. Now, this is where Creative Force Studio distinguishes itself as a digital marketing agency. We make sure that when you post, we're tracking those posts. We have a way, and we call it our social offer widget, that when we post, that offer widget has a pixel behind it, tracking when people click on it, tracking what people do. And then we also take you to an offer page. So our social post will have a strategy behind it that also has intelligence behind it to keep that person that engaged with you further engaging with you and deeper into your sales funnel, so that you can track that individual and continue to court them, just like any other relationship. Think of it like that. It's a relationship that you meet, you make an offer, they get to like you, you continue to court them. And when they take that offer, let's say in this example that I'm showing you now, this is for a dentist, and they're offering a teeth whitening service. So when they click on that offer, it will take them to an offer page. So it'll let you know who's engaged. It'll capture that information, and then it'll put it into our email sequencing system that will continue to talk to them until they redeem that offer, give you a call, book an appointment, or whatever the sales goal may be. Now, you don't have to use our software or platform to do this, but we would love if you did. But the point I'm making here is, don't just go willy-nilly posting. Post with intelligence behind it that's going to give you the ability to follow up and continue to speak to your profit until they convert. Because after all, you're doing this for conversions. Now, I want you to use these 9 secrets to supercharge your business by marketing that 5-star reputation. If you don't know how to effectively get 5-star reviews, please contact me and I will help you build your reviews in a short period of time that will give you the kind of leads and ultimately the conversions you need to grow your business. One of the other tools that we have for authority building and reputation marketing is, again, I mentioned my television shows. And one of the things that I am going to offer to the speakers that are engaged with Black Business Expo and the viewers is an opportunity to apply to be involved in getting interviews with our expert interview. So we're going to be interviewing you on Roll in the City, and it's going to give you an opportunity to talk about your business so that you can build an asset to put in your social media recipe. So with that being said, I am done with the presentation, but I will stick around for a few minutes to answer any questions that you may have. I thank you for your time, and I hope to see you soon. I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'll answer a few questions if there is some to be answered.
I have questions if nobody else does. Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay, great.
Well, first, I want to thank you so much. You did a phenomenal job on marketing and being an agency yourself, the social media. Oh my God, I have so many things I want to ask you. I'm going to first look over here to the comments and see if somebody has a comment. I see Hunter Keith out there. Oh, he was commenting on us spending our money in, we could shut down the economy if we put our money together. But he was talking about in regards to the last speaker. So I got you all to myself for the minute, Kim.
Okay.
I'm good. Okay. So I want to know, I have been posting, and obviously not with the greatest strategy, apparently based on what I just learned today. And, sending out quotes and then asking, if you need help in this area, please email me, text me at this bit.ly, just to have something there for them to reach out to me. So you're saying if I understand this correctly, I shouldn't be doing that every time I post.
That's right.
Okay. So if I post, that means I'm constantly saying, buy for me, buy for me, buy for me, buy for me.
Exactly.
So
that's a turnoff. Right. That see what and again that you're right. You understood that exactly how I delivered it. You want to make sure, just like we're having a conversation, the more you can educate someone, the more you can give value. Because what's going to happen is, a lot of times, even yesterday I was on, and people reach out, and they'll reach out to you because you've given them what they need. They know you know what you're talking about.
Right.
And so, like I said, with this session being about reputation, instead let your folks speak for you. Grab a good testimony on that thing that you're talking about selling. Let them talk about it.
Okay.
And don't ask for anything. Just let them, because it's going to speak to that person's pain. And they're going to say, wow, you did that for them? Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I need. And you'll be amazed. You might not see it. And a lot of times people will say, oh, your agency, I don't see all these likes and that sort of thing on your post. And I laugh and I say, man, if you could just see my inbox.
Right.
You could just see my private messaging.
Right, because it's not all about how many likes you get, it's how much money goes to the bank.
Right. And it's about how you nurture those likes. That's right. Another thing people make the mistake of doing. Let's say you get a post and it's 3 likes, right? Mm-hmm. And you think, wow, only 3 likes. But if you think about it like this, what if you converted one of those 3 likes and they were a lifetime customer? How much really is that worth? Nurture what you have, and they will nurture you. I get more referrals than anything else for my business, believe it or not. I'm a marketing company.
Well, I can believe that. So when you say convert the likes, talk more about how do you do that?
Okay, that's a good question. What I mean by that is when you see someone liking you, find out more about them. When you see somebody liking you, start a conversation with them. And if you say, well, wow, what if it's a whole bunch of likes? What if it's a whole bunch? Well, we have automated ways to do that and make it personable. We can talk about that offline, but I can certainly help you with that. But you really want to make everybody feel like you're thinking specifically about that. That's right. Very personable. Make it very personable, and you will convert.
That recipe was magic. It was all of that for me.
Thank you.
And I'd like to talk to you offline. So can you give us what is your contact information where anyone could reach you so that if they want to get with you offline, they can do that?
Absolutely. It's creativeforceagency.com. Or if you want to give me a personal email, you can email me at Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com. Or you can reach our office number at 800-315-5598.
That is so awesome, Kimberly. I appreciate all you do for the Black Business Network. I want to ask you, what made you go into this whole, besides, you were doing it for another company, other companies, other places, mm-hmm. way back, like when you were a little girl, can you tell me some things that now looking back, hindsight, of course, always being 2020, now looking back, you can see things in your past that maybe have pointed you in this direction?
It's funny you say that, because I was talking to my husband about just that the other day. When I was a little girl, young girl, I used to paint murals on nurseries for folks. And, I could probably do Spider-Man and Strawberry Shortcake in my sleep. But I did so many of those, and I'm aging myself. You can tell when that Strawberry Shortcake was popular.
The young thing like strawberry who?
Right. And so, Spider-Man has longevity.
Yes, Spider-Man does have longevity. Yeah.
Yeah, but and so I was doing that. I said I went to art school.
Oh, did you?
I graduated from art school, and then I thought that I wanted to be a painter. And my mom said, "Can you make any money painting?" So I changed my major to visual communications and marketing. And so that's how I kind of transitioned into that. And I was able to still use my creativity, but in a more entrepreneurial fashion. So, but it started from drawing very early in age, cartoon characters and that kind of thing, and then making it, a business, if you will, or doing something entrepreneurial with it, and growing from there.
That's awesome. How critical is it for people to understand the difference between marketing and sales?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's very important. And I do like to really explain to people that, when you talk about marketing, you're talking about that process of getting in front of someone. Sales, and that's what we talked about earlier in the presentation, is the conversion of that. You're converting, the effort of marketing is like a relationship. You're courting that person, you're educating them, you're making them laugh, you're giving them a chance to engage in a conversation, and all the other things with the recipe. But you're doing those things, and at the end of the day, sales is converting off of that effort. And so, but I will say they obviously go hand in hand.
Right.
And if you don't do the marketing right, it makes the sales extremely difficult. It could be very easy at that part if you get that upfront courtship correct.
Well, that's what I want the viewers to understand, that they are connected, but they are not the same thing.
They're not the same. There's different processes and techniques and strategies.
Strategy. That's the word I wanted you to hit. Mm-hmm. Marketing is a strategy, right?
That's right.
And then sales are the result of you having a great marketing strategy.
Mm-hmm. And there are strategies within sales, the techniques and methods, of course. But you're right. The process and systems and again strategies is the part of marketing that equates to a good sales process.
Now, people hear the term SEO all the time. Mm-hmm. SEO. I know what it is. It's search engine optimization. But That's what right. really does that mean? Would you tell that to the audience for me?
Be happy to do that. Search engine optimization is sort of like what it sounds like. These search engines are they're bots, really. They're machines. So in order to compete, you have to have your web blueprint or presence optimized. And so there's techniques on how to do that. Everything from how you write your content to how you tag your page, or there's something called meta tags, meta information that's in your actual websites, sales funnels, and so
all posts, all
those posts. Now, with the post, what I'm talking about, meta tags, is not in the post. What's in the post are what we call keywords and key phrases. Now, keywords and key phrases, there are strategies to that as well to help you rank. Now, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because one of the things that people don't realize that if you go in right now, there was a time when you would type Black Business Expo and a different organization would come up. Now, because of our efforts with our search engine optimization techniques, we're now ranking
First.
over 100 different keywords or key phrases.
Mhm.
And so that's very strategic. And yeah, that's what search engine optimization is. You're basically trying to improve your ranking on search engines such as Google, Bing, and some others.
Well, thank you so much, Kim. Again, you are a phenomenal speaker, a phenomenal presenter, a phenomenal marketing person, and I definitely will be connecting with you after this is all over with. Thank you so much for all you do, and thank you. I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
No problem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, all across the country, it is time for me again to say to you, we are here for a purpose. The purpose is to give scholarships to young people who are coming out of high school, going into college, and needing some additional assistance. Some that need laptops and $5,000 up to $5,000 in scholarship money. We are asking you to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate. We're also asking any student who wishes to receive a scholarship to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and register to be a participant in this wonderful fundraising event. We thank you so much for all you've done, for all you've been, and I appreciate you for being here with us all morning. If you're looking at it on replay, type a comment / hashtag replay. I look forward to seeing you on the other side. I'm Barbara H. Smith, your moderator for this morning. You want me to still keep going? I can, I can talk. Mark, take it away, Mark.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. 9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
We're back. And I want to thank our sponsors, our wonderful sponsors that without we could not make this entire project possible. I want to thank today Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners. I want to thank Black Leaders Worldwide. Also thanking Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Black Mastermind Group, and the Black Business Expo Board of Directors. Thank you all for all of the work you put in to make this opportunity a success, because it truly is an opportunity. And I also want to add an extra special comment to every speaker on the platform before today, and going forward. I'm challenging you to get on board and support this mission of giving 10 laptops to students and $5,000 by contributing to this cause. I'm challenging you because many of us, or many of you, have been on platform for free. Let's call it what it is. And We need your support. This is not for us. This is for the community as well as our students. So get on board. I'm challenging you. And I want to say thank you in advance. Well, the lady I'm getting ready to introduce right now is a phenom. She is the Electra Beverage Company CEO. She is a former ESPN anchor and HGTV host. She is a WNBA NCAA champion and a Fortune 100 speaker, trainer, and coach. Fran Harris has more than 30 years of entrepreneurial experience. She started her journey as a snow cone operator, entrepreneur at age 9. And today she is a CEO and owner of Electra Beverage Company. She's a CEO of a 20-year training and development company for Fortune 100 clients. She believes in the human spirit. She's an advocate for entrepreneurs, companies that are doing good, and women who mean business. She's a real estate developer and broke ground on her own first sports facility in 2019. As a 20-year national television personality and sportscaster, she was a former championship basketball player with the Houston Comets and a former Procter & Gamble sales associate. Fran's most proud of how she moves the world with truth, compassion, power, ingenuity, and zero regard for the status quo. She is quite simply a force of nature. Well, if you want to experience it for yourself, you're going to get the opportunity. If you're truly ready for the next level, invite her team to help your team. I want to introduce to you Fran Harris.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure, all right? But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to this crazy good presentation on how to improve your chances to get on Shark Tank, the #1 business reality show on the planet. And I'm going to share with you how you can improve your chances of getting on this show. If you are a business owner, an entrepreneur, somebody with a great idea, you are in the right place. All right. So I'm going to share my screen now, and we're going to jump right into the presentation. So let's see where we are. Yes, we are here. Excellent. All right, gonna need these glasses. The question becomes, do you have an invention, a product, a service, or app that you want to get out into the world? That is the question tonight. And if we jump right into this and we go, there are 3 things that every business needs to succeed and launch. You need a cash pumping concept or idea, you need craving customers, and you need consistent capital. All right, as I said, I am Fran Harris with the big question tonight is, are you ready to swim with the sharks? I am the founder of Electra, a better for you sports drink company, a better for you hydration beverage company that is about to change the game. So that's me inside the tank, swimming, in many cases, drowning with the sharks. Had a great time with them. And what I'm going to share with you tonight is not theory. It is not speculation. It is everything that I know from my 25 years in television, plus my experience of being a Shark Tank alum that I'm going to share with you to help you get on the show. All right, so let's jump in. On January 8th, 2021, I walked into Shark Tank. I walked out with the deal, and within 24 hours, I had over 400 orders. Let me repeat that. Walked into Shark Tank, walked out with the deal, and in less than 24 hours, Electra had 400 plus orders. And it just kept going and kept going and kept going. And so again, tonight is not about theory. It's not about speculation. It's not about what I think works. It's about exactly what I did to have me walking out of Shark Tank, walking out of those very doors just a little over a month ago. All right. So let me ask you this. Would $100,000 to $1 million change your business's life? Could it help you to start, grow, and scale your business? If the answer to that is yes, then you are definitely in the right place, right? So we're going to talk about today is how to apply, how to prepare, and how to improve your chances of landing on the #1 business show on the planet, and that is Shark Tank. But a lot of what I'm going to share with you tonight can be used for Top Chef, Housewives of Atlanta, Let's Make a Deal, whatever kinds of show. The principles are the same no matter what show you are attempting to get on. So let's jump in. So I created Electra out of a need. I created Electra, my sports drink company, my hydration beverage company, out of a need in the marketplace for healthier, better for you sports drinks. Now, here's the thing. A lot of times people will say, there's nothing new under the sun. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. Why? There's nothing new under the sun. And to some degree, that's true. But to a greater degree, it's not true, because we see inventions and we see products coming onto the market every single year, right? Every single year we see something coming into the market and we're like, whoa, I wish I had thought of that. Well, it's the same thing with Electra. 50 years ago, Gatorade walked into the marketplace with a sports drink. It was not the first sports drink. There were people who were doing electrolyte drinks before then. Do your history, do your research. But Gatorade did something different. They put the science behind it. They put the marketing and the advertising behind it. And all of a sudden we had a new category, and we had a very exciting category. So it's the same thing with Electra. I had to figure out what's going to make Electra different, because the category hasn't been innovated in over 50 years, not seriously innovated in over 50 years. So when people say there's nothing new under the sun, I go, if there's nothing new under the sun, there's no way I could have launched Electra. All right. So it's not necessarily about starting something brand new that's never been done. Sometimes it's just about starting something that's a little bit different than what's been done. And that is how I started Electra. All right. So the thing I needed to do, though, because Gatorade and some of the other players in the category are so far ahead, multi-billion-dollar companies, I had to validate that Electra was actually even possible, that people would even consider buying it. So I'll tell you what I did to validate my product in the marketplace. The first thing I did was to look at the marketplace. What's out there? I went to every store. I went to natural stores, regular grocery stores, specialty stores, and I took pictures of every category in the sports drink that was even related to sports nutrition, because I had to know, listen, what is out there? What am I going to be walking into investors saying, hey, this is a new thing, this is a better for you thing? And then they would say, well, who are you competing with? And I would be like, I have no idea. So I took pictures of grocery store aisles, sports drink aisles. Not only that, I took pictures of water aisles, right? Because it's not that I'm just competing potentially with Electra with sports drinks. I'm competing with whatever customers are drinking for hydration. And so you have to be aware of the entire landscape. So the first thing I did was I looked at the marketplace, literally looked at the marketplace. Then I did a survey of 200 plus consumers, right? Consumers who were currently drinking hydration drinks, who were currently into sports nutrition, who were currently drinking the leaders in the space. Did a survey of them, asked them why they drank those things. What would it take to get them not to drink those things? What were they drinking instead of those things? What were they drinking before they started using those things, those drinks? And got all those answers and validated the fact that people not only were interested in something that was better for them, that they would actually try something that was better for them. So something like 43% of the people we surveyed said, yes, if there was something better on the marketplace, yes, we would try it. All right. So there's one thing getting people to say that they will, and then another thing getting them to try it. And we'll get to that later. Then it was about asking buyers, not just consumers. It was about asking buyers what was missing. That is the question that not a lot of entrepreneurs ask themselves. When you're starting something, you're just so excited, you want, it's the best thing since sliced bread, it's the best thing since ice cream, but you forget to ask yourself and the marketplace, what's missing? So when I started my company, I went to people who were very knowledgeable in the space, very knowledgeable as scientists, very knowledgeable as consumers. And I said, okay, guys, we know what's out there, what's missing. And they told me. And that's why I knew I had a space with Electra. And that's when it became time to secure the bag. So let's talk about raising capital, because before we get to Shark Tank, we got to talk about just the notion of raising capital. For me, raising capital is extremely fun. Everything I do, I try to make it fun. So raising capital is extremely fun. When you're raising capital for your company, as many of you will know, you start with your friends and family, unless you came from a rich family. Unless you came from a wealthy family, you talk about looking at people like your friends, your family, and your own funds. The 3 F's: friends, family, your own funds. Then there's crowdfunding, things like Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Those are websites, and there are hundreds of them, literally hundreds of them, that will allow people who have an idea to put their idea on the website, and then the crowd can fund their ideas. You can donate $20, you can back an idea by doing $50, $100, different denominations that you can use. The difference in a crowdfunding campaign like this is that you don't get equity in the company. You just become a supporter of the company. So a supporter, a backer, a contributor, those are all ways that you can leverage a crowdfunding campaign to raise capital for your business or your idea. Then there are private investors. So those are people like, I invest in companies. I probably invested in 15 or 20 companies over the last 3 or 4 years. So from as low as $50 to thousands of dollars. So private investors are just private individual citizens who are interested in the company, and they exchange money for equity. So a piece of the business, a piece of the action. So some people give, oh, you may get 1% of my company. You may get 0.5% of my company if you give me a certain amount of money. So those are private investors. Venture capitalists, sometimes called vulture capitalists, are people who their business, all they do all day long is find companies, typically high growth companies, to invest in. And typically what typifies what a venture capitalist will do in exchange for equity is that they will take a large amount of your company. So for instance, a venture capitalist, which is what Shark Tank is, the people on Shark Tank, those investors are venture capitalists. They are the highest order of investors. And so they may take 30, 40, 50, 60. Sometimes we'll see them take the entire company, 100% of the company, in exchange for whatever they bring. They bring status, they bring capital, actual money, they bring access to capital, they bring partnerships, strategic alliances, right? All of that comes with a venture capitalist. And then there are loans. There are tons of other ways you can raise capital, but these 5 are the primary ones. Then there are loans. You can get loans from banks. You can get loans from venture capitalists. Sometimes you'll see on Shark Tank, people will say, I will give you $100,000 cash, and then I'll give you $250 as a line of credit or a loan or whatever. All of those are verifiable, credible ways of raising capital. All right. So I started Electra with $25,000 of my own money. I stopped counting after $25,000 because I was willing to do whatever it took to get Electra off the ground. But after I did my first round of $25,000 of my own money, then I raised $125,000 from friends and family. So I'm going back to that friends and family round. Put my own sweat and blood and sweat equity into the company, my own skin in the game. And then I went to other people and say, listen, I'm starting this company. Here's what I'm doing. Here's the money that I put in the company myself. I want to raise 250 grand or whatever it was at the time. And people started to actually invest in my company. And I was able to raise $125,000 within 3 or 4 months. It was definitely shorter than 6 months. I stopped counting. It didn't matter to me how long it took. I was going to raise that money. And so the big thing that people typically want to know when you're raising capital is, what are you going to use the money for? What is it for? And so just as an example of what was in my investor deck for Electra is I had to talk about research and development. How do I know this idea can really fly? Branding and design. You see me in my Electra t-shirt. I'm actually in the same t-shirt right now. Branding and design, getting the packaging, getting the formulation. What is it going to taste like? Raw materials, packaging again, and sales and marketing. Website. Is the website up? Do I need to hire a salesperson? Whenever you're raising capital, people want to know, what's the money going to be for? All right. So for me, it became the question after I raised that $125,000 is, what's the next level for me? What is it? What's going to get me to the next level such that Electra is a real company? Okay. You've raised money. You have people who knew you, who've given you money, but you also have people that you didn't know, that you've made pitches to, who actually invested in your company. So what's next? And for me, it was Shark Tank. So we were planning to launch Shark Tank. We were planning to launch Electra about in the spring of 2020. We were planning to launch it at the Women's Final Four. I was producing a film called A League of Our Own about professional women's basketball, and we were going to launch it there. We were going to have some presence at the men's Final Four, basketball Final Four as well. And then COVID hit. And then it was like, son of a pup, like, what is going on? And so now we had to change everything. And for me, in that moment, I was like, okay, this is the time for me to get on Shark Tank, because I'd had ideas and businesses before. But for me, applying to Shark Tank was a different level. It was a different level of venture capital. It was a different level for the business. And I wanted to make sure that when I applied for Shark Tank, that I was doing it with the business that I really thought could get through, that they would see the merit and that they would want me to move forward in the show. And I knew that was Electra. So that was the next level for me. I knew that I needed partners. I knew that I needed access to capital, and I knew that I needed fast track to customers. So you notice I didn't say money necessarily. because for me, the priority, I'd already proven that I could raise money fairly quickly. And so I wasn't concerned about my ability to raise capital as I was about accelerated capital, accelerators for my success. And for me, that meant strategic partnerships with the Shark. That meant access to additional capital, because when you're raising capital for a beverage company, you're always raising capital. I mean, you're never not raising capital. And that's a reality. I know it's like that in a lot of sectors, but especially for beverage, because it's very expensive. Even if I had already raised $250,000 or $1 million, I still would have gone on Shark Tank, because you're always raising money. Okay. So for me, those were the three things: partners, access, and customers. Enter the Shark Tank, answering the question of what is your next level? Let's enter the Shark Tank. So what do you get when you get to the Shark Tank? You get proven entrepreneurs, access to capital, acceleration in the marketplace, instant credibility, insane media exposure. And let's face it, if 6 to 8 million plus people are watching the show, you're getting tremendous access to eyeballs and credibility by being on Shark Tank, right? Customers. So then the question becomes, I'm going to take a swig of my drink. The question becomes, so how do you get on the show? My ABCs of getting on Shark Tank: apply, believe, captivate. ABCs: apply, believe, and captivate. And we know the system works because I got on Shark Tank. So apply, believe, and captivate. Apply. It starts with the application. Let me just put it in perspective for you. Typically in a year that's non-COVID, when people can move about the country, Shark Tank gets, I think they said something like 30,000 people who apply. So some of those people are at the in-person auditions. Some of those people are online. But in 2020, the year that I was actually going to be applying for Shark Tank, there were close to 100,000 applicants. Do I need to repeat that? 100,000, because you couldn't have the in-person stuff. So everything was coming online. And you know how many spots we're competing for? I think roughly 120 to 150, something like that. And not all those people actually go to air. So it's highly competitive. So you've got to apply, but then you also have to believe that your idea, your business, that it belongs on Shark Tank. It's worthy of standing in that hollow, that sacred tank. You have to believe that. And then finally, you have to captivate. You have to know how to captivate on an application, on the telephone, over video, and on television. All right. So let's talk about the first one: apply. If you go to ABC and search for Shark Tank, you will see the page that shows you where to apply for it. But here's the thing: the actual application is the first audition. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. They don't realize that when you turn in that application, when you send that PDF to a producer, that is your first application. That's your first audition, I should say. So don't think, oh, I'm so magical, I'm so charismatic. Once they hear me on the phone, I'm going to make them swoon. That's not how it works. Your first audition is what you have written on the page. And a lot of people, that's insider tip. That's worth $1 million in and of itself. Doesn't matter what show you're applying for. When you audition, your application is the first audition. Okay. So you want to make sure that you actually captivate on that audition, on that application. You want to make sure that you make your personality jump off of the page. Okay. You want to make sure you follow instructions. If they say send me 3 5x7 pictures, then send them 3 5x7 pictures. If they say send me a fun picture and a solemn picture and you eating popcorn, follow instructions. It is extremely important that you follow instructions. They will eliminate people who don't follow instructions, right? Again, you want to show on paper who you are. You want to show on paper not just who you are, but who you will be on television. Every time you have contact with the producer, every time you have contact with the show, they are sizing you up and they're saying, how good is this person going to be on television? All right. Have a real business idea. If you saw some of the earlier shows, you saw that, I can't even believe how the earlier shows looked, but that was 11, 12 years ago, whatever it is. And you saw them just get all kinds of people on the shows. That's not happening anymore. Shark Tank is not hard up for contestants. So in the early years, they just had to get some folks on. Now it's highly competitive. So you want to make sure that you are bringing your best game to the application process. You want to return the paperwork when they ask you to return it. If they say get it back to us in 24 hours, that's what you need to do. All right. Don't bug the producers. So if they send you something, you send it to them. Don't keep going, hey, just want to make sure you got my thing. Hey, just want to make sure you got my thing. Hey, just want to make sure. Don't do that. That will get you eliminated. Now, what I will say as a caveat is that sometimes their communication goes to your spam box. So you want to make sure as soon as you get that first email from a producer, you want to make sure that you whitelist that email address at Shark Tank TV, whatever it is. You want to make sure you whitelist that so that it comes through, because there were some times during last summer when we were going through the audition process that we had a circumstance where they sent me something and they would send me an email and say, hey, when are you going to have a chance to send that? And I was like, well, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. So it had started going to my junk filter. So make sure as soon as you get that first email that you whitelist it and you make sure that it gets through. All right. And then the last thing is prepare for a marathon. It's not a sprint. So it will be a 3 to 4 month process of getting on the show. I sent my application in, I think in March, and got the first call in April. So a month passed before I even heard from them. And then you audition. And then finally you get an audition date. Here's a very important tip. Every time you speak to a producer, be excited. Every time. Because if you don't, they're going to think, well, I'm turning this person doesn't want to be on the show. And remember, they're always looking at you as someone who's potentially going to be on the show. So they want to see what you're going to be like when you're excited. They want to see what you're going to be like when you're upset. So for me, when I got that first call for Shark Tank, I remember seeing the phone and I was on another call. I was busy or something. So I saw that it was a Culver City phone number, but I couldn't answer. They left a message and said, hey, this is whoever it was, Jen or whoever it was, and just want you to give me a call back. I have some information about the show. She didn't sound overly excited. She didn't sound depressed. So I called her and she said, hey, Fran, this is Jen or whatever it was. I just want to let you know that you have made it through. Immediately, I acted like I'd won $1 million. And I genuinely was excited. So I was genuinely excited, but important for her to see, hey, she's excited. This is what this person is going to be like if they get a deal. I just gave you another $1 million tip. Every time you have contact with the producer via email, via the phone, via video chat, whatever, because you may do all of that, be excited. Show them who they're going to see on the show. All right. All right. So speaking of the show, first thing you need to realize, it's a TV show, y'all. It's a TV show. Don't ever lose sight of the fact that it is a TV show. And so with that, you've got to be thinking about what makes a TV show successful. Every successful TV show gets what? Great ratings. And how do you get great ratings? I'm putting it on the page for you right now. 6 ways. Entertaining. Be entertaining. Right? Everybody's not high energy. This is my personality. It's my personality all day, every day. Right? This is how I am, unless somebody's dead or dying. This may not be you. Maybe your personality is a little dry. Maybe your personality is serious, but if you're not entertaining, you won't be on the show. That's the reality. You won't be on the show. So you have to be entertaining. Every great TV show has drama. Everything can't be hunky-dory all the time. Peaches and cream, sunshine and blue skies. Sometimes there's going to be some drama. Every great show has drama. If you watch Shark Tank, if you've seen my episode, there are many moments, even people who knew me were just like, I was so nervous. I was biting my nails when you and Barbara were doing whatever. There has to be drama. It's what keeps people coming back. It's what keeps people glued to the television. It's what keeps people from changing the channel. Now, if you look at my episode, and I highly recommend that you go back and look at my episode, you will see that there were really many moments of entertainment, humor, seriousness, laughter, suspense, intrigue, right? Nobody was changing the channel when I was on my episode. I'm just saying they probably weren't. Not because necessarily of me. Okay, well, yeah. But also because it was It was all the things I'm talking to you about now. It was entertaining. There was drama. There was humor, right? There was some sarcasm. There was some snarkiness with me and Mr. Wonderful. There was conflict. There was relatability, right? You related to the entrepreneur, whether it was me or somebody who came after me. You related to me because I was an athlete or a woman, or because you drink water, or because you like sports drinks, or because you hate Mr. Wonderful. All of it was relatable. That's why that show is so successful, because people relate to it, and it has all these elements. And then finally, tears. You're going to see some tears every episode. Mark my words, you're going to see some tears. And I remember when I was hosting my show, my series on HGTV called Home Rules, one of my executive producers we would go over the show, and we were like, okay, this is what's going to happen here. That's what's going to happen here. And what are you going to say here? And I said, well, I'm thinking about saying this, whatever. And they were like, oh, that's good. That's going to give me my tears. So what they meant was like, that's going to get me that tug moment where right? They love that. So TV is about ratings, and you have to remember that. How are you going to help this show get ratings? Be yourself, be who you naturally are, and then just take it up another level. Take it up another level. If you're snarky, if you're a know-it-all, if you're whatever, take it up another level, because that's going to give great conflict on the show. All right. So that's number one. It's a TV show, y'all. Number two, know what you want. Know what you want. What is it that you want when you go into the Shark Tank, right? And then let's make a deal, right? If you walk in there and you're like, okay, I'm looking for cash, I'm looking for strategic partnerships, I'm looking for what? What are you looking for? You want to get on QVC? You're looking for advice, mentoring. You don't need money so much. You don't have to have a loan, whatever. What is it that you want? Do you want cash? Do you want line of credit? Do you want a convertible note? Do you want a loan? Do you want partnership? What do you want? Be very clear about what you want. Okay. And that's what Shark Tank is about. It's about going in, being clear about what you want as the CEO and the entrepreneur, and then the conflict that arises as a matter of you trying to get what you want and the shark trying to get what they want. That's what makes the show great. Nobody's going to say, if you said, hey, I'm looking for $1 million for 20% at these terms or whatever, and they said, okay, it wouldn't be a show. It wouldn't work. It doesn't have any of the elements that I talked about on the previous page. So the inherent conflict is what makes the show great, but always know what you want, what you've gone in there to get. And then third and finally, it's your company. It's your company. I've had multiple conversations with Barbara's team, and it's like, here's what we think, but it's your company. Here are our ideas, but it's your company. These are our suggestions, but it's your company. These are our recommendations, but it's your company, right? This is what we think might work, but in the end, it's your company. And so that's what you have to never lose sight of, is that, yes, you want to be open to hearing what your shark has to say. You want to be open to hearing what that panel has to say, but ultimately you have to do what is best for your company. So I'm going to take a swig of water real quickly. I know I talk really fast, but I wanted to give you the good of what you need to do to improve your chances of getting on Shark Tank, or any reality show for that matter, because the principles apply to everyone. But here's the deal. You've got two choices. You can try to figure it out yourself, and you can do a lot of research online. You can watch endless YouTube videos. You can watch every episode of Shark Tank like I did. And you can hope that you're doing it all right. That's one choice. That's one way to go about trying to figure this out if you're serious about getting on TV. Or you can take my blueprint, years of studying Shark Tank and understanding how to pitch investors. Even if I didn't get on Shark Tank, you can steal my cheat sheet on everything I did to prepare for my audition for Shark Tank and for the process of being on Shark Tank. You can leverage my 25 years in television of getting booked on 90% of the shows that I ever auditioned for. Been on Good Morning America, The Today Show, CNN, CNBC, MSNBC, ESPN, PBS, you name it. I've been on every major network on the planet, 25 years. You can leverage and copy and paste exactly what I just went through very quickly in this presentation. You can watch simple how-to videos that I put together that basically show you how to get this done. And you can significantly improve your chances of not only getting on Shark Tank, but any show you want just by following my blueprint. So, introducing Shark Tank Masterclass, Audition Masterclass. This is a straight paint by the numbers, easy to digest course that I put together actually before I got on Shark Tank. I literally took my 25 years in television and said, hey, listen, these are the things that I've done to get on 85 to 95% of the shows that I've ever auditioned for. And then I applied those to Shark Tank, and then finally got the right idea, the right pitch that I wanted for Shark Tank, and auditioned for it, applied for it, auditioned for it, and got on it. So as my Shark Tank producer said when he heard that I was doing this course, well, we know it works because you got on the show, right? So Shark Tank Audition Masterclass has 4 simple modules. As you can see on screen right now, I take you through everything that you need, from the application process to auditioning to all the insider tips that nobody tells you what you need to do to get past the gatekeepers to keep moving. Remember, over 100,000 people apply for Shark Tank in 2020, right? Those are the estimated numbers, and only 100 make it to the show, and I was one of those. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. All right. Module 1 is about basically the application process. I go into serious depth on the things that you need to put on your application, the things that you need to avoid putting on your application. How you show up during that application process will be everything in terms of getting you to the next level. So module 1 is just about basic training for Shark Tank. Module 2 is about how producers think, how producers work. Why is Shark Tank even working? What's the framework for getting on Shark Tank? Why has the show been successful, so that you can actually model successful pitches and start to move and improve your chances of getting on the show. In module 3, I talk about audition seekers. How do you put together your audition tape? How do you talk in your audition tape? Should you just be sitting at a desk like I'm doing right now, a webinar, or should you be out in the field? There are many different ways that you can put your audition tape together. And then there's some things that you shouldn't do that will knock you out of the boat for getting on the show if you do these things in your audition tape as well. So we talk a lot about the application process. Again, it's a continuum. It's not just you submit your application and then that's it. The entire process of getting on Shark Tank is about applying. So every week when you're talking to your producer, they're looking for reasons to eliminate people. So what do you do during those weeks? How do you show up during those weeks where they are saying, hey, we've still got 500 people. We got to get this down to 200. How do you make sure that you're not in the 300 that gets cut? All right. Module 2 and 3 is all about that. And then module 4 is about pitching. How can you become a pitch extraordinaire? If you saw my pitch, go study my pitch. Now, this is widely known on the internet that what you see on television is just a fourth of what happens in the tank. Obviously, you're in there for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. Some people have been there for 2 hours. So they have to distill it down to a compelling pitch. But what you saw in my pitch was literally the pitch that I wrote initially when we started pitching with our producers. How do you put together a pitch that really grabs producers and helps them to understand that you're going to be a great fit for the show? And then how do you put that pitch together so that it's great TV? Those are the things that I will work with you on in module 4 in the pitch secrets portion of it. So it's very simple. Module 1 is about audition number, basic training. Module 2 is about putting the story together about your company. Module 3 is about getting ready, applying all those things during the course of the ongoing weeks of working with a producer to be on the show, because that's also part of the audition. And then module 4 is about the actual pitch. How do you put that together so that you knock it out of the park before and during the pitch on the floor of the tank? So if you're as smart as I know you are, first of all, you showed up, so I know that. This is your opportunity to literally let me hand you my cheat sheet for getting on Shark Tank, right? All the things I couldn't tell you in the short time, because in the interest of time, we couldn't be here all night. I'm going to share with you in Shark Tank's Audition Masterclass. Now, clearly, the benefit of being in this course is that you get all my years or 25 years of being on television, and also the same blueprint that I used to actually get on Shark Tank and to actually get a deal on Shark Tank. Clearly, I could charge thousands of dollars for this. And I have done consultations with entrepreneurs that have paid $1,000, $2,500, even $5,000 to work with me all the way through the process of getting on the show and have gotten on the show. Now, not everybody has gotten on the show. Some people have fallen out, gotten eliminated, but all of those people have walked away with tremendous value, understanding that what they learn with working for me and working with me is that this is going to benefit them when they decide to raise capital. It doesn't mean that they just can only use what they learn with me in Shark Tank. in the tank itself. Okay. So obviously I could charge thousands of dollars for this, but today, because you're here and you're getting this special access, you are only going to pay one payment of $97. $97. 4 modules, access to really understand what it takes to pitch and get an investor to say yes, but more importantly, learning the art and the craft of getting on the #1 business reality show on the planet. So if you're still here, it means that you are serious, not just curious about getting on Shark Tank or other reality shows. I want you to go right now to SharkTankAuditions.com. SharkTankAuditions.com. I want to remind you that on January 8th, 2021, I walked into the tank without a deal, walked out with a deal, and within 24 hours, an unknown brand had over 400 orders. Just a quick reminder, this is not fluff. This is not theory. This is not conjecture. This is the real deal about how you can get your brand, your idea, your invention, your business on the #1 reality TV show on the planet. All right. So go to SharkTankAuditions.com right now. Get this special deal. No code is needed. You're getting everything that I described in our conversation today for one payment of $97. Go, go, go. All right. Because this will not last forever. Clearly, I can't do this all night. Like the ShamWow guy used to say in the infomercials, can't do this all night. The price will go up. Clearly, it is valued at more than $97. But because you are here right now, I can guarantee you that you are still going to be able to get it for $97. So you got to go right now to SharkTankAuditions.com. Click that button when you get there, get enrolled, and I will see you on the other side. Take care.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say, now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View, to capture more from her perspective. Mm-hmm. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. Yes. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? Mm-hmm. And so that's when A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Oh,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties, mm-hmm. such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay, and I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say strength, for one. It seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty. that we caused the situation to happen to us. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it, and then he said to her, don't take it to heart. And that message spoke to me that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business? Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Okay. All right. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations and guests of the Black Business Expo. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Daryl Robinson. I'll be your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, Chicago, Illinois, Los Angeles, California, New York, London, England, Singapore, Las Vegas, Nevada, Virginia, South Carolina, Kansas City, Missouri, Texas, and many more locations, just to name a few. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing the business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Today's guest is Senator Natalie Murdock. Senator Natalie Murdock has over a decade of experience in communications, local government affairs, grants management, project management, and economic development in various roles in local, regional, and state levels of government. Natalie began her career working at the Institute for Southern Studies in Durham, North Carolina. Later, she joined the Land of Sky Regional Council, working on urban and rural transportation projects. As a transportation planner, she developed a passion for government affairs and public engagement. She has worked to ensure that members of the public, particularly marginalized communities, were informed and included as transportation projects developed. Senator Natalie went on to work for Go Triangle as a public involvement manager and communications and marketing director. While at that company, Go Triangle, Natalie worked on the Durham Orange Light Rail Project and the Wake County Transit Plan. Natalie has also served as the Deputy Director of Communications and Community Outreach and Partnerships Manager for the Attorney General Josh Stein, Traveling Press Secretary for the Deborah Ross for Senate campaign, and Director of Marketing and Communications for Go Triangle Regional Transit Agency. Senator Natalie is from Greensboro, North Carolina, so North Carolina native, and has a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science and Communication Studies from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. 2017, Natalie launched the Murdock Anderson Consulting LLC company, and in 2018, Natalie was elected as a soil and water supervisor in Durham County and is a candidate for the North Carolina State Senate. So, Senator Natalie Murdock, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Darrell, for that phenomenal introduction, and just honored to be with you all again. Earlier this week was actually sharing a project that was my first client. So the North Carolina Freedom Park was actually my first client as a part of Murdock Anderson Consulting. So after serving so many years in local government, state government, and regional government, I went on to say, I'm reviewing these documents, I'm talking to these consultants, and was making a lot of corrections and feedback, and said, wait a minute, I think I can go out there and do this on my own. And what led me to even be inspired to own my own business, I always had the bug, and knew a number of family members that were entrepreneurs. And I think when I was a little bit nervous about taking the jump on my own, because it is scary when you come from being in local government and you are accustomed to receiving a steady paycheck every 2 weeks. It is scary to be in charge of your own fate and your own destiny, and to have to hustle, to have to go out there and know that if you don't do what you need to do as an entrepreneur, you won't have the financial means to take care of yourself. So for me, I took the jump at 33 years old. I'm now 37, but was inspired by my grandfather. He passed when I was 8 years old, but left home at the age of 12, never looked back. As Darrell mentioned in the intro, I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina, and in Guilford County. He was actually the first Black company to get in the concrete business. So Murdoch Concrete was his namesake. And so that's what inspired me to include my family name of Murdoch in the name of my company as well. So left home at the age of 12, never looked back, and was able to hand this company over to his children. So when I wrestled with the idea of leaving to launch my own company, I said, if he could do that and had the tenacity and bold vision, to leave home at the age of 12 to fend for himself, surely at 33, I could figure out my own way to do it. And before I get into the presentation, I'll also add back to how scary that was. I do come from a family of entrepreneurs, but they weren't my parents. So my parents were lost my father very safe. They like stability. They like consistency. So they were thrilled. But for me to have to come home and let them know, I'm leaving the Attorney General's office to work for myself was a conversation that I was nervous about having. But to God be the glory. Launched my own company in 2017 and never looked back. So with that, I am going to bring up a presentation that kind of structures this conversation. And as I was thinking about what does dynamic leadership mean to me, the more that I thought about it, and I was doing research for this talk, and said, wow, this article that I found in Forbes magazine really gets to the heart of what dynamic leadership is to me. So as you'll see on this opening slide, my company is Murdoch Anderson Consulting LLC, founded it in 2017. My website is murdochanderson.com. So I engage in public advocacy, grants writing and management, marketing, communications. A lot of my work was in community engagement and public involvement. So I work with nonprofits and private companies so they can better position themselves to communicate with the public at large. So that was really the inspiration for my business. And also have another company, Adel Strategies. And with Adel Strategies, we focus on political campaigns. After working for the Deborah Ross for U.S. Senate campaign, really found a need to found a to launch a company that would be conducive to having more African Americans and people of color at the forefront of major political campaigns. Since we are such a reliable voting bloc within the Democratic Party, I wanted to go out there and say, hey, I'm going to launch my own firm so that we can have that diversity in politics. So launched Adel Strategies, and that website is adelstrategies.com. But Murdoch Anderson Consulting is my main company. So in reading this article from Forbes magazine, it really spoke to me. So just want to highlight some words that they shared in that article, and that will guide my discussion today. So first and foremost, to be a dynamic leader, you really need to have faith in your beliefs. And one of the business owners that was quoted in this article says it's a mix of a lot of things, but first and foremost, it's about having faith in your beliefs. You can't expect others to consider you as a leader unless you have solid faith in your ideas. And cannot stress this enough. It's not just enough to have a vision. You really have to have faith. You have to believe in what you're doing. If you don't believe in what you're doing, how will anyone else believe in you? And as Darrell mentioned in the intro, I'm also an elected official. So I apply that to all of my campaigns. If I don't have faith in who I am and why I'm running, why should anyone want to vote for me? Why should a donor want to invest in me if I don't have faith in my beliefs? You have to believe in something, and that should guide your vision, your passion, your purpose. I'm working with a new business owner now that's launching a company around period poverty. And she had this belief that, as women, we should have access to affordable menstrual products that are vegan and high quality. And that's something she believes in. She has a personal story. So we were able to work with her to help her get off the ground because she really, really believed in that vision. The same for me. I wanted to build a consulting company where I could take all of my all the work that I did in the local government space, the state government space, to say, I think there's a different way that we can do business. I think that we can engage with the community in a different way. I think there's more work to do with diversity and inclusion and working with private companies. So I took all of that experience and said, I want to found a company that is built around that. And also, I wanted to be selective about the projects that I work with. I want to work with projects that I also believe in. All money is not good money. So I really believe in the clients that I serve and think that I could benefit them and that the work that I do with them will better the community as a whole. So also in dynamic leadership, you have to make really, really hard choices. Again, as a current state senator, we deal with that all the time. Bills and legislation, may come before me, and those votes are a part of our public record. And the same as a business owner from day to day, let alone week to week. I'm sure a lot of you are coming off of 2020 being the most difficult year you have experienced as a business owner. So you have to make a lot of hard choices. I'm sure a lot of you had to, maybe cut your budget, maybe lay off staff, maybe you have temporarily closed your business as a result of COVID being so difficult. So Joel Farr of the Farr Law Group says, great leaders make the hard choice and self-sacrifice in order to enhance the lives of others around them. As a business owner, not only does your family rely on you, so too do the families of those who work for you. Each employee has a family. Even if you're a small business owner with 4 employees, you're in essence potentially responsible for an additional 10 or 15 people. That is something that I carry with me. And I'll really be honest, that last line is why I have been slow to expand. I take leadership very seriously. And until I know that I'm primarily a sole proprietor with 1099 contractors, and know that if I'm bringing on another full-time employee, I will feel really, really confident that we will have the cash flow needed for them to also keep a roof over their head. So you have to make those really, really difficult choices. And also sometimes it's a hard choice to decide, clients that you want to take versus clients that may not be a good fit for you, or it may be a client that your company isn't ready for, knowing when to grow and how to grow. All of those are really, really difficult decisions. I also think a hard choice comes in the political moment that we're in with Black Lives Matter. I think a lot of companies are being more open to supporting Black causes, and maybe some of their stakeholders and board members don't have those same beliefs, but those courageous leaders are making that hard choice to say, due to the political moment that we're in, it would be irresponsible for us to not make those hard choices. So that is definitely a key to dynamic leadership. You also have to earn the respect of your team. And when I say earn respect of your team, that means that respect isn't simply given. It's something that you really, really have to work for. So what was quoted in this article was, earning respect is critical to a successful relationship with someone, while also showing that you care about their work or ideas. Being empathetic allows a leader to tap into the emotions of that individual in order to connect in a way that lets that person know what you understand and what it means to be in their situation. We all know as leaders and business owners, entrepreneurs, there is absolutely nothing that you can do completely on your own. Now, there are some times where you have to insert yourself to get something done, but you have to identify what a vision is, and it will always take a team for you to truly, truly turn that vision into reality and to make it really, really come to fruition. If you don't do that, you simply are not going to be able to get that idea off the ground We could do a separate standalone presentation just on building a strong team. Just yesterday, I was talking with a friend and letting her know the great success I'm having with a new intern that I onboarded. Interns are also a valuable part of your team as well as volunteers. And she shared that she thought that I had a great knack for picking really good people. And that's something that I pride myself on, even when I was still working in government. I have had the ability to hire staff that have remained with agencies that I've moved on from, and they've thrived and gone on to be deputy directors, leaders, vice presidents. So very, very proud of having the ability to have a good eye for talent, and hired all of them because they were critical to the team that I was working to build at that time. With my current company, you'll see at Murdoch Anderson Consulting, we pride ourselves also on diversity, building a team of folks that not only they may not look like you, but they may not think like you, and that's a good thing. And also when it comes to earning respect, you may be leading this team, but you have to lead by example. You can't simply say, I'm the CEO or director, or in my case, a senator as well, and think that everyone around you will simply just fall in line. That respect really, really has to be earned. And a great way to earn that respect is by working. I never ask anyone on my team to do anything that I wouldn't also do myself. There isn't a single work item that I think is beneath me. And I share that with my team, whether I am working on Murdoch Anderson Consulting or Adult Strategies, or most recently a presidential campaign. I don't think that I'm above doing the work. So my team, they always know that if I ask you to do something, it's something that I would also do. So I think that's a great way of earning respect, of thinking that there isn't any type of work that is quote unquote beneath you. That's something that I really, really believe in wholeheartedly. And also being empathetic. You have to remember that your team members aren't robots. They're also people. So you have to view them as such. That is a great way to earn respect. I think you also earn respect from your team by providing them with guidance, but kind of letting them find their way, not micromanaging. When you don't micromanage, you really show that you believe in them and you want them to also succeed and excel. Another key to dynamic leadership is knowing that the people are the key to success. In the intro, Darrell mentioned that this is a networking conference. And so a key to people is networking. If you aren't out there, if you aren't continuing to meet people, how are you growing your brand? How are you growing your business? How are you growing as an individual? There are times where I'm networking and think that I'm out there to conduct business, but end up meeting a person that may become a mentor to me, or may share information for me that I was unaware of. We were unable to go forward with that project, but one of my favorite stories, I wasn't even 4 months into launching Murdoch Anderson Consulting, was at an event actually supporting another Black woman in leadership. And during that reception and conference, had the opportunity to meet someone at the reception. And during that reception, we just, kind of hit things off, and this person realized that I was also in transportation. And as a result of that, said, hey, let's talk, let's connect. And lo and behold, literally 2 weeks later, the CEO of this company added me on as a sub-consultant to 2 major multi-million-dollar projects. And so if I hadn't taken the time to go to that event, to network, to continue to connect the dots and get to know people and form that connection, I would have missed out on a really, really great opportunity where sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time. He was looking to expand his company from Georgia to North Carolina and wanted to start a North Carolina office. And so I was humbled and thrilled to be his first North Carolina employee, for us to go forward with a joint venture in transportation. So that's just one example of how you just have to continue to stay out there. One of my other mentors also shared with me, I think she was one of the first women to found a PR company out of DC, she and her other partner. And they both had a requirement of attending 4 to 6 events a week, just so that they could meet new people, get connected to new work and new businesses, and to meet new people, because you should always be growing, or you'll remain stagnant. So also, a great leader understands that it's the people they lead that ultimately determine the success or failure of any venture. Surrounding yourself with great people that can cultivate into a team of confident and competent individuals that can really work well. So you could be a part of a greater team or be leading a team, but you really, really have to surround yourself with great people. Back to the previous slide, you're only as good as your team. The most successful people, you may see them and they are the figurehead, but there is an entire machine around them. And you have to make sure that you have the right people in your team, and to surround yourself with the right people so that you can also succeed. You also have to clearly articulate a vision. A great leader possesses a clear vision. They are courageous. They have integrity. They are honest. They are humble, and they have a very clear focus. If you do not possess those skills, it's very difficult to lead a team and to be successful. You may have an idea in your mind, but until you can clearly articulate that to other individuals and share with them what that vision is, and also I'm an individual that is a visionary, and I'm good at details and I can get into the minutia, but I'm also a leader that does need assistance pulling all those pieces together to execute that vision, and that's okay. I think as long as you can clearly articulate that vision and really, really put that out there, people will connect to that. They will see your authenticity, they'll see your passion, and that will lead them to saying, I want to be a part of this vision as well, whether it's a business you're founding or a nonprofit, or whatever the venture is that you're going after. You have to clearly articulate that vision. You also could take this as having a clear pitch. As we all know, when you are many moons ago, did a little bit of work with angel investing, and we would work with entrepreneurs. You have to really fine tune that pitch. If you don't truly understand what it is that you're trying to accomplish, how are you going to go to a potential funder and say, you should really invest in my company, when they aren't even clear about your vision? So you really, really have to have your pitch down and your vision, or you can't build around that and try to build support for that. It simply just will not be something that can be executed if no one is clear about what it is that you seek to achieve. Another aspect of dynamic leadership is pushing people to be their best. And what I like about this specific aspect is I have been subjected to that. We all have stories as to how we got to where we are and how we became better people. And whether it's, a diamond that's in the rough, or applying heat to a metal to make it more pure, burning gold down so that you can turn it into jewelry to be worn, to adorn yourself. Oftentimes you have to apply pressure that is sometimes painful to get to your best. And just a few weeks ago was sharing with my mom a story where one of my mentors kind of let me have it. It was a few years ago, but I needed that kick in the butt. And so since I've been subjected to that, I'll admit this is something that I need to do a better job of. But not only should you push people to be their best, you also have to hold everyone around you accountable, as well as your team members accountable. And when you see that someone is not really being their best, as a leader, you have a duty and an obligation to share that with them, because how can they ever become better people if you don't really push them to be their best self? So oftentimes with my team, again, whether it's my elected life or business life, I really push them, and I'm very clear about the goals I want us to achieve. Even if we've accomplished something that's great, you always have to be thinking about what's next. So just because you have a great media placement, or landed a very lucrative contract or partnership, you should always be thinking about, okay, well, what is the next step? So the same goes for your team. You know, and after they've done something phenomenal, yes, take the time to celebrate that, but also let them know, okay, well, there's so much more that we can do. And also, when I think about pushing people to be their best, I look at leadership as assisting people with getting to their final destination or assisting them along their journey in life. And what I learned from another mentor, Brenda Mills, that does minority business consulting in Western North Carolina, she also shared with me, you know, as an intern, that herself as a manager is sometimes building people up will lead them to go somewhere else, and that's okay. I think that you can't be selfish in thinking that everyone that you surround yourself with, if it's your team, that's a part of your business, they may not stay with you forever, and that's okay. I have, you know, cultivated staff and, you know, believed in them and pushed them. And, you know, they received other, you know, job opportunities and encouraged them to do that. You always hate when you, you know, build up staff and push them to be better and they get another opportunity. But I think that's a part of the journey. I think you should feel good about knowing that you built someone up so well that they either decided to found their own business or their own company, or to go and, you know, work for another agency, or to partner with someone else. I think whatever that looks like, that's actually a good thing, where sometimes you can outgrow a situation. So sometimes the folks that you're leading in your company, they simply, you know, may outgrow you as well. So wanted to share that as an example, and love this quote. Great leaders have clarity of purpose and are great at articulating their beliefs. I aspire to be the kind of leader that pushes people to be their very best that they can be, but still make people feel safe, because it starts with the heart. So also pushing people to be their best means that you do care for them as people, and that you aren't simply thinking about yourself. And I'll end with sharing that you should lead knowing that you are serving a greater cause. And I wanted to end with this slide because whether it's me deciding, making the difficult decision actually to run for office or to launch a business, it really was because I believe that I was serving a greater cause. I really believe that for one, as a public servant, I was first led to public service as a result of wanting to better my community and to serve others. And I think the reason that you have to really serve knowing that you're serving a greater cause, because if you don't, when it gets really difficult and your back is against the wall, it's really, really difficult for you to hang in there day after day if you don't know why you're doing it. If you don't know that, you know, I'm founding, you know, this business to, you know, support families of the folks that work for me, or for me, when I launched my political consulting firm, it was to change the face of politics and to make politics better. And this last cycle was just really passionate about making sure that we, you know, had a leader at the presidential level that I believed in, you know, and so knowing that I could play a part of building up staff so that they can work on political campaigns for candidates that I believe in. That gives me a reason to wake up every morning to say, I am building up talent, building up political leaders that will go on to do great things in the community. With my political consulting, earlier this week was able to share that I'm working on the North Carolina Freedom Park, and it was assigned by the historic and legendary Phil Freelon, and jumped at the opportunity to build that project, to know that at the time, I think I was 33 when I took on that project, that to know that I could be a part of something that, you know, my unborn children and grandchildren can come and see downtown Raleigh, that we have an African-American park right in the heart of Raleigh. That's something that will outlive me. So I also am passionate about working on projects that will benefit generations for years to come. Today, you know, with the Black Expo, we are providing scholarships to young people. So not only are we coming here together as business people, but we're also investing in the next generation and those that are trying to get their education. So I definitely think that a lot of businesses are founded to make money. But we're also in a political time with Black Lives Matter, but also where corporate responsibility or social responsibility is not just a buzzword. It's something that customers also expect. Customers want to see that businesses are ethical, that they're sustainable, that they care about the environment, that they have a triple bottom line. They want to support businesses that are paying their workers a living wage. They want you, if possible, to have, some sort of, healthcare benefits. So we are engaging in business at a time where society expects more from us. And I think that that's a great thing. So when it also comes to serving a greater cause, for me, it also connects to my faith. I'm a Christian, and I love the fact that I could be a part of something that's bettering someone's life. Again, as business owners, you know how difficult things can get. Sometimes things get tight. Sometimes you're overextended, particularly coming after this pandemic. And I don't know how some businesses could even survive if they were not there because they were serving a greater cause. And we've seen it. Some other leaders that you've featured here this week, from Kimberly Winborn to Leonardo Williams and his wife Zweli, they feel good knowing that during this pandemic, they're serving the greater community. Zweli's taken the time to serve other individuals in the community with food when folks were in need, as a perfect example of serving a greater cause that for so many business owners, it's not just a restaurant or a piece of clothing or a product. It's something that truly is making someone's life better. So that is the end of the slideshow that I prepared. Just wanted to provide that broad overview of what I believe dynamic leadership to be. And I think dynamic leadership is also ever changing. Every day, I learn something new about leadership and what that really means. And I think also, in closing, I'll also share that as a Black woman, since we are coming towards the end of Black History Month, I think dynamic leadership also requires you to be fearless. I think that there's so many times where the cards are stacked against you, and you may be leading in spaces where no one has been before. I'm blessed to where I'm serving behind a woman that was a Black senator, Jeannie Lucas. I want to lift her up for Black History Month. She was the first Black woman to ever serve in the Senate. But oftentimes, as a dynamic leader, there is no blueprint. You don't have a reference point. You don't have an example of someone that was there before you, but you just have to go out there and do it. So I think also, as you're being dynamic, you should challenge yourself. You should do things that scare you. I remember that bit of advice from Valerie Jarrett, that was a senior advisor to Barack Obama. She said that if you aren't doing something that scares you, you're probably doing the wrong thing. So I'll end with that quote. And just want to thank the Black Expo for allowing me to be here. Would love to hear from all of you about how you feel that you're dynamic leaders. And as we're part of this 24-hour networking event, just want to thank all of you and to make sure that you're doing all that you can to better your community and to live every day as a dynamic leader.
And of course, we want to thank you for a great job. But the reason I came back, I got a couple of questions for you. I heard all the good information, and I'm sure that the people in the chat room are asking questions also. And I have some questions here. I wanted to go ahead and see, how you can handle the questions. And
I'll bring them on.
First of all, we want to say, in terms of what you've done for North Carolina as a senator, has not only been outstanding, it's been thoughtful. And a lot of times you have people that get in office, and I sometimes say they don't think about everyone, but you're one of those few people who take into account of everybody's ideas, everybody's thoughts, and then you try to put it in a place where people can understand where the people are coming from. Where did you get that kind of talent from?
Yes, and thank you so much for that. I wanted to lift her up today. I want to bring up my grandmother, Dorothy Lee Jackson Murdoch. She is a woman that a trailblazer in her own right. My grandmother was a cafeteria worker and actually was inspired by the civil rights movement. The ANT4, they were protesting around the same time. She went to march with them. Two of my aunts ended up in jail. She lost them during the march, actually. But she led a movement within the school system for cafeteria workers to get higher wages. And so I think for me, I guess some people will call it servant leadership, that you weren't simply leading for yourself. I mean, when I look back at, she was doing that in the 60s as a mother of 5 and had to come home and tell her husband, I'm not bringing any money home because I'm fighting for my rights. And I believe in civil rights. I that's in my mind. I wonder, how did that conversation go? But to know that they literally went without, of not knowing how they were going to pay their bills, how they were going to keep their lights on, because they wanted better for all people, not just for her. She wanted all of the workers around her to make more money. So that's really where it comes from, of knowing it's never about you. If you think that it's about you, particularly in politics, I really want them to step aside. It really isn't about you. You can be ambitious, and that's great, but you should be ambitious for the people. You should be ambitious saying, I want to bring other people up for me and with me. And if not, why are you serving? How dare you serve and don't talk with the people you serve about what they want and what they need? And that's why I mentioned earlier the inspiration behind Adult Strategies in Politics was just that. I was tired of seeing the same old same. I wanted to see not only political leaders, but consultants, the ones that are getting paid to give advice to these elected officials. I didn't like what I saw. They weren't doing enough of this, of saying you need to lead with the people in mind, and you need to have policies that are going to really impact someone's everyday life.
Well, a lot of times people talk about who you follow. And Jeannie Lucas was not only a hero in Durham, North Carolina. Matter of fact, she was my Spanish teacher also.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, she was my Spanish teacher. And
did not know that.
Oh, yeah. And she passed me in Spanish. I'll tell the world. I didn't know a lot of Spanish, but
I had a hard time in Spanish. I wish Senator Lucas could have assisted me back then in Spanish as well.
But one of the things about her I remember is that she was always fair. Justice was her biggest piece of who she was. It was never about how she felt. It was always about justice. As you look at your legacy as a senator, what are some of the things that you pushed out?
Put your hands together for your MC tonight.
Go ahead.
No, honestly, that is a phenomenal segue. I have to always begin with acknowledging history. That's why I speak about my grandmother so much. But in regards to Senator Lucas, I actually recently launched a Jeannie Lucas agenda to show how what I want to accomplish in this office really aligns with the same work that she wanted to do. So I think my legacy, a lot of it honestly will be with equality in all aspects of a various group of topics. So what we are titling as the Jeannie Lucas agenda is equity in education, equity in healthcare, and also equity in economic development. As a small business owner, that's a part of why I'm here with you all at the Black Business Network. I've been on the other side of seeing far too many Black contractors being passed over. So I'm very passionate about equity in economic development. I'm thrilled to see that you had Tammy Hall on earlier during COVID-19, and thank God the federal government finally did the right thing. Was banging my head against the wall to see these major businesses get all this assistance, where it's the sole proprietors, the small businesses with 4 to 5 staff. They were not included in any of that legislation. And as we now know, the new federal bill will be helpful to those sole proprietors, those smaller businesses. So very passionate about small business, which a lot of those are Black and brown people. When it comes to healthcare, lost my father to cancer last year. As you know, Senator Lucas passed of cancer. So very passionate about equity in healthcare. I'll be rolling out a momnibus bill that will work to tackle Black maternal health issues and COVID-19. If this is the perfect time to talk about equity in healthcare, I don't know what is. I still struggle to say every time I share this statistic, the Black life expectancy has now decreased by almost 3 years as a result of COVID-19. Expectancy for a Black person in America is now down to around 72 years old as a result of COVID-19. So we have got to talk about equity in healthcare. So I have been working tirelessly with our local leaders for more access to vaccine, for testing. Why do we have low-wage workers waiting 5 to 7 days to get a testing result, where I'm ashamed to say I had a client that required us to have COVID testing? I would get a free COVID test and get my results in 10 minutes. But folks that work at restaurants can't have access to these rapid tests. So equity in healthcare, equity in education. As we all know, Senator Lucas was a staunch advocate for public education. I am as well. Proud to say I'm yet again going to be a graduate of another public institution. I'm currently getting my master's in business administration from UNC Wilmington, went to UNC Chapel Hill, public high school, public middle school. So very passionate about public education. Again, everything comes back to COVID. We'll be dealing with so many challenges again with Black and brown children that will be behind as a result of spending a year with virtual learning. We do want to wait and come back when it's safe. But in times of crisis and in times of not having all the resources you need, that's when you have to shed a light on these inequities, because they'll be left behind. So I think my legacy will be always fighting for more equity in all spaces, in all areas, and also, following also Senator McKissick's leadership. And you have to speak out. You can't address something and deal with something if you aren't willing to call it out. So yes, we're in the minority in the General Assembly, but they will know that whatever they do that's wrong and inappropriate, I will shed a light on it. Oh, you're muted, Eric. You're on mute.
People were calling me, so I had to mute myself.
Oh yes, you're an important man. I get it.
Let's flip the script just a little bit, and talk about the election. You're going to be running pretty soon.
Yes.
And, my heart goes out to all of the Black judges who didn't win. Yes. And some of our judges who lost by as many votes. And when I say as many, and I want people to hear what I'm saying, as many votes as 500. And that's not a lot of votes. When you start talking about making sure that justice for Black people in North Carolina, and when you say justice, it's not just the judges, but it's other Black politicians who, while you may not agree with everything that they put on the table, they are Black. And when I say they are Black, I'm saying that to say that a part of their spirit and a part of their ideas are going to look at certain things in a different manner, and at least you can have some level of representation. And I think that when you look at running again and look at the whole, what I would call environment around everybody not thinking that their vote counts, sometimes people miss representation because we don't vote. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, missing representation from not voting. And it's so frustrating because African Americans are the most likely to support Democrats, but we sometimes are the most difficult ones to get to the polls. I mean, the numbers don't lie. Literally, if all of the voters of color, Black and brown, AAPI, Indigenous, if all of those that are registered showed up to vote, we would have had a very different outcome at the state level for North Carolina. So I will never understand how you are registered and simply don't figure out a way to physically show up. So you really, really hit the nail on the head. And I think that COVID and even most recently, the snowstorm in Texas, I think we have to continue to make an argument for the role of government. I think that since we're in a society, myself included, because I'm a millennial, we become more self-centered. It's about us and who we are, and they don't think about the collective. I remember I did a post on Facebook a few weeks ago when someone talked about, their 401k and their this and that. And I said, sir, but that's exactly your issue. You're talking about you. You aren't talking about your neighbor down the street that's struggling to keep their lights on. You aren't talking about the fact that 40% of Black businesses have gone under during COVID-19. So you have to really break down to people, just because your stocks look good and are popping, if your neighbor is struggling, you're struggling, because guess what? If they don't have a way to eat, and society at large, that's where the crime issues come. Okay. It's not simply about saying, you know, you only want to tackle one issue, it becomes an economic issue. But I also think as a party and as Black elected officials, we really have to connect to the economic impact. So I definitely think the Black Expo is a perfect time to have this conversation, because we have to have an economic message. What are we doing about jobs? What are we doing about economic security? What are we doing to support your business? You know, calling out policies that didn't support our local Black businesses. So I think you have to see, how will it impact you as a person every day? Because unfortunately, society has become more self-centered, and also showing that government can work. Thank you for this platform. It's also on us as elected officials. We have to be present. We have to show people what we're doing. We have to be in the community. We have to dispel that myth that we only show up at election time. You know, sometimes when people say that, they're right. They literally do not see people until about 2 to 3 months for the election. Luckily, no one will ever be able to say that about me, because I'm a public servant and leader. But you can't give people a reason to not want to believe in us as elected officials if they literally don't see us showing up for them every day. So as you mentioned, and actually I'm a part of a freshman class in the state Senate that is 2/3 African American. So I was the first Black woman under 40 to be elected to the General Assembly. My colleague, Senator Deandra Salvador in Mecklenburg County, is 30 years old. So we had a rough year, but actually had a historic year in the Senate, all women, and 50% of us are under 40. So we actually did have a few bright spots, and we need that support. You know, we need that support. Studies show it's very difficult for Black women in politics to raise money. So whether that's your financial support, whether that's reposting us on social media so that people know what we are, whether that's working with us on community partnerships. I'm working with some events and fundraisers with some local business owners. So I, in turn, will also hear their feedback and their concerns, but then they can open up their doors and say, well, let's have an event with Senator Murdock. So I've done that as well. Was very intentional about supporting Black businesses during my campaign, so that they can see that not only I support them and patronize them, but we also can be mutually beneficial, so that we both gain more exposure to our respective networks.
Well, Natalie, you know, I'm going to go ahead and ask, because I'm sure that the public wants to know, you know, what is your platform as you get prepared for re-election? And I want you to caveat that into, what does your platform mean to North Carolina? After you give your platform, then tell me what that platform means to North Carolina.
Yeah, what my platform means to North Carolina, not only am I born and raised in North Carolina and a North Carolina native, I can trace my roots as a North Carolinian all the way back to slavery. So on my mother's side, they actually were enslaved in Orange County. So when I have a platform that's connected to North Carolina, that's simply, you know, me being who I am, me having the opportunity to live across the state. I have family from Morganton to Wilmington to Northeast North Carolina. So very, very in tune, have my hands on the pulse of the people in North Carolina, and will reiterate my Jeannie Lucas agenda will serve as the basis of my platform. I titled it as my agenda for the biennium. So that is equity in all things. So again, that is equity in education. The Leandra report shows us that we are not investing enough in public education. Again, with COVID, so many of our children will need additional assistance this summer. There are talks of having year-round school, summer school. We need to do a better job of having more nurses in the classroom. Just filed a bill to have more psychologists in the classroom. We will have children that will have experienced a lot of trauma while they were at home. They'll have to become accustomed to being in the classroom again. So honestly, no investment will be enough for our children. And also don't want to leave our community colleges behind. I filed a bill to raise wages for our community college instructors. A lot of folks don't know their wages also aren't on par. And I think Also in the time of COVID as an adult, let's say that you lost your job, you may need to go to your community, your local community college to get retrained in a new sector. Maybe you lost your job at a restaurant right here in Durham. You can go to Durham Tech to learn new skill sets. The other dynamic we see right here in Durham is having this phenomenal Research Triangle Park that is in my district, but then you have so much poverty and a lack of economic opportunity just a few miles down the road. And I think we will always have this challenge of how do we connect all of this opportunity to people that can physically just reach out and touch it, but we're still missing the mark. There's still something that we're missing. Luckily, at the local level, we're doing a lot with that by providing more scholarships for people to get that continuing education at Durham Tech. But also do want to mention for me, our community college system, our public school system, public college system, all of that has to work together. And also for community colleges, I campaign wanting to make community college tuition free. So that is something that I'm still working on. The rates are low, but we have studied it. Governor Cooper's office has also studied it. So I will always follow a path where I believe in having free community college. I think we also have the opportunity to expand the NC Promise program. It has done wonders for Elizabeth City University, where tuition is only $500. If it were up to me, we would be able to add more HBCUs to that NC Promise program. Then I'll pivot over to healthcare. Healthcare is one of the major industries in this region, but also across the state of North Carolina. So when it comes to healthcare access, in this age of technology, we're also seeing a tie to not having enough broadband access. So how can you advocate for something such as telehealth when you don't even have the broadband and internet connectivity that you need in so many parts of the state? Even right here in Durham County, we have spots where you can't get adequate internet access. So no matter what the topic is, there's always the issue of broadband connectivity. But back to healthcare, COVID-19 has really shown the socioeconomic disparities, the geographic disparities. We have counties where you have to drive miles and miles to get to your closest healthcare provider, and that can cost you your life. My own grandmother lived in a rural area, and it took her a while to get to the hospital. And unfortunately, even though my uncle responded quickly to get her to the hospital, she just went too long without oxygen. And I always wonder, if she were a little bit closer to a healthcare facility, would she still be with us today? So healthcare is a universal issue that we will always have to do a better job with. Of course, we want to expand Medicaid. We'll always continue to fight for that. Also doing a lot of work around Black maternal health. Mortality rates for women in general and their children could be much better. In North Carolina, the March of Dimes have given us a D-. So very passionate about improving health outcomes for pregnant women, for women that don't earn a lot of wages, that may have barriers in regards to healthcare access. Also really passionate for reproductive rights. And the last part of my agenda will be economic development and opportunity. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you should have the ability to have a job that takes care of you, that pays your bills. I'm a renter myself. I'm in an apartment. I know that the cost of living has gone up. That's something that I've experienced. When I first lived in Durham, that would have been 2006, 2007, I had an apartment off of 5455. That apartment was $550 a month. That same unit would be around $950 to $1,000 a month today. So I have seen the gentrification that's occurred, how difficult it is to afford to live. So when we talk about economic development, it's also tied to housing as well as our wages. But in the General Assembly, there's so much more work we could do to support economic development across the entire state of North Carolina. And also industries that are still sustainable. In the presentation, I talked about that triple bottom line. We need companies to pay higher wages, to be responsible when it comes to the environment, and to also give back to the community. So that definitely sums up my platform: equity and education, economic development, as well as healthcare. I don't know any single North Carolinian that doesn't either want or need a better job, doesn't need healthcare at all, and doesn't need any education. So that is the foundation of my platform, so that North Carolina can build back better.
Now, have you started fundraising for yourself yet? And if so, talk a little bit about how people can get in contact with you,
Yes.
how they can call you, and then of course, if you have any organizations that you're representing today, we want you to talk about them also.
Yes, yes. So I'll lead with my two companies are Adult Strategies. So Adult Strategies, that is the company that I use for my political consulting. Murdoch Anderson Consulting is my primary consulting business. So that's the business that I've had since 2017. That website is murdochanderson.com. You can learn more about Adult Strategies at adultstrategies.com. And so a lot of folks don't know, as senators, we only make about $13,000 a year. So we do still work. But as Eric mentioned, we are always in campaign mode. Every 2 years in the state of North Carolina, if you're in the House or the Senate, you are on that ballot. So in the event that our primary is in March, I'll be on the ballot again in March 2022. So you can learn more about the work that I'm doing in the General Assembly. My campaign website is Natalie, Natalie-Murdock, MURDOCK.com. On all social media, you can find me at Natalie, Natalie, FORNC. You'll find me on Twitter, Instagram, as well as Facebook, working with my intern to finally get a TikTok account. But that's where you can learn more about what I'm doing, the events that I'm hosting. And from there, there's an option for not only for you to donate if you want to become a monthly sustainer. I do have a few of those through the ActBlue tool. You can click and say, I want to give Natalie $10 a month. And you can do that. So you do have the option of doing that on my website, which again is Natalie, Natalie-Murdock, MURDOCK.com. Also, we'll be working with Leonardo Williams that you featured sometime this week. He and his wife, Swelly, are phenomenal supporters of mine. So they will be hosting an event for me in a little bit that will be focused on Black business owners. So definitely stay tuned for more information about that. If you also want to host something for me, the email for my campaign is mentioned on the website. You can reach out on social media, but you can also email us at TEAM at Natalie, NATALIE-FORNCSenate.com. I check that email frequently. But yes, already working the phones, was doing that right before this event, working the phones, calling to let folks know. And also not just raising that for myself. I have to add raising that money for the Senate caucus as well. We do have the opportunity to pick up 2 to 3 seats for 2022. So supporting not only myself, but also the Senate caucus as a whole, so that we can have the numbers we need to make sure that we fight for all of you and have policies such as expanding Medicaid and making sure that we have better jobs for people in need by picking up more seats in the North Carolina Senate.
Well, of course, you know, I can't let you go without asking this question.
Okay.
Why are you a senator here in North Carolina? Why? Tell us why.
That is a very easy answer. As we're wrapping up Black History Month and entering Women's History Month, first and foremost, I really believe that North Carolina needed to have a woman as senator. We only have 2 senators in Durham County, and we're almost 50% female, and said, why don't we have a woman in the Senate? So after Senator Jenny Lucas and phenomenal work that occurred with Senator McKissick, but still did have to acknowledge once he had the opportunity to be appointed by Governor Cooper, said, hey, you know, Senator Jenny Lucas was the first Black woman in the Senate. It's very fitting for the people of Durham to send another Black woman to the state Senate. Again, we didn't have any Black women under 40 serving at that time. We are a growing population nationally, but definitely in North Carolina. I will look to other states such as Tennessee, Georgia, where they had young Black women in their 20s and their 30s, and we didn't have that in the state of North Carolina. And the reason that that's significant is government is only as good as its people. And we need a government that's really reflective of the great diversity of this great state. As a North Carolina native, and also as an individual who's done a lot of work in government, I have been on the receiving end of those budget cuts. I was at the Department of Justice when they took $10 million out of our budget. I worked for a council of government in Western North Carolina, where we worked in very rural areas that struggled with having enough clean water and the ability to support their local governments. We did phenomenal work. We lost some funding for some of those programs to help us keep our water and air clean. So I really had a front row seat at the impacts of government really not going in the right way, not investing in transportation the way that we should. So all of those experiences are what led me to want to run for office. And also, as I led with the topic of dynamic leadership as a servant leader, I know in my heart that I offered myself to run for office for the right reasons, to serve everyone around me. So I was led to run by knowing that I was running for the right reasons and would put the people first. So that is what led me to run for North Carolina Senate. And also behind the scenes was already doing work in the Senate, was working on behalf of clients and having conversations, helping folks to connect to the right people. So I knew that it would be a really, really good fit. Being an individual that's worked from economic development to transportation, criminal justice, working at the Department of Justice, a lot of work in urban planning and rural planning. The list goes on and on. So I've been blessed to have a lot of different professional experiences that really made me a perfect fit to run for state senate. And so through God's grace, the people of Durham went to the ballot, and also have to thank folks. Was shocked on the night of the campaign when my campaign manager let me know I earned more votes than any other senator, period. So Republican or Democrat was able to earn around 101,000 votes for state senate, was humbled by that, but could not have done that without the people. And it really was confirmation to show that me stepping out there and running was the right thing. And since also my topic was on dynamic leadership, you have to step out to lead. Yes, there's a time to be a follower, but I also ran because sometimes you can't look to other people. I'll be upfront that I was supporting other people to run as well, other women that were interested. And sometimes you have to point that finger at yourself and you can't look at everyone else. Sometimes you are the person that is right for that specific moment in time. And I believe that and am blessed that for me, it was the right time and having a great time. Yes, it's challenging, but I enjoy knowing that I am representing people that deserve to be heard and deserve to have a voice throughout the state of North Carolina.
Well, you've said a mouthful, and you truly have, like I said when I first met you, you've truly been not only outstanding, but a star in the universe of people who do things, not only to make things happen, but to change things. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. And for those out there who don't understand and not really know you, today they got an opportunity really to kind of dig deep and kind of feel. And I think one of the challenges of many people is, can you feel a candidate? Is a candidate real? Is a candidate sincere? And so what I want to do, is to ask those hard questions that really were easy questions for you, but for most candidates, they can't answer those questions. When you ask them that question, why are you serving North Carolina, or why are you running, and what does it mean for you to represent folk, and what is the legacy about? They just rolled off your tongue like it was second nature. But a lot of times candidates can't answer those things. And as we leave out of here, I have one last question. I know Eric, I know you have many more. I do, but
no problem.
We're going to run out of time shortly. And my last question to you is, and you're going to have to make it short because our next guest is pretty much going to be coming shortly.
Happy to.
My last question is, what would you like to say to all the people who voted for you, all the people who support you, for all the people who love you, and for all the people who look at you as a crowning jewel in North Carolina?
I think yourself included. I really can't thank you all enough for your support, and for you all to know I could not be here without you. I know that it's not about me, it's about all of you. As an elected official, you are literally a figurehead that represents so many people that aren't seen, that are behind the scenes, folks that don't get any credit for the work they do every day. And your support of me has allowed me to represent you, but also the people of North Carolina that feel like you. I'm not a senator that believes that I don't care about other parts of the state. I will get up and represent Durham every single day of the week. But I also know that the challenges that we're experiencing, other North Carolinians are experiencing as well. If I'm fighting for something like $15 an hour for our workers in our public school system, that is something that will benefit Durham. It will benefit Rocky Mount. It will benefit Ashland County. It will benefit Clay County. So all the folks that supported me, just want to thank you. I couldn't do it without you. You gave me strength when I needed it, held me up when I thought I was going to fall. I will be forever grateful and know that every day I wake up knowing that I want to make you proud and don't want you to regret providing me with that support that I needed in my darkest hour.
You know, I couldn't have said it any better. And I know that North Carolina is happy that you're in the seat. And North Carolina, as you listen to Natalie today, you get a chance to peep in. But what you really...
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Mark.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.